Am I the a-hole because I don't emotionally support my wife's obsession with Taylor Swift? I, 22 female, found out my boyfriend, 22 male, had sex with his dying friend. Am I the a-hole for bringing a condom on the first date? Am I the a-hole for laughing at my housemate when he suggested I not shower on my period? Am I the a-hole for leaving my own wedding because my husband embarrassed me? Am I the a-hole for coping with no sex life in marriage? I, 24 female, found out that my husband, 35 male, made a disgusting bet with his friends when he met me, and now I can't see him the same way. So the original post was December 7th, 2022. The husband, 35 male, is friends with my 24 female. When this girl was 18, this dude was 27. The husband, 35 male, is friends with my 24 female stepbrother, 36 male, since they were in college, and to be honest, they were always respectful to me, and I never knew they were bad enough to do what they did to me. I thought they respected me for being their friend's younger sister, but I was wrong. Their group of friends dissolved when they grew up and followed different paths, and a few days ago, they decided to meet again. Well, that meeting was held at my house, and at one point during dinner, one of his friends started saying things like he, my husband, was very lucky that our thing worked out. And when he said that, some laughed, and my stepbrother and my husband got very nervous, so I asked what he was talking about. And when my husband tried to shut him up, I knew something was wrong, so I asked the same thing again. He told me that when my stepbrother introduced us, he told them that I was really arrogant and a loser, and that I needed someone to teach me a lesson. And I admit, I was very arrogant. I used to be annoying because I thought that no one was smarter than me and they were all idiots. Well, they, except my stepbrother, decided to bet to see who would get to sleep with me first. Evidently, it was my husband, and we've been together ever since. This happened 6 years ago. And I would feel less hurt if he had always been an a-hole because it would be my fault for falling in love with someone like that. But he was always so sweet and cute to me since we started talking that I would never have thought that he was making fun of me behind my back. When his friend said that, everyone shut up because my face said it all. I got so pissed off that I just laughed and went to our room. My husband followed me and began to swear to me that he is no longer like that and that he loves me and that he regrets what an a-hole he was before he met me. And even though we talked a lot and I tried to forgive him, I can't look at him the same way. This morning, he went with me to my appointment with the doctor because I am pregnant, and when he cried when he saw our baby, I was disgusted because I don't know if he is being sincere or not. I don't know when I'll trust him again. I want to, but I can't. Does that even make sense? Could things go back to the way they were before this mess? I want to say it was an a-hole move for your husband to do that, or for them to like hop into that bet. The guy mentality is very stupid. Like, the husband could have really thought that OP was cute and that he really liked them, but like because of mob mentality with a group of boys, he like went in on this bet, right? But if he's been like cute and sweet since the start and has proven that he like actually loves her, which I'm guessing by getting married, that's pretty evident. If we just look at that scope, I think they can get over it. They just need to go to like some couples therapy, have some talks about it. To be completely honest, the problem that I have with this is if you look on the timeline for this, it's kind of fucked up. This happened 6 years ago. But the time when this happened, OP was 18 and the husband was 29. Fuck everything else. Sure, it is a disgusting bet, but I've done things I'm not super proud of when I was a lot younger, and I'm able to look back and be like, wow, that version of me, dickhead, don't approve of him. I'm more focused on bro, 29-year-old with an 18-year-old. That is terrifying. We do not fuck with that. The am I the a-hole is, am I the a-hole for enforcing my husband to celebrate his birthday only with me because I don't like his family? So this was posted a little over a month after this original post. So this is a month after she figured out about this bet. I guess the edit's pretty important. A few weeks ago, I found out about a horrible bet that he made with his friends about me before we started dating, and it was not easy to forgive him. So I told him that I would forgive him if he didn't invite his family. That's why I said I forced him in the title. The thing is, my 24 female husband, 36 male, comes from a family that really doesn't know what boundaries are. Ever since they found out I'm pregnant, they tell me what to eat, what to wear, how to act, etc. I can't stand them anymore. I tried 1,000 times to like them, but I can't, and they are overwhelming. I'm about to give birth and I just want peace, and I know that with them that is impossible. So I asked my husband to go to a restaurant to celebrate his birthday because I wanted to be at peace at home. He refused because he said he wanted to stay with me, so I told him not to invite his family then because they get on my nerves. At first, he didn't like the idea so much because he never celebrated a birthday party without his family, but then he accepted. So we celebrated just the two of us at our house, and of course his family family got mad at us, especially me, because they know it was me who didn't want them to come. But I don't regret the decision I made because it's the first time in 6 years that I've dared to face them and tell them not to do something I don't like, so am I the a-hole? I personally am feeling you're the a-hole. I want to empower OP to stand up to this family, especially if the family is as overwhelming as you explained. That is a good thing. Create those boundaries and set them up early. I mean, 6 years is pretty late. Now is better than never. So that's something that OP should do. I don't think the right time to do that is on the day that's supposed to be all about your husband. I think you take that stand against the family in a situation that isn't as big as a birthday. Just off of that knowledge, I'm going with OP's the a-hole. I also kind of want to go with OP's the a-hole because of this paragraph here. It was not easy to forgive him, so I told him that I would forgive him if he didn't invite his family. That's a weird dynamic. Like, she's almost turning this bad thing that her husband did into a weapon, and you don't forgive somebody because they decide to cave in to what you want. That's not a good reason to forgive someone. You should forgive someone because you truly out of your heart want to forgive them. Forgiveness isn't a tool to be leveraged. It's not a bargaining chip. Odds are OP doesn't actually forgive him.
Drop your thoughts on this story or any other story in this video in the comments below. And don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe to see more reading Reddit videos and live streams every single week.
10 months later, they updated us on September 5th. On my first post, I-24 female got a lot of nice comments and even messages, so I thought it would be a good idea to post an update. After I found out about the bet, we had so many fights that we thought it was the end of our marriage and decided to start couples therapy hoping for the best, and thanks to that, we were able to move on. He, 36 male, apologized many times, and we had many long talks on this matter, but today I can say that everything is in the past. Today we have a beautiful 7-month-old baby girl, and I am 5 months pregnant. Hold on, they have a 7-month-old baby girl and they're 5. Blow down. Can you just chill? Wait, don't you have to wait like 2 months after a woman gives birth? Don't you have to wait a long time? Most doctors recommend waiting 6 weeks after giving birth to have sex again. So you're telling me this woman pushed a whole ass child out of her vagina and then got pregnant again within a 2-week span?
Yikes.
I am 5 months pregnant, and to be honest, I've never been happier. Of course, there are days where I think about what he did, but then I think about the president and what he is today, and I forget about everything because the truth is that he is another person now. Well, he was never really mean to me because from the moment we started talking, he was always caring and sweet, and only now I know that everything is genuine and he's not faking it. I mean, I could have told you that. You'd have to be pretty committed to the bit to get married to someone and still be faking it after 6 years, although according to him, he never really faked anything because he liked me a lot when he knew me intimately. I don't think our marriage is perfect because from time to time we have fights, but for that reason we are still working on a relationship because we love each other and we want this to work. We want to grow old together, so that's all. There isn't much more to say. All my friends think my 22 male girlfriend 21 female is creepy. Are they right? Original post 26th of August. I 22 male started dating my girlfriend, let's call her Alice 21 female, about 7 months ago. We met while working on a group project for one of our college classes. From the moment I met her, I felt an instant connection. She was beautiful, smart, and we shared a bunch of common interests. Long story short, we flirted for a few weeks before I finally asked her out, and we've been happily going out since. Now here comes the problem. About a month ago, my friends and I were planning to hang out, and I invited Alice. While me and Alice are from the same hometown, we met during college, and a majority of our relationship has been during the school year. While we know each other's college friends, we never met each other's hometown friends. I know that Alice has really bad social anxiety, so I was hesitant to invite her at first, but when I did ask, she seemed nervous but really excited. The party seemed to go really well. Alice was smiling and laughing the whole time and even got to go on a rant about a topic she really liked. When it was over, she even told me while I was taking her home how much she liked my friends. When I asked my friends what they thought of Alice, they all said she seemed nice. All except my best friend, Ruben, 22 male. When I asked him, he told me that he hated her. I immediately questioned why, hoping it was them not mixing well, as I can acknowledge that Ruben and Alice are complete opposites when it comes to interests and personality. But Ruben told me he hated her because of how creepy she is, and I was better off dumping her. Now, this threw me off as I had never once considered Alice creepy. She's actually the cutest girl I've ever met, and I've never felt more comfortable around someone as I do around her. Before I could even ask what he meant, he went off on a rant about how uncomfortable she made him and started citing stories I told him about our dates during college. Stuff like how she'd stare at me without saying anything and just enjoyed looking at me. How she'd eat the same meals whenever we went to dinner. How unjealous she was when a girl came up and flirted with me. Or about her deep knowledge of poisons and love for murder mysteries and true crime. Both of which she could talk about for hours, but neither of which she actually talked about at the party. He said that while he wrote them off before since they didn't seem to bother me, which they don't, but that after meeting her in person and seeing how weird and flighty she was, he could tell that she's a secret psycho and will end up either breaking my heart or physically hurting me. I tried to explain to him how any weirdness was probably just because she was nervous about meeting them for the first time, but he insisted that we've had friends, significant others have anxiety before, and it was that she was plain weird. I blew him off at first because he sounded effing crazy. Alice isn't perfect, but she's far from creepy. But after 2 weeks of telling me to dump her, I'm getting tired of telling him to drop it. I reached out to a few of our friends to prove him wrong, but to my surprise, they all agreed that Alice was creepy. Most of them said the way she spoke really threw them off, which is fair since Alice can be weirdly formal sometimes, but I didn't notice her doing that at the party at all, and typically it's much more funny than unsettling. Most of my friends told me it wasn't enough to break up with her since they still genuinely found her sweet and fun to be around, but I did have one other friend say it was worth breaking up over and he was just too embarrassed to tell me at first. I have no plans of breaking up with Alice because all the stuff they're calling creepy I find cute when she does, but are they right? Is it creepy she does that stuff? Should I talk to her about it? Should I just tell my friends to F off and ignore their concerns? I feel bad for even questioning about this, but with all my friends agreeing, it's starting to gnaw at me, and I just need some clarification if it's actually creepy or if they're just being dramatic. What was he saying was creepy? She'd stare at me without saying anything and just enjoy looking at me. That's not creepy. I think I've done that. I think everyone's done that. I think like when you're just fascinated with someone, you just do that. We're gonna make a little scoreboard here. Creepy, not creepy. 0 to 1 right now for not creepy. How she eat the same meals whenever we went to dinner. Not creepy. I don't know how you could argue that's creepy. Maybe she's picky, maybe she's on a diet. Homie, stretch it. How unjealous she was when a girl came up and flirted with me. I'm gonna go with not creepy on that one. It might be like that's just like what you say. You're like, no, babe, that didn't make me jealous. Haha. But then they were actually jealous about it. I wouldn't say that's creepy. I would just say like, hey, maybe you should look into that because odds are that might not be completely true. Deep knowledge of poisons and love for murder mysteries and true crime. Okay, that gets like half. If you would have said that like 5-10 years ago, I think I would have been like, yeah, definitely creepy. Keep an eye out on that one. But because of how much true crime and murder mysteries have blown up because of serial killer podcasts, I'm more leaning towards not creepy than creepy on that one. But for the sake of this guy having an argument, let's say it is creepy. But after meeting her in person and seeing how weird and flighty she was, he can tell that she's a secret psycho and will end up either breaking my heart or physically hurting me. Unless you are a psychologist, you cannot accurately predict someone is a secret psycho. That's just dumb. The way she spoke really threw them off, but that's not a reason to like break up with somebody. And that's also not creepy. Bro, let the girl speak how she wants to speak. I'm guessing that like these people are just jealous that homeboy has a girlfriend and they don't. This sounds like a group that might not be phenomenal with the ladies, and they're just jealous that their homeboy has found. If they were like, yeah, she was telling me about her taxidermy collection and how she loves to cut up little animals, that would be creepy. Update on the post, September 24th, 2023. Wow, thank you all so much for your helpful comments and validation. I'm glad y'all agree that the stuff Alice is doing wasn't really creepy. Anyway, to get into the meat of this update, since I posted originally, I spoke with each of my friends individually and talked to them about what they said. Pretty much all of them apologized, and some even offered to apologize to Alice herself, which at the time I said no to, since I didn't want them interacting with her, but we'll get back to that later. The only one who didn't apologize, as I'm sure you guessed, was Ruben. I want to address some comments suggesting that Ruben could either be attracted to me or maybe even Alice. I didn't even think of that. I don't think either of those are true, as Alice is the first girlfriend Ruben has ever acted like this with, even though I've dated plenty of girls, and Alice isn't his usual type. He may still be attracted to her. I mean, she is effing gorgeous, but I've known the guy since 3rd grade, and so I know he's pretty picky about the girls he's with. So I don't think it's that. I think he's just a major dick. I've known Ruben literally my whole life since our moms were college friends and moved close to each other when they were young. With so much history, I tried to give him the benefit of the doubt by just asking him to drop it, since I really didn't care if he found her creepy. I really liked her, and he'd just have to deal with it if he wanted to continue being friends. He didn't apologize or even say he was wrong, but he did agree to stop commenting on it, which isn't perfect but works for now, as I consider if I really want to continue to be friends with him. Yesterday, I met up with Alice for a casual date. It wasn't anything fancy, just a home picnic. I have really bad allergies, so we couldn't do it outside. We had some candles and our favorite foods, and we watched movies and dissected our favorite tropes. About halfway through our 3rd movie, Alice brought up Ruben since she heard about an upcoming car show / auction her dad told her about, and she remembered me saying that he loved vintage cars. Aww, she sounds so sweet. Ruben's a dick, and suggested the 3 of us and a friend of hers who was also into cars, could go together, so she could get to know him better. It felt crazy that she suggested this days after mine and Ruben's fight, and it made me feel sick with how sweet she was being to such a jerk. I gave some weak excuses about how she hates car shows and doesn't have to do that, or how Ruben wouldn't be comfortable doing that. My girlfriend, being the angel she was, said she could tough through it, or even just let me and Ruben go together if he wasn't comfortable with her yet, and she'd even pay for the tickets because it was a private showing. This was the point I broke and told her everything that happened. She took it really well, just calmly listening while I rambled through my explanation, and even ended up apologizing to me about weirding out my friends. I tried to explain it wasn't her fault and she didn't need to apologize. As a lot of you suspected, she ended up telling me how she believed she was autistic, but since she hadn't gotten an official diagnosis, she wasn't comfortable telling people. After a lot of guilty chat back and forth between the two of us, she told me she didn't want me cutting off my friends since they did apologize and didn't say anything cruel, just pointed out her neurodivergent tendencies, which aren't an insult to her, but I put my foot down that I for sure won't be bringing her around Ruben anymore and plan to distance myself from him and my other friends for the time being, which she agreed was fair. She also wants to meet up with my friends who want to apologize to her since they seem genuine in their regret. Overall, things turned out pretty well. Thank you all so much for your input. Man, that was a ride. I'm glad that Alice received it well and was like, I don't want you to not hang out with your friends. Like, that's honestly the best reaction that like a brand new girlfriend can have. Not like a you have to choose between one or the other, but like a point of understanding, like, yeah, maybe I am a little weird. I don't think creepy is the right word. Creepy is like, I found Alice snooping through my underwear drawer. Like, that's creepy. Am I the a-hole? I, 21 female, lied to my boyfriend, 23 male, about being pregnant and losing the baby. This started last year after he forgot to tell me about a work trip to Greece and his family told me at a gathering. Just a disclaimer, we do not live together. I got really upset and it felt like I was being kept in the dark. Fast forward to when we got home to his parents' home and we argued about this. I said some stuff I regretted about him keeping it a secret to meet up with girls there and that I was not on his mind and that he made decisions without me. Made it seem like he was cheating or had one foot out the door. He has been active on Tinder in early stages of the relationship. The work trip was not a regular work trip, more like a vacation for his company where they would drink, go to bars, and do fun stuff together. After the fight and him going to Greece, he only wanted intimacy on Saturdays and the same stuff all the time. He started telling me maybe I should work out, but not in a way that's saying you are fat, and asking me what I ate in a day. 3 months after the trip, someone at my work said they knew someone who dated a guy that worked with my boyfriend, and that my boyfriend's work has been at a strip club when on vacation. I called my boyfriend as soon as I was done talking to my colleague, and he denied being at a strip club, but that some of the other guys had went, and that he didn't want to tell me because he knew I would overreact and worry. Fast forward to this summer, I had been feeling down for a long time, and I didn't know if I wanted this relationship to continue. We went on a trip to his homeland, he's from Asia, and we started having sex regularly, and he started showing me why I fell for him in the first place. But we got back and nothing has changed. We don't live together, we only see each other on the weekends, and we only have sex on Saturdays. I'm starting to lose feelings. I've talked to him many times, but he thinks I want too much and that he isn't enough for me. I want a family with him, and he said he wanted one too when we visited his home country. But now he tells me he doesn't want it, and if I want a child now, we should break up, and that I demand too much, and I never see what he does for me. Again, I felt like I couldn't discuss our future together without him already having a foot out the door. I don't want a child now, but I like talking about the future and dreaming about it too, since I live in a really abusive household. So the next weekend I brought up something about us not seeing each other more than the weekends, and he got upset, and I flipped when we got into an argument about that, and I lied in a rage and told him I was pregnant some months ago, and that I lost it due to stress and not having him to talk to, and that if we were going to have an ongoing relationship, he had to step up more, and I had to know if it was going to be us. I did talk to him when we had calmed down and told him that it was only hypothetical, and that I made it seem like I was pregnant before to give him an example of why I don't feel like we can talk anymore, or that I feel like he's there for me. He still says he feels like I lied, and that's why I asked if I'm the a-hole. I regret saying it, but I clarified everything, and I don't feel like it's fair to be called a liar. But you did lie. Am I the a-hole? I lied to my boyfriend, 23 male, about being pregnant and losing the baby. The entire thing is not about that. It's like, here is how fucked up our relationship is. And then in the last paragraph, very briefly, OP is like, yeah, so we were arguing, and then I lied that I was pregnant, but then lost the baby. But then I explained to him later that it was just a hypothetical. So technically, I wasn't actually lying. I think think both of y'all need to separate and go to therapy. Everyone sucks here. That was so stressful to read. I think I need to take a shot after that. That kind of relationship, the people that are in those can't think logically. They're in it for an emotional roller coaster, and in a lot of ways, that's what they're looking for in a relationship. They're looking for like those ups and downs and ups and downs. And until they like logically can separate themselves and be like, this is toxic, I need to go, they're gonna be stuck in something like that no matter what kind of relationship they're in. Am I the a-hole for abruptly cutting my ex-fiance out of my life? I, male 25, met my now ex-fiance in my first year of college. We were both 18 and went from friends to lovers pretty quickly. We clicked so well and everything was so easy and effortless. We had a really good relationship. It's the kind of relationship that everyone wishes they were in. The kind of relationship that people idolized and said, if those two broke up, then love doesn't exist. You get the picture. For the purpose of this post, let's call my ex Ashley. Ashley was everything I was looking for in a woman. Funny, smart, attractive, down to earth, and family oriented. She wanted to build a life together. Our families got close over the course of our relationship. It was like we were already one big family before even getting married. As planned, I popped the question a year ago, not knowing that this would change everything. She said yes, of course, but things started to change. Slowly but surely over the months, she became more distanced. I tried to ignore it and chalk it up to nervousness. You know, cold feet before taking the big marriage plunge. I should have trusted my instincts. She always went out with her group of friends on the weekends. I've been on those outings before. Usually it's clubbing and drinking. It's not my scene, but I trusted my girl, so I had no problem with her going without. These outings became much more frequent after I popped the question. I tried to ignore my gut feeling that something was wrong about this. I should have listened. Last week, I get a text from one of her girlfriends. She said she feels super guilty about what's been going on. According to her, Ashley has been worried about getting married. She feels that she hasn't had a chance to explore other options, and the prospect of getting locked down for life made her really anxious. On these outings, she will frequently flirt with guys, dance with them, grind on them, make out with them to get it out of her system. Since she wasn't having sex with them, she didn't consider it cheating. According to her friend, she also gave one guy a BJ in the club bathroom. She sent me pictures and videos from some of those escapades. My heart sank. I felt like I died that day. I thanked the friend for telling me and told her to keep it between us. For me, any form of cheating is a big no-no. I knew it was over. What makes this worse is that I have a past with cheating. She knows about my high school ex who cheated on me, and being a stupid teenager, I tried to end it all. This just makes this whole situation cut even deeper. She knows how much hurt she could cause and still went ahead with it. I wanted to crawl into a bed and cry for a month. I wanted to be weak. I felt weak. I decided I would give myself the chance to mourn and cry over this after I protect myself. Me and my fiance share an apartment that we both pay rent for 50-50. I decided to take 2 days off of work and covertly started to move my things out to my brother's house across the city. He knows about everything and immediately offered his place to me. The first day I moved non-essential items out. When Ashley got back from work, she made a comment about it, but I brushed it off by saying I sold some stuff and took some more stuff to a storage unit to tidy and clear space up in our apartment. She didn't question it. I was furious on the inside about everything that I found out about, but I kept cool to avoid suspicion. She noticed I was a bit withdrawn, but I told her I was just tired and stressed from work. The second day, while she was at work, my brother and his wife came over to help me pack everything else, and I was fully moved out by 3 p.m. that day. Since then, I have avoided every single form of communication sent by my ex. I have completely cut her off. I refuse to talk to her or her family. I don't even want to confront her about what happened. She came home that day and saw everything was gone. She texted all my friends and family, who in turn texted me, but I only responded to my parents, who are fully behind me in my decision. Her family and friends are blowing up my phone and saying I'm an a-hole for leaving without a word. They've even been blasting me on social media. I don't really care. She knows what she did. To me, she is dead. She doesn't exist. Because of all this backlash, my brother and his wife are now also questioning if it was right of me to completely ignore everyone. This has caused me to doubt myself a bit, so here I am. There's this tiny update that says an overwhelming amount of people have convinced me to reach out to her parents and give them an explanation to clear my name. I will update when I get a chance to tomorrow. Thank you for the response. Normally, I would say just completely ghosting is not a good form of communication, but in this instance, I don't think we can argue with it. Especially with his past with cheating, I think it's very merited for homeboy to be like, deuces. Not the a-hole. I do think he should clear his name though. After an overwhelming amount of people screamed at me in the comments to speak out, I decided to break my silence. I didn't want to make this whole thing public. Despite what she did, some part of me still cares for her. I was with her for 6 years. You can't just throw that away overnight. I came to the conclusion that the right thing to do was to talk to her parents. Only her family needed to know. Everyone else can have whatever opinion they want of me. I still don't care. The people who truly know me and are close to me are the only ones I care about. I sent a detailed message of what happened to my closest friends and family. All of them, of course, believed me right away. No pictures needed. I didn't feel like it was necessary or appropriate to spread those pictures of her, so I didn't. Now that the people I cared about were sorted, I moved on gone to her parents. I messaged her mom, who, by the way, I had gotten so close to, I considered her a second mom and she considered me a son. She was very upset with me, but agreed to meet up. I felt like this needed to be an in-person conversation rather than a nuke I drop in an email with everyone they know CC'd. I met her mom and her dad at a diner we used to frequent for breakfast. It was quite emotional. They were understandably upset. They didn't do anything wrong and I cut them out of my life like nothing happened. I understood why they were upset, so when they were confronting me, I was very quiet, just listening, letting them get it all out. I admit I was tearing up with them, that is until they accused me of some things. It's been a whole week since all of this went down. In that week, a lot happened. Apparently, according to her parents, my ex convinced everyone that I cheated and that she kicked me out. And I haven't been answering anyone because I was so ashamed of what I had done. LOL. I literally laughed out loud. I responded by saying that I am sorry and I wished them a happy life and walked out. What? Nah, you can't let that slander go down. I was so effing upset, I couldn't even have imagined of being accused of this. What an effing joke. I can't believe her parents would believe her and throw me under the bus so fast. I walked out because I'm pretty sure I would have said some things I'd regret to her parents. I didn't want to do this, but she left me no choice. I activated the nuclear option. This is gonna get crazy. I love it. I went home, made an email titled "For Your Reading Pleasure" and attached every picture her friend sent me, including screenshots of the chat with her friend where she expressed how guilty she felt about the cheating. I also attached the videos of her grinding and making out with other guys. I included a long explanation detailing everything that has happened since D-Day. I ended the email by saying that I do not wish to be contacted and that I expect my ring back at some point. I attached her, her parents, any friend I could think of, and a coworker that I just so happen to know as well. Fuck it. And that's what I'm talking about. That's how you put a cheater on blast. So that's where I'm at now. I may be the a-hole for sending that email, but she really tested my effing limits when I found out what she was telling people. I have zero regrets. Currently crashing at my brother's place on a pull-out couch. He's helping me get through this as much as one can, I guess. Who knows what kind of fallout that email will create. Either way, I'm gonna sit back and enjoy it with popcorn while sobbing. Oh, I feel like, as like terrible as that is, that's closure right there. Before he was like, yo, like I still care about her, like she cared about me. But like after that, bro, nah, that woman is a piece of shit. You shouldn't have been with her. Fuck up her life and dip. Proud of this result. Need an update on the fallout, to be honest. Yeah, I would love to know the fallout. Oh my god. I accidentally caused a war between my family and my brother's wife's family with one innocent text message. Original post on May 31st, 2023. So my brother's wedding happened 2 days ago and it turned into complete chaos, which I know even though I wasn't there. You might wonder why I didn't attend the wedding if it's my brother's. Well, it's because of his wife's family. He did send me an invitation to the wedding because he wanted me there, but his fiance told him I couldn't attend because I had a boyfriend. You might be confused, but I am a man, a bisexual man to be exact, and I have a boyfriend who I wanted to bring to the wedding. She said even though she doesn't have a problem with that, and he doesn't have a problem with that, her extremely religious parents who already forced her to do the wedding in a church would most likely banish us from the wedding and cause trouble between our families. After she told him that, my brother told me I couldn't attend and told me why. You might think I was angry. The truth is, I was relieved. I hate going to big events with lots of people because of my social anxiety, and I already was used to not being able to attend certain events because of my sexuality, so it was nothing I haven't heard before. So at the day of the wedding, I stayed at home with my boyfriend. It was worth mentioning my parents apparently didn't even know I wasn't attending the wedding. I was chilling at home cuddling with my boyfriend when I suddenly got a text message from my parents asking me where I was because they couldn't find me at the wedding party. I told them I wasn't attending the wedding and asked if my brother hadn't told them anything. They said no and asked me what happened. I didn't see any reason to lie, so I sent them a text message telling them exactly why. Now I have to admit, I don't exactly know what happened after I sent them this message because they read it but didn't reply. And why do they care in the first place? They didn't notice I wasn't there before until the wedding was already over. They only noticed when the wedding party started. However, apparently my parents talked to my brother about it and all of a sudden my absence was the main topic of the wedding party. From what I heard, two fronts formed. On the one hand, my parents and the rest of my family against the family of my brother's wife, and apparently he as a husband now felt compelled to take her side and tried to argue in her favor. It's crazy to think that I was just sitting at home living my best life with my boyfriend while all that shit went down on his wedding. The wedding party was ruined and my brother appeared on my door, angrily screaming at me why I felt the need to ruin his wedding. I was confused and asked him what happened, and he told me everything. I told him it wasn't my intention. I just told our parents what happened because they didn't know and wanted to know where I was, and I thought he told them beforehand. He screamed at me that I ruined his wedding. I told him it's not my fault he wasn't honest with them. I just respected their wish to not attend the wedding. I couldn't know it would go down like this because, like I said, I couldn't attend several events before because of my sexuality, and my parents never said anything about it, so I thought it would be the same thing here. But I gotta admit, it's kind of sweet that my parents and the rest of my family stood up for me. They haven't done it before. That's more than a welcome change, but I still feel kind of bad because apparently I really ruined the wedding party. OP is not in the wrong. At the end of the day, homophobic people really got what was coming to them. I can comfortably go to sleep tonight knowing that these homophobic people lost, as they always should. At the end of the day, this is OP's brother's fault for not letting his own family know, like, hey, by the way, I didn't invite our blood, our family. Oh, why, you might ask? Because he's bisexual and has a boyfriend. Update 1. After my brother's visit, his wife and him went on a honeymoon, and the way the wedding party went might have been even worse than I imagined. What happens now is incredible. When I said in the main post that 2 fronts had formed, I only meant that metaphorically, of course, but it's no longer that. While nothing more interesting happened in the first 2 days afterwards, the terror started as soon as my brother and his wife went on their honeymoon. My mom and dad visited me and told me how the wedding party escalated and they were so close to physical violence. I thought it was funny at first, but this truly bothers me. I also want to point out that you did a great job convincing me that it's not my fault, but hearing my parents' side still gave me a bad feeling in my stomach. However, like I said, the terror started shortly after they went to their honeymoon. And when I say terror, I mean that my sister-in-law's family found both my Facebook and Instagram account and started spamming me with hateful messages. I received insults and hateful messages from various different accounts who all had one thing in common. They all had somewhat of a Christian theme and all of them had the same last name. So it wasn't hard to find out whose accounts it was, mainly because I don't know my sister-in-law's family at all. I only know her, and I know her parents were homophobic Christians. But whatever. They not only started attacking me, they also found the account of my boyfriend over my account because we're linked as a couple and started to send him the same messages. On one side, the messages contain stuff like, "You're burning in hell for your sins." One even called me and my boyfriend 2 devils in disguise. The other side were just blatant insults. You get the idea. I called my parents and told them what they were doing. Then I sent a text message to my brother with screenshots of the messages his wife's family sent me, to which he replied that I shouldn't disturb him with that during his honeymoon as I already destroyed his wedding party. I couldn't believe it. He was just like them. He did send me an apology after my mom told me she called him, but none of this is the main reason I'm giving you this update this early, because I got a call this morning from an unknown number. I hesitated because I thought it was one of them, and I was right, but it was none of the people who insulted me. I heard a woman's voice who introduced herself as the half-sister of my brother's wife. She said it didn't went unnoticed what her family was doing and she wanted to apologize for that. I told her I'm not going to tell anyone in her family about this and that I don't blame her for her family's actions. She thanked me and hung up. I don't know why, but I have this feeling she only did this to protect her family from being reported. My mother wrote to me earlier that she wants to report the insults and the harassment of these people and that she demands for my brother to divorce his wife or she will disinherit him from her will, because that's not how she raised him. A little radical in my opinion, but I understand where she's coming from. This entire thing escalated so much, it's unbelievable. Thank y'all for support on my first post. In between updates, OP posted this on his profile. Why am I so casual about this entire situation? Some of y'all were wondering why I seem so calm and casual in the update when I'm discriminated against. The truth is that I have been in a relationship with my boyfriend for 3 years now, and the things that happen now are nothing compared to what I've been through. I've received hateful messages almost daily, not only from their accounts, but in general, and I learned to ignore that. There have been way worse situations, such as when my boyfriend went to visit his family and I couldn't go with them. We kissed each other goodbye on the train station, and when the train left and no one saw it, a group of guys attacked me. I was sent to the hospital because of severe injuries, just to give you an idea of what I had to deal with in the past. And don't get me wrong, we will report my sister-in-law's family, but what they're doing is nothing I haven't seen 1,000 times before. I can't believe that stuff still exists. That's terrifying. Update 2. First of all, me and my boyfriend are fine. Luckily for us, they didn't go any further than their text messages. My mom filed a report against them. I don't know the current situation about that as I haven't filed the report myself. The reason I update you is a different one. First of all, one person in my sister-in-law's family is actually going to testify in my favor and against her family. It really takes courage to do so. It's the same person that called me in the last update. Somehow they found out that she is into women. No reason to hide it anymore. However, she said she's fine and is going to stay at a friend's house. I have so much respect for what she does. Imagine the strength you need to testify against your own family. I now feel bad for assuming she only called me to save her family from being reported. More importantly, what is the current situation with my brother? Well, my mom talked to him and told him to leave his wife or she will disinherit him from her will. He decided to stay with his wife, and my mom made her threat come true. He's no longer in her will. My father did the same. When I visited them, I also told them that I wish this entire situation went different. They assured me it's not my fault, but I feel like if it wasn't for me, then my family wouldn't be ripped apart like this. Haven't talked to my brother since then. My boyfriend feels similar. He also told me he kind of feels responsible for all this chaos. I assured him it's not his fault, but honestly, I wasn't even sure if I could say this in my position. On the other hand, it was my sister-in-law's family's bigotry that ruined everything, and everything would have been fine if I could have just attended. And now it's time for me to grow distant to this situation. We'll see what the report will do. I followed your advice to document everything. The insulting and harassing messages continued until 2 days ago, so I have much to say about them. Unfortunately, homophobia is still very much normalized in our society. I already said it in my post in my profile, but the reason I'm so calm and casual about the situation is the simple fact that I'm used to situations like this. They don't get to me anymore. If I let any insult get to me, I wouldn't make it for a long time. It's a coping mechanism. I've been into situations where I was sent into the hospital because I kissed my boyfriend in public, so insults and harassments like theirs is nothing I haven't seen before. Update 3. Last time I told you my mother was pressing charges against them, and to my surprise, we won. They weren't going to jail or anything, but they had to pay for their actions. Literally. There was one incident where my sister-in-law's dad was actually trying to find out where I lived and asked my brother who told him. Only God knows what he would have done to us if we still had lived there. But in the time span of the last 2 months, me and my boyfriend moved to a different place, which my brother didn't know anything of. Also, their social media accounts were deleted. However, I don't know if this was part of their punishment or if they did it themselves. My mother has also carried out the threat towards my brother and disinherited him from her will. After he came back from his honeymoon, he begged her to put him back in again. She said only if he apologized to me. She invited me and my boyfriend over, and my brother sat in the living room with his mad look on his face. She made him apologize, but I didn't accept this apology because I could tell it wasn't sincere. He did it because he had to and not because he was actually sorry. I told my brother that I am disappointed in him for who he has become. Before that, we had this huge bond. We usually never judge each other for stuff like this, and all of a sudden he has such a problem with me having a boyfriend. I just don't get it. I told him that I miss the old him. He didn't respond to anything. He just sat there quietly staring at the bottom. After I finished, he just got up and left. This was the last time I spoke to him, and it's already been a few weeks since this happened. My parents paid much more attention to the discrimination I faced since this incident. They wanted to learn more about the problems I face as a queer person. I really love them. My dad even got a bisexual pride flag for me and asked if he could hang it in our bedroom. That's so cute. W dad. W's in the chat for the dad. I love that I have such great parents. I just wish for my brother to become the person he once was. By the way, since the case with my sister-in-law's family is over, I didn't hear anything about their lesbian daughter. She supported us through the process, but we lost contact afterwards, and I just hope she's fine. I like this type of stuff because I'm straight, so like I don't get to see this type of stuff. Getting reminders that it still exists is nice, is a nice like break from reality. I feel like in everyone's head we like to imagine this world is like a perfect, beautiful place, but truly stuff like this is unacceptable. Add over double standards in my marriage. A week ago, I asked my daughter 8 to quickly watch her brother 10 months while I picked up some things from the floor that I had been working on during his nap. She rarely gets asked to watch him, as I feel that he is my job, not hers. Hubby came home and saw that she was watching the baby and went off on me about how I was irresponsible. Accidents happen quickly and she wouldn't know what to do in a choking event. These are all reasonable fears, so I made the necessary changes to ensure I am there to watch him at all times. Today, Sunday, I asked him to watch the baby as I started baking a large order. I came into the room and noticed he was alone watching TV. I asked him where the baby was, and he replied that our daughter was watching him in our bedroom. Her bedroom is on the opposite side of the house, and with the TV blaring, you could definitely not hear what was going on in her room. I pointed out to him how he yelled at me last week for the same thing, and he replied that was different. When asked how, he replied she wants to look after him. She came to ask me if she could. I was so mad. I didn't leave them alone for prolonged periods of time. I was literally in and out of the room during all of that time as I was cleaning up, but that was neglectful and dangerous because I asked her to watch the baby. While at the same time, it is perfectly okay for her to be left completely alone, rooms away with the TV on because she asked to watch him, so somehow that would mean that she pays closer attention to him. Like, accidents don't happen when you choose to look after a baby. He is now mad at me, saying I am overreacting and that I am still in the wrong while he is not. I accept that I was wrong in asking her to watch him, but am I wrong for being mad about the double standards? Absolutely not. That is a pretty easy cut and paste one right there. Definitely not the a-hole. I don't know why, but I saw this as like, I guess it's responsible for him to call it out, don't get me wrong, but I feel like parents do this all the time. Like, you can't watch that that baby 24/7. At a certain point, you got to trust the fact that like you've taken the precautions to get rid of all these choking hazards or any other hazards. I don't know. I think it's like, hey, maybe we should watch the baby better, not like I'm mad at you and you're irresponsible. 2 tampons may mean my marriage is over. I, 29 female, have been with my husband, 30 male, for 7 years, married 4. I've never had a reason to suspect he was unfaithful to me or even remotely dissatisfied with our marriage. He likes to joke that we're still living the honeymoon phase, nearly 5 years and 2 kids in. I wouldn't have questioned that or him were it not for a surprise I found in his car last month. When buckling our daughter into her car seat, I noticed something slotted between the cushions. I pulled it out and saw that it was a tampon. This wouldn't have been so unusual had I not had an IUD that has stopped my period for the past year, and I didn't even recognize the wrapper style. I brought it to my husband's attention and he didn't seem to understand what it was, let alone why I was holding it, until I told him where I'd found it and why I was almost certain it wasn't mine. He shrugged and said it probably belonged to his coworker Fiona. It's not uncommon for my husband to carpool to lunch with his coworkers, and we're both fairly close to Fiona and her husband. I figured it was entirely possible the tampon had slipped out of her purse whenever he had driven with them or offered her a ride. No big deal. I put it out of my mind until we had dinner with Fiona and her husband a couple weeks later. I had sincerely wanted to believe my husband. I just couldn't get over the way it had been tucked in the seat and how my husband had seemed not to have any regard for it whatsoever. Maybe playing dumb. I don't know. I did something that I now feel kind of crazy for doing. I faked an emergency and asked Fiona if she had any tampons while we were out together. She handed me one almost identical to the tampon I found in our back seat, and I breathed a sigh of relief. So the tampon there was probably the same tampon here, and in all likelihood, there was an innocent explanation as to why it had been left in the back seat in the first place. I thought I'd seen the last of the out-of-place feminine hygiene products until I found another tampon this morning, this time in my sock drawer. I feel physically ill at the thought of my husband having an affair, and even more nauseated at the thought that the woman might have left these tampons out for me to find. If it was my husband's coworker, why would she give herself away by offering me one the other night? In any other situation, I would want to talk to my husband about this, but I feel too sick and embarrassed to approach him with what I found. I'm trying to think, like, the car makes a lot of sense to me. Maybe he was hooking up with somebody in the car and then it fell out and got lodged in the seat. But the sock drawer is like, even if he was cheating on you, how did this end up in the sock drawer? This time in my sock drawer. Is there any possible way she could have, like, that the tampon that she borrowed from Fiona could have ended up in her sock drawer? Do you guys know what I'm saying? OP, before you confront your husband, get more evidence. I cannot tell you how many times my dad or my brother just chuck things in a random drawer because they don't know where they belong, but they still want to help. If the 2 previous tampons, Cars and Fiona's, are not 100% accounted for, I would say there's a chance the one you found in your drawer is one of those. That's what I was thinking. However, it is suspicious. If I were you, before planting a camera that would completely break your husband's trust in the case he is not cheating, I would start becoming more unpredictable with my movements. Come back early from work when you can, or go on a girls' night, but come back way earlier than usual. If he is cheating, chances are you will catch him. Like, I'm just trying to think of, like, if you're getting cheated on, how did this tampon end up in your sock drawer? People might be like, oh, like the woman is trying to tell her, but you think the woman would just go outright and tell her. You know what I'm saying? Send her one of those, hey girly, like Instagram DMs. There's a better way to tell the person, like, hey, yo, you're getting cheated on, by like dropping a tampon in the sock drawer. I do think it is possible that this same tampon is the one, because, like, she didn't use it, so, like, it had to go somewhere unless she threw it away. Like, maybe there's a possibility that that same tampon is the one that ended up into her sock drawer. Updated post, September 20th, 2023, 18 days later. Contemplating every possible source of 2 tampons has been my personal hell for the past few weeks, but I wanted to share an update. Shortly after posting on here, I told my sister what happened. The tampon in the back seat and the sock drawer, my husband's cluelessness, the tampon from Fiona, and all the things I suspected, but didn't want to believe. We compared tampons, save for the back seat one I had already discarded, and they were a match, just in different absorbencies. I hadn't left either in a place where my husband or daughter could have found them and moved them around. My daughters didn't know what they were and where they had come from. My sister was convinced it was Fiona, either fucking my husband, fucking with me, or both. Direct confrontation of either party still seemed like a bad idea, so she suggested inviting Fiona and her husband over for our Labor Day barbecue. Unfortunately, they already had plans. My sister and I agreed that it was too soon for cameras without any other evidence, so it was just a waiting game from there. Watching my husband for any changed behavior, there was none. Our house for misplaced/foreign objects, there was none. And even the girls for any new new friends they might have met. My sister's husband was adamant on this last point, and partly why he was inclined to believe that the tampons were harmless. If anything had happened in or around our home, he said it would be nearly impossible to keep from me and the girls, since my husband was the one taking them to and from daycare and most other activities during the week. I felt a good bit of consolation in that. It wasn't until my younger daughter, 2 years old, came down with something last week that I felt any differently. I wanted to be the one home taking care of her, but my husband insisted that I stay at work while he stayed at home with her. I was okay with that. My sister and her husband figured it was a good sign that he would take the time off at a moment's notice, and at that point, we were all already beginning to put the tampon fiasco behind us. By the third or fourth day, I was just happy to see a near healthy child and a husband who was helping see her through it. Toward the end of the week, though, I came home to something strange. The toddler I'd left that morning in an old PJ set was now dressed in a onesie I'd never seen before with a tiny clip in her hair. I can't say I have the sharpest memory, but I have a pretty good sense of what my kids wear on a day-to-day basis, and particularly what kinds of clothes they'd wear. I'd sworn off the full-length sleep suits with snaps across the front long before we'd ever had our second. The long snaps were just a pain in the ass and a no-go for the efficient diaper changes, in my opinion. It's just not something I would dress her in, and my husband knows as much. He doesn't plan for or buy the girls' clothes, and he certainly doesn't accessorize them, so I was bewildered and kind of floored at the thought of someone around our sick child without my knowledge. I didn't think twice, and I went straight to my husband to ask if anyone had been over to see him or the girls. He seemed confused like before and asked me why I would think that. It had just been him and the kids all day. I asked again if someone had so much as stopped by to say hello, and he denied it. He told me to calm down. I might have lashed out and come forward with the accusations right then and there, but our older daughter was in the room, and she sensed something was up. In a calmer voice, I asked him a third time if anyone had been around our children, and my husband swore that the girls hadn't been around anyone but him. He also denied buying new clothes or doing anyone's hair. With our daughter in the room and my emotions all over the place, I decided to leave it. I couldn't make sense of it then, and it hardly seems clearer now, after I've driven myself half crazy with explanations that aren't adding up. This is like the plot of a horror story. What do you guys think, chat? Because I think it would be so weird if OP was getting cheated on. Either the person that her husband's cheating on is being so sloppy that they're leaving tampons in weird places and dressing up the woman's children, or if she is trying to tell the wife that she's sleeping with her husband. Why? I could maybe see the situation where like the girl's like, when are you gonna divorce your wife and be with me forever? And the husband's dragging his feet, so she's trying to like speed up the process. But there are definitely way better ways to speed up that process. Leave a nude photo of you, like something more obvious. Put it somewhere where the wife is gonna find it. But this is weird. Reminds us of our disassociation related amnesia, but this is very clearly not that. That's what, oh, bro, what if like the husband has like dissociative identity disorder? What if like the husband, when the wife leaves, the husband is turning into a woman? Bro, that would actually be a fire movie. To answer a couple questions, my 2-year-old can only string together a couple words at a time, and when I ask her about her time with daddy or clothes / bow, she answers based on cues I give her, e.g., who gave you that pretty bow? And she repeats pretty bow back to me, or mama, daddy, over and over. My older daughter, almost 4, was at daycare that morning. She can't recall anything different from that day. Doesn't remember the PJ change or the hair clip, so my guess is she was changed sometime that morning, and I'm not totally sure. I have a 45-minute commute to work, so stopping by for lunch isn't really feasible. My sister has been kind enough to leave work and drive past a few times here and there, and she hasn't seen anything out of the ordinary. We have a Ring camera at the front door, and I've got the app on my phone with notice on. Nothing there. If anyone has recommendations for me for more discreet surveillance, I'd be open to it. I'm just the least tech-savvy person and worry another camera will be easy to detect, LOL. Is it possible one of the hair clips came from the daycare? I could see the hair clip being a possibility, but less likely on the onesie. My younger daughter hadn't been to daycare in days, and if either of them had returned with something like that before, I would have noticed, especially since it was the kind of onesie I hate with a passion, LOL. OOP replied to this post. She clarified she did ask the husband where the onesie was from and added this. He said, must be one of the old ones, which would be weird but plausible. I swore off the long side button onesies after our first kid, and we donated the rest of them. Is it possible that one slipped past us? Sure. What doesn't make sense to me is how adamant he is that he didn't change her into the onesie or give her a bow. Yeah, wait, actually, that's a really good point. If a woman had come over, slept with him, and changed his daughter into the onesie, when confronted, wouldn't he be like, oh yeah, I did that. I'm gonna get caught for cheating if I tell her like it wasn't me. In his head, he's like, oh shit, so-and-so, who I just cheated on my wife with, must have come and like changed her, so I should tell her that I changed her. For him to be like, I didn't do that. That's like almost more truthful for him to be like, yo, I don't know how the fuck this got on her. He says, I'm misremembering what I left her in that morning. I'd give him the benefit of the doubt on the onesie existing in her house somewhere, but to insist that I buttoned her up in a piece of clothing I despise and then forgot about it is something else. Maybe they have some creepy person living in their attic. I've heard of that happening before. That's what I'm thinking.
Final updated post, October 6th, 2023. After nearly losing my mind over a hair clip and a onesie, I realized I wasn't getting anywhere with the accusations and half-baked guesswork. I'd gotten so absorbed in the paranoia and misery of my situation that I wasn't sleeping, eating, or caring for my kids the way I should have been, and I wasn't getting any answers. So I decided to pull the trigger on the hidden cameras and have them shipped to my sister's house, with my brother-in-law agreeing to help with the install/setup over at mine. Before the cameras were ever delivered though, I got my long-awaited confirmation last week. A ring notification had alerted me to motion at the front door while I was at work, half expecting to see a delivery person, pet, or lawn care salesman for the 15th time. You can imagine my surprise when I saw a clip of a young woman leading my daughter into the house hand in hand, with my husband and other daughter close behind them. The girls were supposed to be in daycare and my husband at work. The woman, as far as I knew, was living 2 states away with a court order keeping her there. Wait, what? How does she know this? I immediately called my husband to ask him what the fuck this woman was doing in her house. He didn't answer, so I texted it to him. Even in his stupidity, he probably realized he had messed up by going through the front door, knew I had gotten the ring notification, and wanted to delay the inevitable. By the 5th or 6th subsequent call, though, he picked up. The woman on the camera was my husband's sister. Oh, okay. That would make sense as to why OP knew, like, oh, she was supposed to be 2 states away. As I would come to find out later, she was the likely source of both tampons, the onesie, and the bow. She is also a registered sex offender and a recovering addict who spent the better part of her adolescence and young childhood coercing the silence of another one of my husband's family members after she had molested them. I hadn't seen or heard from her in years, and from the way my husband talked about her, I didn't expect I ever would. But here she was in our house with our children. I'm trying to decide if it's better or worse that he wasn't cheating. She probably saw the daughter naked when she changed her into a onesie. Honestly, like, I think this is worse than cheating, bro. Not only letting a sex offender handle your kids, but keeping it a secret from your wife. I'm all about forgiveness. Don't get me wrong. I think people need to be given the opportunity to earn forgiveness, but keeping it away from your wife, I think it would have been better if he cheated on her. Suffice to say, I was livid. It wasn't an affair at all, and still somehow infinitely more disgusting knowing who it was and why all of this had been happening. Apparently, my sister-in-law, fresh off another stint in rehab, had wanted to connect and make amends with people she'd hurt, and my husband was high on that list. My husband didn't want me to know, or worse, try and keep her family, our children, away from her, so they'd been meeting in secret, often at our house when I was at work. They would enter through the garage in my husband's car so the ring camera at the front door wouldn't tip me off. She spent the night on a weekend I had been on a business trip and slept in our bed. She babysat our girls on a night my husband told me he had dropped them off at his parents'. She bought the girls clothes and dressed my youngest in the onesie and bow that my husband had promised on his life I had dressed her in myself. My husband swore this was all in my head, the tampons, the onesie, the bow, and all the rest. He was perfectly content to watch me agonize for weeks over a woman he insisted didn't exist, shrugging off each progressively more unsettling discovery like it was news to him and telling me I was being irrational. He insinuated that I was experiencing postpartum depression 2 years after I'd given birth. 4 years after I'd told him that one of my biggest fears for motherhood was to suffer postpartum depression like my mother had with me, to not be fully present for our babies and be left with a world of guilt and regret as they grew older. He told me I wasn't sleeping enough, that I missed the girls too much, that I needed to take a step back and reevaluate the state of my mental health. I gave him the benefit of the doubt because he was my husband and because no other version of events made sense. Now, after a month of this mindfuck, I have nothing to show for my trust but this pathetic situation and a lot of anger. Call the cops and a lawyer. Already on it, believe me, we're going scorched earth with this motherfucker. motherfucker. Like I said, man, I think it would have been better if he was just cheating on her. I really thought this was going to be some sort of cheating or people messing with her, but wow. Yeah, I thought it was going to be like, yeah, so like someone has been sneaking into the house. I was thinking that was worst case scenario. Final update. Am I the a-hole for leaving the restaurant after my sister flirted with my girlfriend and made her uncomfortable? Original post, September 29th, 2023. My 19 female sister, Haley, 20 female, not real name, is a very open and flirty person. She never put a label on her sexuality, but she has said she's attracted to everyone. Ever since we were in high school, she'd often flirt with girls I was interested in. She'd also flirt with my friends when they'd come over to hang out. Sometimes Haley would even come into my room without knocking just to talk to them. It was very uncomfortable, and some of my friends even stopped coming over to my house because of it. This made me really angry, and I told our parents, 45 male and 42 female, but they'd always say I'm being homophobic and to leave her alone. So she'd always get away with it. A few months after she graduated, she moved out of the house, and I haven't had to deal with her flirting with my friends anymore. 7 months ago, I met my now girlfriend, Layla, 18 female, and we really hit it off. We've been together a little over 4 months. One thing to note about Layla is that she's really shy, so she never voices any concerns until after the fact. Well, I really wanted her to meet my parents, so we set up a quick dinner at a nice restaurant on Tuesday night. Without even telling me, my parents invited Haley, who was almost 30 minutes late. For the better part of the dinner, she would constantly flirt with my girlfriend. She'd give Layla compliments about her clothing, body, facial features, and even offer her number multiple times. My parents would just laugh along with her antics, saying it's just how she normally is. But I could clearly see Layla was uncomfortable, so I paid my side of the bill and took her home. When we got to her house, I asked if I could spend the night, and she said yes, and that's where I've been for the past few days. My parents and Haley have been blowing up my phone, calling me all sorts of names, which has me thinking I was in the wrong. I haven't answered any of my sister's messages, but I told my mom where I am. When I asked Layla about it, she said the compliments were nice at first, but she got uncomfortable. So am I the a-hole for making a big deal out of my sister flirting with my girlfriend? I didn't put my reasoning, sorry. My parents think I'm an a-hole for ignoring my sister's messages, and an even bigger a-hole for walking out of the restaurant. They say I was entitled and rude. I'm gonna go with not the a-hole, but what OP did not, he was ignoring his sister, but he needs to call her out on it and push her to apologize to the girlfriend, because the real victim here is the girlfriend. The fact is that the girlfriend was uncomfortable, and that's unacceptable. So for him to call the sister out by being like, hey, you're flirting with her, it was very, very obvious whether our parents believe it or not, and you can't deny it because she was uncomfortable. You need to apologize to her. I think the real victim is the girlfriend. I think OP needs to stand up for her, which is definitely a hard thing to do, especially in a situation like this where the family dynamic does not seem perfect. I'm already low contact with my sister and have been since a few months after she moved out. Last time I saw her was Easter for a few minutes. I'm thinking of going low contact with my parents, but my girlfriend says she would feel bad if this was the reason I stopped talking to my parents. I don't want her to think it's her fault, but I'm pretty sure she's going to blame herself anyways. Would your parents think it was cute or funny if you flirted with Haley's dates? Haley has never been in a relationship long enough for them to meet our parents, which is why I think she has so much fun flirting with everyone. It just makes me angry when I can visibly see my friends and girlfriend getting uncomfortable with it. A few told her to stop before, but she didn't. That actually reminds me of a time one of her female friends came over a few years ago and I hinted that she was pretty. My mom said I was a creep and had to stop stalking my sister's friend. I bet if you had a brother, your parents would be far less fine with this. I've often wondered that, and a few of my friends have mentioned it before, but my parents have always shut down the conversation before I could bring it up. Besides this, Haley and I used to be very close and we had a bunch of stuff in common, but then she came out and it's put a huge strain on our relationship. I'm sure if my sister was actually my brother, my parents would have said something a long time ago. I think they don't want to risk losing my sister and her claiming homophobia over them if they speak to her about it. Have you tried talking with your sister? I've tried talking to her privately when this started, but she would run and tell our parents that I was bugging her. Then my parents would tell me to leave her alone. It was a constant back and forth all the time. Why do they think you're entitled? They say I'm entitled because I told my parents beforehand that I would be paying for the entire bill, so they didn't end up bringing any money with them. Apparently my sister paid for them after I left. Updated post October 1st, 2023. Friday night, I messaged my mom and dad to let them know I wouldn't be conversing with them unless Layla was given an apology. Up to this point, that still hasn't been received, and I don't think it ever will. I also let them know I'd be stopping by on Saturday to pick up my things from the house. Well, Saturday morning, I go over to the house and bring my girlfriend's dad, who will call Carl to help me. Sitting on the porch is my sister, who tells me immediately she wants to talk. Anyways, we go inside and sit down, which is when she says she has to tell me something without me freaking out. Basically, in a much more dimmed down version, my sister tells me she's had feelings for me since high school. fucking what? What? Time the fuck out. I am speechless. I feel like I need to go to church after reading that. You know? It's just so fucking crazy. Someone tell the sister it's okay to keep some things to yourself. Which is when I started going to the gym and slimming out a lot more. She said the main reason she flirted with my friends is because she wanted to divert her attraction somewhere else. According to her, this is also the reason she moved out so quickly, because she couldn't stand being around me and knowing she couldn't have me. I left. I didn't get any of my stuff, and honestly, I don't know if I'll go back to get it. I blocked my sister on everything as soon as I got back to my girlfriend's house, and my mom keeps messaging me telling me to apologize for walking out again. I don't know how to feel. I'm absolutely disgusted. I feel like throwing up all the time, and I'm not sure how I'm supposed to get up and go to work tomorrow like everything's normal. I haven't told my girlfriend or her dad yet, and I don't know if I'm going to. I have no idea if my mom or dad knows, but even thinking about it makes my head hurt. This is so much worse than I thought it was. WTF. Do your parents know? I don't know if my parents know, and I have no intentions of asking at this point. I'm just trying to calm down and think about what I'm going to do next. You guys might hang me for this opinion. Don't get me wrong, this is extremely messed up. I don't think blocking the sister is the right move. I think this is an issue that needs to be dealt with. I know you need time to like process it, but I think this is something where you work on some sort of closure and maybe figuring out like why this messed up thing is happening. Go to the sister and be like, hey, that's never gonna happen, and we need to go to therapy or something to figure out why you feel this way in order to like get you through this. I understand OP's reaction, but I don't think avoiding it is the way to move forward. You can't just leave that even if it's messed up. Absolutely, I agree, Alucard. She actually made an effort to pull away from the attraction as well. Granted, it wasn't a great effort, but still, that's a really good point. If she's able to identify that it's messed up and has done things to try to pull away from it, I guess the further thing would be go to therapy for it to find out where that's coming from. New update, October 9th, 2023. Last Tuesday, I messaged my parents telling them everything my sister had told me. It wasn't until Thursday I got a reply where they called me all sorts of names. They said I was perverted, a liar, a man-child, etc. However, after messaging back and forth with them for a while, it came out on my mom's side that my sister confirmed my story and wanted me to say it was false because neither of them wanted to believe it. It's safe to say I have no intention of talking to either of them for a long time. The parents are being very immature here. I told my girlfriend everything on Tuesday as well. She was a lot more supportive than I initially thought, so that worked out pretty well. On Friday, we told her father and we started looking for apartments to move in together. As for all my things back at my parents' house, my girlfriend's dad and a few of my friends went to pick up my stuff without me. I gave them a list of all the necessary things. My friends don't know why I moved out, but just that it was serious and not to ask. Which leads us to today. I know a few people on my update post commented about this being fake, and as much as I wish it wasn't, this is the hell I'm living in. Over the past week, I've been looking back to my sister and I's relationship and realized a lot of stuff that isn't normal. I'd give examples, but I just want this to be over with. Been together for a little over 4 months, but known each other 7 months. That's super early to move in together. Holy shit. I'm having a tough time with this because I don't know if OP is going about this in the right way, but I honestly can't blame him for 2 reasons. Number 1, he's super young. OP is 19. If this was me when I was 19, I would have 0 capacity to handle this in a mature situation and in a situation that could benefit everybody involved. And number 2, it does not sound like his family has been mature enough to give him the tools that he needs as an adult to handle this situation in a way that is appropriate, or maybe not even appropriate, but just like logical. I don't know if that's the right way to put it. No wonder the sister has so many issues dealing with her problem. These parents are so unhelpful. Yeah, I agree with that. The parents are definitely not helping. Brother-in-laws, 36 male. Husband, 38 male. Makes me, 24 female, feel uncomfortable, and I don't know how to tell my husband, 30 male, without them thinking I'm homophobic. Original post, September 25th, 2023. This man, 38 male, has known me, 24 female, since I started dating my husband, 30 male, a few years ago. So you can imagine that we shared a lot of moments, and I consider him my family. But lately, he's been treating me like I'm the new girlfriend who's been dating his brother-in-law for a week, if you know what I mean. I gave birth 10 weeks ago, and I still feel feel tired, and every time I say that out loud when he's around, he tells me I'm overreacting, that it's been 2 months and that I have to stop taking advantage of the situation to use my husband. He is the one who takes care of everything in our house. He does the laundry, cooks, cleans, and some nights he takes care of our daughter. But he does it because he wants to, because more than once I wanted to do those things and he told me that I should rest or things like that. The other day was my husband's birthday and I decided to bake a cake and prepare a special dinner to receive his family. And of course, he had something to say about that. He started making fun of me, saying that it was time for me to get my ass off the couch to do something productive. And he doesn't say those things when my husband is around. He says them when we are alone. And I try to ignore him because I don't want problems, but I can't do that anymore. Yesterday, he sent me an article about sex after giving birth and how many times husbands cheat on their wives because they are tired and don't want to have sex, and said something like I should pay attention and not let my marriage be ruined by my laziness. And the truth is that my husband and I had sex again a few days ago, but that's not something I want to tell everyone. But he assumed that because I'm too tired to do certain things, or because my husband decided to take care of me and do everything, I don't satisfy him. I swear I can't stand him anymore. I don't know why he changed or why he suddenly treats me like trash, but I've had enough and I want to tell my husband, but I don't know how. I know I sound like a fool for not knowing how to communicate with my husband, but in the past, this man has had problems with my other brother-in-law's wife because he accused her of being homophobic. And since then, everyone took his side and hated her, and I don't want that. I honestly don't care if he's gay or whatever he wants to be. I just want him to leave me alone because I have been struggling a lot with guilt for letting my husband do everything, and listening to the things he says hurts me because they make me feel like I'm being a burden on my husband and that he will soon get tired of me. My fear of being accused of being homophobic has to do with the fact that I come from a religious family, and I'm sure that if I say something about him, everyone will take it the wrong way. So how can I face this? Confronting this man is not an option because he is not a peaceful person, and I don't want him to yell at me or accuse me of things that I'm not. So what can I do? How can I talk about this with my husband or my brother-in-law? I honestly don't know if he knows how his husband is treating me, so I thought it would be a good idea to talk to him too. It worries me that you're worried about talking about this with your husband, who, not that the husband is supposed to always take the wife's side, but if you married this human being and she's coming to you and is like, hey, I'm having this problem, and you know them on a deep enough level that you know they're not homophobic, you should be open to siding with your wife over your brother-in-law's husband. So that kind of concerns me. I'm not sure if that's OP overthinking it and like the husband would take her side, or if the husband is like not a good husband. I think the best plan of action, if you're really truly concerned about it, is try to record a video of the brother-in-law being disrespectful and of you telling them that it's not the case and them still being a dickhead about it. I would show your husband and the brother-in-law the article that the husband sent, because that is way out of line. Like, you can't even call that homophobic. You can just be like, hey, he's sending me articles about our sex life. That's weird. That's so weird. October 2nd, 2023, update 1. After posting, I decided to take the advice of one of the people who commented on the original post and left my phone near my husband with the chat open for him to see. He saw the chat and asked me, since when did I let his brother-in-law send me those kinds of things? I told him that I never let him, and he simply started giving me advice without me asking for it. And I told him everything. And fortunately, he believed me and said that he would talk to his brother about his husband's behavior. That same day, he called his brother and they had a long talk, and of course his husband was hysterical and told him a bunch of lies about me. According to him, ever since my daughter was born, I haven't stopped bragging about motherhood because I know that he can't have children, that I always try to make him feel less for being a man and things like that are not true. Of course, the majority of the family believed him because they know that I come from a very religious family, and they believe that's why I'm capable of doing those things that he accused me of. They always believe everything he says because he and my husband's brother have been a couple since high school and suffered a lot of homophobia, and they are constantly trying to protect them from it, even if you are not homophobic. I would like to say that he hates me and thus justify him, but he was always like that. A while ago, he had a fight with his older brother's wife and also accused her of being homophobic. They had a fight because he told her children that they should like boys because girls aren't as fun and things like that. Then she told him not to tell them that, and that everyone will decide if they like girls or boys in the future, and he got offended and He accused her of being homophobic because according to him, she would not have said that if he had told her children that they should like girls. When he accused her of that, the whole family turned their backs on her and no one talks to her. And now they're doing the same thing to me, and as much as I try not to care, I just can't. I have known his family since I was a teenager and I considered them family. I don't understand why they do this to me when I need them most. And the worst part is that my husband has been acting weird since then and treats me differently, like he is avoiding me. And it terrifies me to think that maybe he will end up believing him. It doesn't sound like people are being objective. They're like, whoa, well, I don't want to be labeled as homophobic, so I'm gonna side with the gay one. Like, that's just not a good reason to side with anything. I've known many people from very homophobic families who aren't homophobic and vice versa. You can't judge someone based on their family. Exactly. That one's hard. I would say I still think you should record something for sure. You got to catch that motherfucker red-handed. I, 25 male, have been on a few dates with a trans person, 25 male to female. Is there any acceptable way to ask if they have had bottom surgery or not? Original post, September 25th, 2023. We met on Hinge and have been on 4 dates so far. They've all went really well, and for the next date, she suggested dinner and a movie at my house. Seeing as sex is now a possibility, I feel like I need to know whether or not she has had bottom surgery. Having sex with someone who has a penis is a definite hard boundary for me, and I think it would be better to ask her now than to risk the chance of having to turn her down at my house. So essentially, I am looking for advice on the best way to ask her what her situation is downstairs without upsetting her. Initial thoughts on this. I think if I went on a date with someone and they were trans male to female, I wouldn't have a problem with it, but I do have to agree, I personally wouldn't be that attracted to somebody who has a dick. I like the idea of like, this person's attracted to what they're attracted to. That's just how it should be. They've got to figure out if that is the case. Be honest and straightforward, it's probably going to be upsetting either way. Okay, Alucard, I have a question. Is there any way that it can't be upsetting? Also, like, and this is just me trying to understand this. It's a necessary question. It's going to be upsetting, but like, I don't think it should be. I think it's like something where both sides have to be open to the conversation and letting it go wherever it needs to go. If I were in this situation, I would also want to have this conversation in a constructive way and a necessary way. I think it would honestly be even more upsetting if they came over when it came time to do something. That's when they realized it wasn't, and then that results in like honestly a worse situation in my opinion. I would much rather have that conversation ahead of time, even if it's a hard conversation. And I don't think it should be, I don't know, I can't like tell someone how to feel, but like, I don't think it should be an upsetting one. It's a necessary conversation. For a lot of trans people, we are ready to be broken up with until the other person knows about what we have because of those boundaries. It can be upsetting if you're super into someone and the only thing stopping them from staying with you is your genitals. The kind of thing is also something that is very personal for many, and they have to be careful about when and even if they talk about surgeries they've had and the like, which is why many don't talk about it right away. As sensitive as a conversation it is, it has to happen. Like, I just look at it as a normal relationship conversation. There are certain relationship conversations that have to happen in order for the relationship to move forward that are uncomfortable and they're sensitive and people's feelings could get hurt. But the relationship isn't going to happen if the conversation doesn't happen. A close comparison, I'm going to call it that because I don't think it's the same thing at all, but a close comparison that like a straight man like me could relate to is, let's say a girl and a guy, they've been going on a couple dates in the same situation where they're like, let's hang out, Netflix and chill, cough, cough, wink, wink. And the dude has like a micro penis, right? Or, you know, in a girl's situation, sex for her is very painful and she doesn't like to have sex. She can't have sex. As difficult as those conversations would be for the dude to be like, I have a micro penis, or the woman to be like, I can't have sex with you because it's painful for me. In my head, it makes way more sense before that date to have that conversation. And I'm not saying that these conversations are insensitive or they don't hurt people's feelings, but what I'm saying is like, those conversations need to be like, not necessarily normalized, but just like, it would be a lot more difficult if you go into the date, the sex comes up, and then the person's like, whoa, you have a micro penis, or whoa, we're not gonna have sex because it's painful for you. I think those things are better communicated beforehand so the parties can make their appropriate decisions. Like, if we're making these things more normalized, I think that's just a conversation that like, if you're trans, that's something you kind of have to lay out on the table. Oh, just like gay guys have to like discuss, like, are you a top or a bottom? Those situations are often closer than you'd think, haha. But yeah, I agree. It's just something that's really hard, especially considering the current political climate. Yes, 100%. I think the political climate definitely plays in there. There's nobody going out saying we got to kill everybody who has a micro penis. Here's a question, Alucard. Is that something you talk about over the phone, on a text message, or on a phone call? Do you say, hey, let's meet up for coffee first and then have the conversation there? Where would you want this conversation to happen? I personally try to disclose it before we even go steady. In that case, text is cool. But if it's someone I've been nervous enough to not disclose it yet, then definitely sit down and talk IRL thing. Interesting. Okay. I could say something minorly offensive here. I don't mean it to be offensive. This is like a genuine question that I'm thinking of. And if I ever say something offensive, try to be like, okay, Sarby isn't trying to offend me here. He's just trying to understand and to ask the hard questions. I don't know. I feel like if anyone gets mad at me, I'm not being transphobic here. I'm literally genuinely trying to understand and have an open conversation. So my question, let's go back to the micro penis example. I think it is the person who has the micro penis. It is their responsibility to communicate that to the person that they might have a sexual encounter with beforehand in a way that's comfortable for them. So that could be a text message. That could be me just being like, hey, I really like you. Before this goes any further, I have a micro penis. In my head, it's more the person's responsibility in the micro penis situation to communicate that. Would you agree with that in this case? I don't want to say like I think it's wrong, but I think it's not doing anybody good if you're transgender, male to female, but you haven't had bottom surgery, so you still have a penis. In my head, I very much equate that to somebody who has a micro penis. It's their responsibility to communicate that before anything goes further in a situation that's comfortable for both sides, right? So I think it's uncomfortable for somebody who has a micro penis to present that as you're about to have sex. I don't think very many girls would want to pull down the pants and be like, whoa, and him being like, oh yeah, by the way, haha, micro penis. Kind of same thing here. I think that's something that needs to be communicated beforehand, not in a sexual situation. But I don't know, like I go back, I'm thinking of the conversation that I showed you guys in chat here with Nikita. In this conversation, she was like, it's not my responsibility to communicate that I'm transgender. Like, I will tell you when I'm comfortable, like this is just something that needs to be normalized, which I agree. But at the end of the day, people have their sexual boundaries and preferences. And as someone who has a sexual boundary and preference, where if I was in this situation, I would be uncomfortable if this person did have a penis. Those are just my thoughts. I hope I didn't say anything offensive. I just am trying to put out the scenarios and hear from other people who maybe have a little bit more knowledge on this than I do. I agree. It's pretty common from what I've seen for trans people to disclose these kinds of things to their partner first anyway. The hard part in this story is admittedly that the girl hasn't said anything, which is why the only advice I can give is to be straightforward and to be aware it might go bad. No fault to OP, it's just a fact. Interesting. Okay, Alucard, our stream's transgender representative, is saying that at the end of the day, the trans person should tell them, but since they haven't, OP definitely needs to open up the conversation. The conversation could go really well, it could go really bad, but it really doesn't fall on OP's shoulders, but it's a good conversation to have. Alucard says, oh yeah, it's not your responsibility to tell someone you're trans. It is your responsibility to let a partner you're about to sleep with know if you have congruent genitals to how you project. I like that. That is a great way to put it. Updated post October 7th, 2023. There were a few questions that kept being asked, so here are my answers. 1, if she doesn't have bottom surgery, why don't you just do anal? I'm not into anal, so I wouldn't be interested in that with a trans woman or a cis woman. 2, why are you leading her on by going on dates with her before asking about her genitals if that is a hard boundary for you? I think it's rude to ask someone about their genitals before/on the first couple of dates, lol. I agree with this. 3, why is a penis a deal breaker for you? This seemed to cause some people a lot of offense, and I got some very angry comments and messages about my genital preferences being transphobic and wrong. See, this is the response I was afraid of. I don't think genital preferences is being transphobic. Like, I genuinely, when I pull down a girl's pants, I don't want to see a dick. It's not attractive to me. I don't see it and I'm like, yes, that is what I want. That's not transphobic. That's just what I'm into sexually. For me to disregard my genital preferences would like low-key border on like not having my consent. Like if I am not consenting to wanting a dick, like I don't think that's transphobic, which seemed to be a very fringe opinion. I can't tell you the specific reason I'm not attracted to penises. Presumably the reason that most other guys who consider themselves straight aren't attracted to other penises. Why are you going on dates with trans women if having a penis is a hard boundary for you? I was originally under the impression that most trans women would have bottom surgery, so I didn't think this would be a big problem. I've since learned that most trans women don't actually get bottom surgery, but even so, I still think it's worth taking the time to go on dates with someone and find out, because there are also 100 reasons why I might decide to not date a cis woman after the 4th date. That's actually a really interesting thing too. I think that's a valid question. If you're okay dating male to female transgender person, but your sexual preference is that they have a vagina, I don't know, like what are you gonna do? Like, oh, I'm gonna date no trans people because of this? I think that's not right. Okay, so as I mentioned above, the main thing I learned from my original post is that most trans people will never get bottom surgery. I had been under the impression that basically all trans people will have bottom surgery, which was obviously not true. Knowing this, I decided that I definitely wanted to ask her in advance to prevent any embarrassing moments at my house. I also didn't want to ask her in a public setting in case the question upset her, so I thought the best method would be to text her. Shout out to user /fairyring who wrote an amazing message, which I ended up using. Hey, I've been really enjoying our date so far a lot. I've lately been thinking about it, and I thought I should let you know that I do have some boundaries around sex related to genitalia. I feel like we should discuss this before we go any further to make sure we're not sexually incompatible on a fundamental level. As most people predicted, she wasn't offended, and she had actually been planning on telling me the next time we met. The upshot is that she hasn't had bottom surgery yet, but she is planning to have the operation and is actually on the waiting list for 3 years and is expecting another year wait before she can get the procedure done. She also told me that if we wanted to continue dating, she would be fine with not doing any sexual stuff that involved anything below her waist until she had fully transitioned. I told her that's absolutely fine with me, and she came around to my house for dinner and a movie like we had planned. I'm not going to go into details, but I will say we did end up fooling around a little, and it was honestly amazing. She ended up staying the night at my house, and I asked her the next morning if she wanted to be official / exclusive with me, and she said yes. Aw. So she's now my girlfriend, and everything is going great. Yesterday we met up together with a few of my friends, and they all really like her, so I'm very optimistic that it's going to work out between us. Okay, cool. I like this message. This is a very appropriate message. OP seems very well intentioned. See, I think that's really important, Jade. Like, I wouldn't say OP was being transphobic in any way. He just had a lack of experience, a lack of understanding, a lack of education around this topic, and was looking for answers. So for like these people to come into a Reddit thread and berate them for it is like, that makes people not want to get educated on there. Like, if they're like, okay, well, if you're making me the bad guy, then I'll be the bad guy. So I appreciate Alucard and Jade who have been in the stream educating me and being very understanding of my lack of understanding, knowledge, education, experience around this topic. Am I the a-hole? I left her because she made me wait for sex. Male 26, female 26. I've been seeing a woman for 3.5 months and things were going great except for the lack of sex. Now, I don't mind this because she said she really likes being with me and is interested in building something long-term and wishes to take it slow. Fine by me. But then last Friday, we were making dinner at my place and having drinks, and the awkward topic of our past came up. I didn't bring it up. She did, asking about exes and whatnot. Then she admitted she hadn't dated for a while. So out of curiosity, I asked how she was getting her needs met, and she mentioned having friends with benefits from time to time. Okay, fine, it's not that serious. But then she continued and is like, I can see it's bugging you, before spilling her guts basically. I didn't press her, she spilled. Again, she spilled. And I just stood there awkwardly cooking and having my drink. She starts telling me how she knows it probably bothers me that we've not had sex, but she really likes me and it's been years since she was in a relationship or even felt such a connection with someone. And she's been worried I'll think she's a sleut or something if we sleep together too quickly. Then from there, she goes on to talk about how she's had lots of sex between her last relationship and now, which is a period of nearly 5 years. And every time she did hook up with someone new, it made her feel like she was losing a piece of the woman she was, who just loved romance and wanting to be with one guy, but she was young and figured she would explore now rather than dealing with such feelings later when she found a great guy. So I asked her if they were all friends with benefits, and she said no, that she had a number of one-night stands from when she would go clubbing and partying, hookups from dating apps, plus all the dudes she slept with more than once, who she also met under those circumstances, plus on social media. And she said she slept with all of them very quickly, often on the same day / night or within a couple of days max. At this point, I was feeling extremely jealous, I won't lie, because I do like her very much and we've been having a good time without having sex. But knowing that she slept with so many guys very quickly but held off because we're serious annoyed me. I haven't had as many partners as she's had, but I've slept with past girlfriends and friends with benefits, and outside of my first girlfriend from high school, didn't wait with any of them more than a couple of weeks. I don't think there's anything off-putting about me. I've been relatively successful at dating and hooking up through my teens and 20s. I guess it instantly bothered me that she was willing to sleep with all these dudes, but when it's serious, she wants to wait. But it's still her choice, I guess. Out of annoyed curiosity, I asked if she slept with anyone prior to us meeting and talking, which was a month before we got together. She said yes, that she dated one dude briefly for a month and they slept together the whole time earlier this year, but it wasn't serious. Then she admitted to having sex with another guy a couple times just before we got together, so during the period we were speaking but not dating. At this point, the tension is ridiculously high and she's apologizing and telling me how she's so sorry and knows I'm mad because she can see. I tell her to drop it because it's not going to do us any good to continue the conversation. We have an awkward dinner, then later that night she asks if I'd like to have sex. A day earlier, it would have been an enthusiastic yes. That night, I felt like she was just guilty and trying to make me feel better. I turned her down and ended up sleeping in the spare room of my place. When she left the next day, I spent all day feeling sick. It bothered me a lot. My mind was filled with all sorts of stuff. That That evening, I sent her a message telling her I didn't think it would work out and explained that I just don't see anything for us down the road. I said her choices were her own and that's on her, but I felt like I was being held to some unfair higher standard. It hurt. I liked her, but I knew it would constantly be on my mind how she slept around and did so pretty quickly while I waited because things were serious. I spoke to both guy and girlfriends. My guy friends pretty much agreed with me breaking it off, while my girlfriends disagreed and almost across the board had a stance of guys don't really get it. It's different when you genuinely have feelings for someone versus something casual. It's been a week since. I still feel sad. I've blocked her everywhere we talked. I do miss her, but last Friday night still has me feeling effed up. This whole conversation is just what the hell? Like, why on both sides did they let the conversation go as far as it went? I don't think the girl did anything wrong, but I also don't think the guy did anything wrong. I almost want to go with like everyone sucks here for not having the wherewithal to know that this conversation was gonna end poorly. But then no a-holes here because what? The girl told the truth and the guy was uncomfortable with the truth and did what he needed to do. Is that even possible? Can we have an everyone sucks here but also no a-holes here at the same time? Maverick, I see your comment. Not the a-hole. She's willing to do it with all these random men with no questions asked, but when it comes to OP, who she has a genuine connection with, she forces him to wait. I don't think that's a good take. I'm gonna be real honest here, Maverick. This is a very common thing for girls. Girls will like just hook up with dudes because they think they're hot, but like they're like, oh, that's the only, I just needed my needs met. And then they meet a really nice guy and they're like, oh, I want to wait because I don't want it to just be like a hookup, right? And there's a lot of societal pressures around if a girl puts out too quick, then the guy that she's hooking up with, who she might be really interested in, is going to think that she's a sloot, like the story said. But if she doesn't, then she's a prude. The only part of that, Maverick, that I agree with you on is I don't think the dude's an a-hole. Personally, this would probably bug me too. Like, I would probably be a little bit more understanding than OP is, but I would be lying if I wasn't like, this bugs me. At least for dude brain, it makes no sense. Especially 3 months. Like if this had been 2 or 3 weeks in, I think OP would be the a-hole. But 3 months is a lot. I personally believe sex is a very important aspect to any relationship, and it's something that you have to figure out is good before you even get into that relationship. Listen, I'm allowed to be very sexually active and then decide I don't want to be anymore and want to seek out something more serious and long term. I agree, Kettle, but I also think it's very weird to communicate with a dude that you were just like hooking up willy-nilly with not whoever, but you were just hooking up and having fun with it with dudes that you didn't care about. And then you find someone that you're like, ooh, I kind of do care about them. And now you're making them wait for like 3 months. I don't think he's like judging her for being sexually open and then closing it off to him. But it like, this would make me feel weird too. I would be like, okay, what the hell? Like, what is this logic? Like, that would be unattractive to me. But I'm not saying that the girl isn't entitled to that. But what I'm saying is it's just like backwards. It's really backwards. I think this is a conversation you have after you have sex. I'd be very curious to know what would have happened or how OP would have felt if they would have had this conversation after they had had sex. I'm glad they were open to talk about it, but I don't think the timing was right. Am I the a-hole if I call off my engagement because of a comment my fiance made about my late wife? For some background info, I, 43 male, have 2 children with my late wife, Kayla. Sam, 21 male, and Liz, 16 female. All fake names. Kayla passed away when our kids were 15 and 10. I won't give specifics about how she passed, but she was struck by a drunk driver when she was on her way home from work. She really was the love of my life, and to say that her passing hit our family hard would be an understatement. I promised myself that if I got back into the dating game, I wouldn't date anyone for at least a couple of years for the sake of my kids. 3 years after my wife's passing, I met my now fiance. We'll call her Amanda. Things went slow, and I didn't introduce her to my kids until we had been dating for about a year at that point. Now we've been together for 3 years and are engaged. Amanda and my kids have always had a good relationship. Neither of my kids are super close to her, but they have always been friendly and welcoming to her. And Amanda has never overstepped any boundaries my kids have, like trying to replace their mother. At the beginning of Amanda and I's relationship, she was a bit insecure of the fact that I was a widower. She would constantly ask things like, if Kayla had never passed, would I, OP, still be with her right now? I always kept my answers brief and told her that I didn't like thinking about the what ifs and that she was the one I was dating now, and that was what mattered. Eventually, she stopped making those comments and I stopped worrying about it. Now Now to the issue. My parents were hosting a family dinner to celebrate my fiance and I's engagement. It was my mom and dad, my late wife's sister and her husband, Sam, and Liz, and me and Amanda. Dinner was going well. We were all making small talk with each other and talked about wedding plans. About halfway into dinner, my mom made a comment about how she was so happy I was able to find the spark I had with Kayla in someone else. I don't think anybody really paid much attention to the comment, but then Amanda laughed and said, "I'm happy she died, otherwise I would have never gotten him to myself." How does anybody let a sentence like that out of their mouth? It was my mom and dad, my late wife's sister and her husband. So the person that she just said she's glad is dead, their sister is at this dinner. Not only is that a crazy sentence to just say to one person, but at a dinner table with not just the kids, not just the parents, the dead wife's sister. The tone of the dinner immediately shifted and everyone got extremely tense, especially my kids. Amanda noticed the shift and started awkwardly laughing like she was trying to play her comment off as a joke. I was honestly just frozen as that was the first time she had made a comment like that. My kids looked disgusted and Liz got up and walked out to the car. Sam waited a bit longer like he wanted me to say something, but I was still in shock about what Amanda had said. To make a long story about the dinner short, the dinner was kind of ruined, so I said my goodbyes to everyone, grabbed my fiance, and we all drove home. My daughter hasn't spoken to me or Amanda since, and it's been 3 days. I got tired of it and pulled my son aside to ask him what I should do. He said something along the lines of, "I'm a grown man and don't care who another grown man marries, but I don't want a woman who speaks like that about our mother around my sister." Sam's comment stuck with me, and now I'm considering calling off the engagement entirely. She's never made comments like this before, but I'm worried if I let it slide this one time, it will become more frequent and it will affect my daughter. I need some advice from outside perspectives and just want to do right by my kids. Would I be the a-hole if I called off the engagement because of the comment she made? Nonetheless, thank all of you for the advice and even the people calling me a bad father. I think your guys' words are what I needed to pull my head out of my ass. I will try to talk to my kids alone tonight after speaking with my fiance, and we'll see where this goes from here. I'm pretty sure my fiance and I are over though. I'll update late tonight or tomorrow on how the talks with everyone goes. Thank all of you again for setting my head straight. The part that I wish we could have heard was, what the hell did the wife say after that? Was the wife like, "Oh my God, I'm so sorry I said that. That's not what I meant. It came out of my mouth wrong." Or was she just like, "Oh, that was a weird dinner"? Because I think that's important. That's extremely important, is like, there are people who just say stupid shit. Things come out of people's mouths. It happens. It's happened to me before. It's happened to other people. We don't think through what we were saying and we say it. But it's about what you do after that that's important. That's the type of intrusive thought you get in the shower and spend the rest of the day feeling like an awful person. Absolutely. That's not a thought that you put out into the world. Okay, guys, we got 2 updates on this shit. Update number 1. I'm going to use this update as a way to clarify some of the questions people were asking in the comments. 1, did my fiance apologize to anyone at the dinner party? No, she didn't. I honestly don't think it even registered or has registered to her that what she said was wrong. 2, does the fiance have social anxiety? Not to my knowledge, no. In all the time I've known her, she's never shown any signs of social anxiety and doesn't have a history with it. 3, how old was my late wife? She was 37 when she passed and we were all the same age. Amanda is 41. A lot of people were asking for clarification on the time frame of her passing and when my fiance and I met. At this point in time, Kayla has been gone for about 6 years and I met Amanda roughly 3 years after Kayla's passing. I didn't mention either of their ages as I didn't believe it was important because we were so close in age, but I understand why a lot of you guys would want to know. Now that I've clarified the things I was asked most about in the comments, we can get into the update. While I'm writing this update, it's the day after I talked to the kids. So last night at around 5:30, my fiance left for work. She works nights most days of the week, so I was able to call my son and ask if he could come over so I could talk to him and his sister. He goes to our local college and lives in an apartment near his school. When he started college, he wanted to move out, but also wanted to stay close to us, so he settled on an apartment a few blocks away from the college. He came over and I called him and his sister into the living room to talk with both of them. When they were both seated, I told them point blank that I didn't think the wedding was happening anymore and that the comment she made was unacceptable. I then, by the advice of the comments, apologized to them. I told them I was sorry for not saying anything for so long and letting the tension thicken in our home. I told my daughter that I understood why she hasn't spoken to me and that I was sorry for allowing her to think that I was even remotely okay with what she said. I felt pretty spineless after we had gotten back from dinner that night, so I wanted to do everything in my power to make it right with my kids during the conversation. My daughter told me that she felt disgusted at the comment Amanda made, and even more so when I didn't defend her mother. She then told me that the past 2 years that she's known Amanda, Amanda, she felt like she's been gradually trying to push her and Sam away from me. One of the examples Liz gave was when my son moved out. He moved out when he was about to start his sophomore year of college, and when he mentioned the idea of moving out, Amanda was the one who took that and ran with it. According to Liz, Amanda was the one encouraging Sam the most to move out. To be clear, I was never against Sam moving out, but I was clear to him that he was welcome to live at home for his college years and even after, until he found where he wanted to be. I asked Sam if he felt pushed out by Amanda and if that's why he moved out. He said he hadn't felt pushed out before he told everyone he wanted to move, but after he put it out there, my fiance kept pushing for him to move out. Liz cut in and said that every time she brings up college, Amanda keeps encouraging her to go out of state. Liz doesn't plan on going out of state, and she's been open about wanting to go to the college Sam is attending right now. Liz said she feels like Amanda is waiting till she graduates high school and goes to college so she can move out. A lot of comments were right about the subtle comments eventually turning into Amanda wanting my kids pushed away from me. Liz said that she was scared that by the time I eventually noticed the way Amanda was acting, too big of a wedge would have already been driven between me and them. I told my kids that I'm sorry it's taken me this long to notice, and that I was also sorry they've been walking on eggshells for so long. I hugged my kids and told them no matter what, they are my top priority, not Amanda or anybody else. A lot of comments pointed out that even though my son is grown, he still needs his father, and I made sure to let my son know that I will always be there for him and his sister even when they are well grown. The entire conversation lasted about 2 hours. We covered a lot of the bases we wanted to, and it got emotional on all sides. In short, Amanda and I are done. I've made it a point to tell my kids that none of this situation is their fault and that Amanda is the grown woman who said what she said. My kids and I are okay right now, but they aren't 100% with me and probably won't be for a while. I'm completely fine with that and just want my kids comfortable in their own home. Amanda has tomorrow off from work, so I plan on talking to her tomorrow. I also plan on calling my mother to ask her why she thought it was okay to even bring up Kayla at the dinner. I don't want my daughter here when it all goes down, so she's staying tonight and tomorrow night with Sam. So that's where I'm at right now. Not super happy about the outcome of me and Amanda, but would rather have my kids happy and healthy than have a wife. Calling the mom out about bringing up Kayla at the dinner, I think it's like the elephant in the room that someone actually does need to address, and she addressed it in a really positive way. If anything, it's a good thing she brought it up, because much rather bring this to light now than after they're married and then they realize, oh, hey, she's not a good person. I don't think there's a ton to say about this, and I want to read the other update. I think something we can take out of this, hoping none of us are ever in this situation, but if you're in a situation where you're about to remarry and you have kids, I think it's super important that you ask the kids to give their honest opinion about the person that you're about to ask to marry. I think that's super important. I think OP has great instincts around I pick my kids over everybody. That's phenomenal. Like, shows that OP is a great parent. But if this is how their kids have been feeling, this should have come out a lot earlier. Update number 2. Before the hard part of the day, breaking it off with Amanda, I made a call to my mom to let her know of the situation. A lot of the comments told me to not bash my mom for the comment she made. Now thinking back on the situation with a clear mind, the comment my mother made towards Amanda was most definitely a compliment towards her, and that was confirmed in the call I had with her. My mother, bless her heart, felt extremely guilty for the entire situation. She fully believed the situation all stemmed from her one comment. I assured her that none of the situation was her fault and that I've never blamed her one bit for any of this. We talked a bit more before I let her go. The call ended at about 9:15 a.m. and I was left waiting for Amanda to wake up. She woke up around 10:30 a.m. and I didn't want to ambush her straight after she woke up, so I waited until about 11:10 a.m. to sit her down and talk. A lot of the people in the comments suggested to secretly video the whole thing. I thought that was extremely smart, so I had my phone set to record in my back pocket the entire time. I didn't think she'd try to do anything drastic, but I would rather be safe than sorry. The talk with her went about as well as anyone could imagine, so not at all. I told her I needed to talk with her, that it was serious, and we sat in the living room. When we were seated, I began unloading on her about the comment she made about Kayla at my parents' house, how it made my kids feel, how it made me feel, her lack of an apology or any sort of acknowledgement to what she said, and so on. I told her I expect her to give an apology to my parents, my in-laws, and most importantly, my kids. During the entire time of me unloading on her, she didn't seem to show any bit of emotion other than her eyes, which were slightly wider than normal. After I spoke my truth, she straight up asked, so if I apologize to everyone, we'll go back to normal. I told her point blank no. I told her that the comment she made at dinner was not the extent of my problems with her. I then told her that I know she heavily pressured Sam to move out when he wasn't even sure if he wanted to at that point in time, and that I also know she is now trying to do the same with Liz. I did my absolute best to leave my kids out of the situation, but told Amanda that the way my kids described her treatment towards them was the main reason I don't see a future with her anymore. Amanda was stone-faced up until I told her we were done. I think that's when the panic set in for her. She kept saying that she'll apologize to everyone and that she'll make it right with my kids, etc., etc. I told her that if she apologizes, I will certainly appreciate it, but we were still done either way. She was full on crying at this point and asked me why wasn't I willing to try and fix our relationship. And I told her that even though I loved her, and I will be honest, I still love her very much, I was not willing to take another chance of my kids being hurt against the way they were. I was frustrated and shot back at her, asking her why she was trying to push my kids out of their own home. And I got back an answer I was not at all expecting. I was completely shocked at her response, but a lot of you guys won't be. A lot of the commenters actually hit the nail right on the head with what Amanda was truly like. Well, I didn't know you expected me to house somebody else's kids for the rest of my life. I immediately saw red, and after about a minute, I told her to get out. I told her that my kids can go wherever the damn they please, especially in the house I own and pay for. She tried to retaliate, but in the end ended up packing a few bags and going to stay with one of her friends. I emailed a copy of the phone recording to myself. The talk only lasted about 25 minutes, not nearly as long as the talk I had with my kids. So if anything ends up coming out of the conversation, I have all I'd need to keep my name clear. I've texted my kids that Amanda's out of the house for good and that they are welcome to come home anytime, and let my son know that if he wants to, he is more than welcome to move back in completely. My daughter is coming back from her brother's place in the afternoon, and I still have phone calls to make to my parents and in-laws to apologize for this mess of a situation. Amanda's out of my house, but keeps blowing up my phone for us to try to work things out. I'll let her come by in the next few days so she can collect the rest of her stuff out of my house, but she is not welcome to live here again. I'll be honest and say that I am a bit devastated. Despite everything Amanda did, I still love her, and I probably won't stop loving her for a minute, but I'll be okay. Right now, I just want to focus on the family that needs me, and I will use this situation as an excuse to bond more with my kids. Another big thank you to everyone who helped me in the comments. A lot of the advice you guys gave played a part in making things right with my family. Relatively happy ending. As much as we can sit here and be like, oh, I would have seen that. Like, if I was dating Amanda, I would have totally weeded out that she was a terrible person. But like, truly and genuinely, it's hard to weed that stuff out. Like, I genuinely believe this could happen to any of us listening to this right now. Really glad that OP got the wake-up call that they needed. And I feel bad for anybody who maybe has a similar situation where they don't get that wake-up call. Am I the a-hole for refusing to let my wife name our kid something stupid? Me, 25 male, and my wife, 23 female, are having our first child together. She is currently 9 months pregnant and could give birth anytime in the next couple of weeks. The only major fight we have had throughout her pregnancy happened a couple days ago, and it was about what we were going to name our kid. It all started when we found out the gender of our baby. We didn't do a gender reveal and decided to find out the gender at one of her checkups because we didn't want to spend time making 2 lists of names, then have to get rid of one after. So after we found out we were having a boy, we sat down together and made a list. Almost all the names she suggested were normal until the one that caused me to write this post. She suggested we name our son Mune. She told me the name was from this movie she watched when she was younger and that it always stuck with her. I told her the name was a little out there and he would get made fun of for it. She claimed he wouldn't, and we started going back and forth trying to decide whether to add the name to the list or not. Eventually, she agreed to keep the name off the list. We picked some stuff that we liked, and I thought that was that. Later on in her pregnancy, her mom decided to throw a baby shower as it was her first grandchild, and my wife's pregnancy was almost over, and we hadn't celebrated once. It was fine for the most part until we started to open the gifts. Most of them were normal baby things like diapers and bottles until we got to her mom's gift. My wife opened the gift bag and pulled out a blue handmade blanket. It seemed normal enough at first until my wife unfolded it, and lo and behold, there was the name Mune written on the blanket. When I saw it, I was pissed, but I didn't want to cause a scene, so I stayed quiet. After that reveal, I had family members come up to me and ask me about the name and why I hadn't told them. I didn't know what to tell them as I didn't have a clue about this either, and just had to embarrassingly tell my family that, which pissed me off even more. Once the event ended and me and my wife went home, I started to question her about the name. She got defensive and told me that it was a good name and that I was overreacting about it. I brought up the earlier points and told her it was a stupid name for a kid, and if she wanted to name something Mune so bad, she could use the name for a dog. She got upset and called her mom to come get her. After she left, she called me and told me she wouldn't be coming back for a while. Everyone I've talked to about this has said I'm not the a-hole, but now that my wife has been gone and I've been thinking about it, I feel like I could have handled the situation better. I think at the end of the day, OP is not the a-hole. I think they could have handled this a little bit better. Telling your wife that a name that is seemingly important to her is a name that she should give to a dog is probably not the right move, especially when she's pregnant and kind of emotional because of the hormones. I will say that the wife is more in the wrong, and I think that makes OP not the a-hole. It's unacceptable to not confirm with your significant other that you're having a whole child with the name of the baby, and to go behind their back and tell family members that the name is going to be a name that your significant other clearly hates. Because of that, I think definitely not the a-hole. I think there are way worse names than Mune. I think I have to agree with OP though. It is a weird name. Like, you are taking a gamble. Like, you don't want to give anyone ammunition. That's literally free ammunition that you're giving somebody later on. I know the wife is the one that has to push it out of the cooter, but at the end of the day, that is both your guys' child, and you both need to figure out a name for the kid. Make it their middle name. If that's what they want to go by later on in life, or if that's what the mom wants to call them, she has that ability. Not giving that kid an out is going to be rough, but it's a cool name. I don't think it's a bad name, but I could totally see, like, thing that came to my head was like Mune the Mute or something like that. Like, if the kid's a quiet kid. Kids are mean. Kids are mean. I would not like to give kids ammunition if you don't have to.
Am I the a-hole for making a microscope slide of my husband's sperm? I think this is stupid, but my husband is annoyed with me, so it's whatever. This morning I went to take a shower and I noticed that my husband had not so gracefully spewed his seed on our glass shower door and didn't clean it up. I went to him and asked if he could clean it up in the future and maybe consider not jerking it in our shared shower if he can't clean up after himself well. I don't want my shower to be filled with crusty old jizz. He argued with me that it was just shampoo and that I'm being crazy, basically. The fact that he kept insisting it was shampoo when I knew it wasn't annoyed me, so I grabbed a Q-tip and a microscope slide and glass covering and made a wet mounted slide. If you're wondering why I have these on hand, it's because I took a microbiology course in college years back and kept all the stuff. I viewed his slide and showed it to him. It was obviously sperm. We had a big fight and he got mad at me and said I can never let anything go. And I said we wouldn't be in this position if he had just cleaned up after himself. And I told him to stop insisting I'm wrong when I know I'm right. We have disagreements all the time where he tells me I'm wrong when I know I'm right. And he gets so angry when I prove I'm right. Like when he insists our dog's vet is open on Sundays when I know it's closed on Sundays, etc. I work as a private investigator. Wanting to know what's true and what isn't just isn't my nature. He knew this before he married me. Here's the thing. I'm a huge advocate for fuck around and find out. And this is a perfect example of like fuck around and find out. If you lie and someone is like, gotcha, bitch, you just gotta be like, damn, you're right. Yo, you found out I was lying? That's so fucked up of you. If you fuck around and find out, you can't be mad that you found out because you first fucked around. It's simple maths, boy maths. I also think there are major trust issues in this relationship. OP made a specific effort to tell us he lies a lot. If you lie about the little things, that's gonna affect the trust on the bigger things. I think this is a not the a-hole. They did add an edit that said, yes, I know I'm psycho. No, my husband isn't some poor sexually repressed man taking his anger out on a shower door. I literally do him like every day. Crazy is good in bed. No, I don't know why he doesn't just say, sorry for jizzing on the shower door. I'll clean up my swimmers. No, we ain't getting a divorce. Say what you want. I have fun in my marriage and in life. I'm off to go fingerprint my box of fruit snacks to see if he ate any. Am I the a-hole for a text message I sent to my potentially infertile daughter? My wife, 65 female, and I, 67 male, have 2 kids. Sarah, 38 female, and Adam, 35 male. Both have spouses whom we love dearly. Sarah got married 5 years ago. Adam got married 4 years ago. Sarah and her husband, Joey, 38 male, have been trying for kids since they got married, but got delayed due to unforeseen circumstances. And they are now going through IVF. Adam and his wife, Clarissa, 32 female, put off having kids for a couple of years while Adam was in med school, but then started trying for kids. It's been really hard for Sarah and Joey to have kids, and there have been several complications, but things are now back on track. However, due to the length of time it's taking, Sarah is becoming more and more depressed. We're trying to support her, but there's only so much we can do. The doctors haven't told her she can't have kids, but it's getting less and less likely as she grows older. Adam and Clarissa recently found out that they're expecting a child, much to their and our excitement. However, they're hesitating about how to tell Sarah. Adam really looks up to his older sister. They're very very close, as my wife and I worked a lot when they were younger and my kids only had each other for a while. Adam didn't want to cause his sister more emotional distress, but he wanted to tell her before Clarissa became very pregnant. Adam decided to just call Sarah and tell her directly. From what he told us later, she did not take it well at all. She wished him a perfunctory congratulations and has been incommunicado since then. We tried to respect her privacy while she processed this, but eventually I had enough. Adam's upset that his sister isn't happy for him. Clarissa is hurt that her sister-in-law isn't supportive, and my wife misses her daughter. Eventually I called Sarah, got her voicemail, and left her a very angry message telling her that even if she can't have kids, she should be happy for her brother and that she can at least be an aunt. Sarah sent me one angry text message with a lot of expletives and told me not to contact her again. When I showed this to my wife, she got upset at me and said I should have worded the text nicer, but I said that infertility isn't an excuse for rude behavior. Really? We're putting this in r/am I the devil? Where OP is the a-hole here is like, that's number one, definitely a more delicate type of conversation, not a conversation where you're gonna get anywhere by expressing anger towards the other party. That's not a conversation that you relay over text message. That is a in-person conversation that you treat very, very delicately. I think the right thing was to say something to her, but just not as aggressive as OP did it. Like, I do think the sister is being, I don't know if selfish is the right word, but like, she should at the end of the day be happy for her brother that he has a baby. Even if she can't get one herself, it's honestly selfish not to just be like, hey, you know what? I know I've been struggling with this, and obviously that makes me sad, but I am really happy that you get a kid. And everyone sucks here fits more appropriately. I'm just not seeing the devil part. OP is the a-hole for just not handling it more delicately, but I do think it's right for OP to like call the sister out on it. Izzy said their tone is way off and she needs to be more understanding that it's hard to watch other people so close to you get exactly what you can't have. Yeah, but I also think it's a little bit selfish. I'm not going to be happy for this person because I can't have that. If you're like looking for your husband and struggling, right? And then your best friend is like, hey, I'm getting married. Like, I don't think that person has the right to give them a cold shoulder just because they're like, ugh, they have something I don't have. Am I the a-hole for agreeing with the school when they dress coded my daughter and not fighting it? This is about my youngest. I would like to start off by saying the dress code is very reasonable. The rule is don't see undergarments, and this affects the guys more than the girls. The pants not being held up, boxers are seen thing. I have 3 kids and the older 2 have never been dress coded. Now my daughter came home and she was in her gym clothes and she got dress coded. It came with a school email and a picture of the shirt. They took the picture after my daughter changed and it was a swim top cover up. It's sheer. This makes complete sense to me why she was dress coded. She got a warning and that was that. Now my daughter and oldest daughter are pissed that I didn't stick up for her. My sister is now on my ass since the kids told her and they all think I'm a jerk. What is a swim top cover up? Oh, like this? I feel like we need to know what this looks like, because like this would be okay. I feel like, you know, like this isn't bad, although it's still a little see-through. I think this would at least be like raise an eyebrow, but maybe no one will call you out. But like if it's this, that's understandable. I mean, they didn't include any ages, but like if you show up to like a college class in this or something, it's a little weird. But like, hey, it's college, you can do whatever you want, I guess. But like if you're in high school and you're showing up in something like this, nah, I think that's an easy not the a-hole. What do we feeling, chat? What are we feeling? OP said it was sheer, so see-through. Okay. Like, I'm all for, like, yo, let women wear whatever they want to wear, but in the right setting, right? Prince of Darkness says, yeah, OP said it was sheer. I don't like dress codes, but you don't need to be wearing something sheer at school. Nobody needs to see your bra. I don't know, anything that's, like, what people might wear to a bar or a club, that's where I'm like, I don't know if they should wear that to, like, school then. Am I the a-hole for telling my parents and brother that if they wanted his ex removed from my wedding pictures, they had to pay for it? My brother goes through women like I go through socks. I gave him a +1 for my wedding 2 years ago. He brought his girlfriend of that time. When we were doing the family pictures, he wanted his girlfriend in the pictures. I said we could do some with her and some without. He got mad that I allowed my sister to have her fiance in all the pictures, and my other brother was allowed to have his boyfriend of 5 years, but that I had the audacity to exclude his girlfriend of the week. My parents said that they didn't want any fighting and to just include her. They were paying for everything, so I said fine. She isn't in all our pictures, just the ones with our family and both families. Now my brother is engaged and we had the family over last weekend. His fiance saw our wedding picture on the wall and got into a fight with my brother. He never told her that he'd been in a serious relationship with her nemesis. He tried explaining that they only dated a very short while. She called BS because she was included in the family picture. She asked to see our wedding album. Sure enough, the girl was in multiple pictures with the family and the in-laws. My brother finally calmed her down, but has asked me to take down the picture or have his ex removed. removed. I said that it was expensive, so he would have to pay for it. He tried complaining to our parents. They said that I was being childish. I reminded them that they are the ones who insisted I give in to him. I said that they are welcome to pay for the editing. They said I was a jerk and they already paid for the pictures once. I wish they would have said the ages of the kids, because I would put so much money on this being the baby of the family. Like, I could totally see something exactly like this happening with like the youngest in my family. Yeah, definitely not the a-hole. Give him a taste of his own medicine. This brother sounds so slimy to me, bro. Like, he didn't tell his fiance that he like shortly dated his her nemesis. Am I the a-hole for telling my wife I don't care about her dreams? My wife wants to be an influencer on TikTok and YouTube. She has been creating mommy content. Anything with your kid in it is just like, dude, just like feed it and that's it. Maybe take a couple cute pictures and videos here, but like if you wake up and you're like, all right, gotta make a video with this whole ass human I pushed out of my cooter. How about no? She's been creating mommy content and content about her day-to-day life. When she told me this is something she wanted to do, I didn't have a problem with it. I only said that I don't want our children, 4 male, 2 female, in any of her content. I didn't monitor her channel because it didn't really seem necessary. I recently watched her channel because I thought it would be cute to see what she does in her day-to-day life. I found our children's faces in almost all of her content. I told her straight up she needs to remove all of her content. She said that she knew I wouldn't agree, but she doesn't think this is a big deal. I don't like children content. I feel like a lot of the time when you see that children make profit, they become less of your kids and more of a product, and your interactions become more performative. And I can see the same thing has happened in her because she posted a video of her getting our 2-year-old out of a tantrum and how she deals with it. But how is your first instinct to record and hold a camera whilst our baby is crying? She started crying, saying that she built this up and this is her dream and deleting her content will ruin it. And I said I simply don't give an F. If you don't delete it, I will consider a divorce. I know a lot of people have children on their social media, and I don't mind an Instagram or Facebook post, but to make videos seems too intimate to share. She told her friends and even hinted on her social media accounts that she has an over-controlling and narcissistic husband who wants to be the influencer. And this is also coming from a quote-unquote influencer. Like, narcissistic husband that doesn't want her on social media. I'm currently being ridiculed by her friends. Am I being over-controlling or narcissistic? Someone asked what kind of content. The content isn't really harmful, just her feeding them and playing with them. But the 2 types of videos I have a problem with is her recording our children's tantrums, and our 2-year-old still doesn't like clothes. Yeah, wait, whoa, what? She's just like filming your baby in diapers and just no. And our 2-year-old still doesn't like clothes. We are trying to get her to wear them more, but our house can be hot, so she's in a diaper a lot. I don't like the videos of our daughters in her diaper. Hey, here's an idea. Don't put videos of your kids just in their diapers on the internet, because you want to know who's on the internet? Really disgusting people. I'm trying to think, like, if I had a kid and I was a full-time creator, the way Casey Neistat, like, he just tries to keep his kids' faces out of the videos, and it's not like he's like, oh, here's a baby, like, milk it for views. Like, kind of want it to be like how I treat Beans. Like, Beans, people are like, you should make a video, or you should make an Instagram account for Beans, and I'm like, fucking no. That's my boy. He's here for me, and like, if I want to share a cute picture on my story, or if I think of like a really funny TikTok idea, I'll throw them up really quick. That's how I want my kid to be like my cat. Izzy says, not the a-hole, she went against boundaries, and with the amount of family channels that end up damaging the children's well-being being in front of the camera all the time. That's the other thing, is she just straight up disrespected her partner's wishes. Like, you can still make a video about what you do during a tantrum without actually being like, oh my God, my kid's having a tantrum. What is up, guys? It's your boy Sarby here. So my kid in the back is throwing a tantrum. As you can see, look at that little fucking idiot. And today I'm gonna be showing you how I get him to shut the fuck up. Like, that is so crazy. That is so insane. Am I the a-hole for not giving my son more allowance even though he is going hungry at practice? I came here because I am annoyed. Maybe I am wrong, but the situation is odd. Everyone in the family gets an allowance. My son, 15, is in swim and he has to be there at 5:45 3 times a week. It's morning practice and then he goes to school. Now he usually will buy breakfast from the school cafe and then all his money is gone. My daughters don't buy breakfast and will just eat before school or skip, so their allowance is mostly saved or used for the movies or something. My son came to me and asked for more allowance due to being hungry. I told him no and that he can eat before or pack something. We got in a huge argument. He thinks I'm a jerk and now my ex is on my ass about it. Am I being unreasonable? Am I the a-hole for not feeding my son? Okay, I'll sit down with him tonight and show him how to pack up breakfast. I feel like that's going to go over extremely poorly since he is 15 and I am basically saying he doesn't know how to put fruit or other stuff in a bag. We have breakfast bars, protein bars, single serve cereal boxes, the standard bagels, eggs, Pop-Tarts, those Okay, so you have food, like, so like when my parents gave me an allowance, the allowance wasn't for like, I need to eat today. The allowance was for like, oh, I kind of want to go to a movies with my friends, or I want to buy a new Xbox game. Looks like you only made $15 this week. Sorry, hopefully you won't starve. Like, that's so crazy. I do have to say though, like, is the sun stupid? Like, it does. Beans is on top of my computer and I'm gonna take him off because he doesn't do it often, but sometimes he'll hit the power button. Beans is OP the a-hole. Wow, what an opinion. Controversial. You can't say that, Beans. You're gonna get canceled. We have breakfast bars, protein bars, single-serve cereal boxes, the standard bagels, eggs, Pop-Tarts, those breakfast bowls, and a ton of fruit, bananas, strawberries, and so on, all from a comment. We have plenty of food you can pack for after or just eat breakfast at home. Also, I'm not going to force my daughter to eat breakfast. If they are not hungry in the morning, that's a horrible idea. Here's the thing. Should the son at the age of 15 be able to be like, I am hungry and don't want to waste all my allowance on food at school, I should pack something. Is it on him to do that? Probably a little bit, but also you are his parent. Like, do it for your kid. What'd you say? They have to go 5:45 3 times a week. I think 3 days a week you can wake up at like, because you're probably driving the kid there anyways, get up at like 5 and just like wake them up and then just throw some stuff together really quick and give it to your kid. Problem solved. It's not like a money thing. It doesn't even sound like it's really a money thing. It sounds like a lack of common sense thing. To be honest, I think he can eat at home and pack something. It's not difficult. Yeah, sorry, I didn't clarify that. I think everyone sucks here. I get what they're saying with the allowance thing. Like if it's like, oh, hey, you have this food and you just refuse to pack. But then also if your kid's like going hungry, I think that's when you sit down and you're like, okay, so like, let's figure this out together because it's really not that hard. R/am I wrong? Am I racist? I work in a gas station where I'm the only white person. My coworkers are all black. Every time a customer is rude, it's because they're racist, and they have even yelled at the customer. While I know racist a-holes do come in here and make racist remarks, not everyone is racist. Some people are just a-holes or having a bad day. We have this super old white guy who comes in almost daily buying lottery tickets. He's always sweet and polite to everyone. He's never made one comment that would point to him being racist in any way. He was in here yesterday and they started saying how he's probably racist because he's old and white. I spoke up and said not every white person is racist. This followed with dead silence and side eyes. Then I was told I can't say that because I'm white and that makes me racist. They said I'll never understand what it's like being black, which I agree with 100%, and I need to walk in their shoes. I know racism is alive and well in America. I don't deny that. I grew up with a really racist family, but I like to think I broke that cycle for me and my kids, and I no longer speak to anyone on that side of my family. I also think what my coworkers are doing is wrong too, because they are judging someone based solely on the color of their skin and not anything they've actually done. Am I wrong? Am I racist? First off, I don't think OP's racist at all. I think these types of people do more harm by calling things that aren't actually racist. I think Gaslight had a very similar progression where like all of a sudden everybody was using the word gaslight, but then everyone was using the word gaslight wrong, saying that something was gaslighting when it's really not. It's just like almost like a weapon that people can use. It's like a word weapon. And I think that's what the word racist is sometimes, because I've had this like exact same conversation with people where they're like, this thing that really isn't racist is racist. I don't know, like especially in this point where they're like, oh, he's old and white, so therefore he's racist. That's just an assumption. Like you have nothing backing that. And then for them to, for the OP to stand up and they're being like, you know what, you standing up makes you racist. That's where I'm like, dude, no, it doesn't. Like, it's not like he's saying slurs to you guys or saying that white people should be above. He was just being like, hey, I don't think we can really make the assumption that this dude is racist. He's actually pretty nice. Like, that's just telling the truth. These types of people, I think, just like hurt like people who are actually standing up for racism. I feel like I'm not allowed to have an opinion on this. I'm scared to say something wrong and get canceled. Bro, see, that's the other part is like, you should be able to have these discussions even if you don't completely understand them. I have a lot of gay friends, and some of my best discussions I have with them, I'm like, hey, I might ask a really insensitive question, but it's not because I'm homophobic or like don't like you guys, like you guys know that. It's because I genuinely just want to understand these certain things. Like, it's almost worse that you're like, I'm scared to say something because I'm worried about getting canceled. It should be like, no, like you should be able to say things, and if you say something wrong, someone should be able to politely correct you. Am I wrong for assuming my fiance and I are exclusive? Angie, 24 female, and I, 24 male, have been dating for 6 years now and living together for 1 year. She proposed to me last month. Yesterday, my friend saw her at a nightclub kissing another guy. He sent me a picture and I confronted her over it. She admitted that she's still sleeping with other guys and told me that while she and I love each other, we never had an official discussion about being exclusive. We never had an official discussion about being exclusive and haven't gotten married yet. So technically, it's not cheating. Like WTF, we're literally engaged. That just struck me as so crazy. I just don't know what to think, say, or do right now. I moved out of her apartment, leaving all the stuff she's given me over there. Only took stuff I got myself. Angie's been messaging me non-stop. That sounds like a Hail Mary gaslight. They're like, I've been caught. Well, technically, we never talked about being exclusive. I thought exclusivity is assumed until said otherwise. Yes, that's what I'm saying. You're right. Technically, we probably didn't talk about being exclusive, but also that was implied. I masturbated to a cartoon character that looks like a platypus. I am 17 weeks pregnant. My libido is through the roof. I am going crazy like an animal in heat. I started having crushes on cartoon characters. Right now, it is Perry the Platypus from Phineas and Ferb. I know he is an animal, but is a fucking secret agent. My husband and I used to roleplay James Bond a lot, but not anymore. I started watching that show at the start of my pregnancy. I was weirdly attracted towards that greenish blue platypus. He has really smooth moves and very much intelligent for a platypus. I love that, like, OP is like, okay, but, like, hear me out. Like, hear me out. I don't know what the fuck I'm saying. It's just a word vomit. But the crush got so intense that I had a weird sex dream. Yesterday, I imagined my husband like a greenish blue platypus, and he was making the same... I can't make it. I cannot say this to a soul. My husband doesn't use Reddit, so he cannot find out. I masturbated to that image multiple times. I feel guilty and I'm so ashamed. I don't know. People have role played some weird stuff. I feel like if you like told your husband, you're just like, yo, this is where my pregnant brain is at. Like, I feel like if my like wife, who was about to be the mother of my child, came to me and was like, hey man, so like, this is just how I be feeling. Those pregnancy hormones go crazy. I'd be like, you know what, babe? You're the one who has to push a baby out of her cooter. I can put on some blue body paint and a detective hat and perfect the sound, you know? Like, this might be weird, but let's face it, your husband is not as good as Barry the Platypus. So this is pretty based. Shit like this is why I can't be pregnant. 2 tampons may mean my marriage is over. I, 29 female, have been with my husband, 30 male, for 7 years, married 4. I've never had a reason to suspect he was unfaithful to me or even remotely dissatisfied with our marriage. He likes to joke that we're still living the honeymoon phase, nearly 5 years and 2 kids in. I wouldn't have questioned that or him were it not for a surprise I found in his car last month. When buckling our daughter into her car seat, I noticed something slotted between the cushions. I pulled it out and saw that it was a tampon. This wouldn't have been so unusual had I not had an IUD that has stopped my period for the past year, and I didn't even recognize the wrapper style. I brought it to my husband's attention and he didn't seem to understand what it was, let alone why I was holding it, until I told him where I'd found it and why I was almost certain it wasn't mine. He shrugged and said it probably belonged to his coworker Fiona. It's not uncommon for my husband to carpool to lunch with his coworkers, and we're both fairly close to Fiona and her husband. I figured it was entirely possible the tampon had slipped out of her purse whenever he had driven with them or offered her a ride. No big deal. I put it out of my mind until we had dinner with Fiona and her husband a couple weeks later. I had sincerely wanted to believe my husband. I just couldn't get over the way it had been tucked in the seat and how my husband had seemed not to have any regard for it whatsoever. Maybe playing dumb. I don't know. I did something that I now feel kind of crazy for doing. I faked an emergency and asked Fiona if she had any tampons while we were out together. She handed me one almost identical to the tampon I found in our back seat, and I breathed a sigh of relief. So the tampon there was probably the same tampon here, and in all likelihood, there was an innocent explanation as to why it had been left in the back seat in the first place. I thought I'd seen the last of the out-of-place feminine hygiene products until I found another tampon this morning, this time in my sock drawer. I feel physically ill at the thought of my husband having an affair, and even more nauseated at the thought that the woman might have left these tampons out for me to find. If it was my husband's coworker, why would she give herself away by offering me one the other night? In any other situation, I would want to talk to my husband about this, but I feel too sick and embarrassed to approach him with what I found. I'm trying to think, like, the car makes a lot of sense to me. Maybe he was hooking up with somebody in the car and then it fell out and got lodged in the seat. But the sock drawer is like, even if he was cheating on you, how did this end up in the sock drawer? This time in my sock drawer. Is there any possible way she could have, like, that the tampon that she borrowed from Fiona could have ended up in her sock drawer? Do you guys know what I'm saying? OP, before you confront your husband, get more evidence. I cannot tell you how many times my dad or my brother just chuck things in a random drawer because they don't know where they belong, but they still want to help. If the 2 previous tampons, Cars and Fiona's, are not 100% accounted for, I would say there's a chance the one you found in your drawer is one of those. That's what I was thinking. However, it is suspicious. If I were you, before planting a camera that would completely break your husband's trust in the case he is not cheating, I would start becoming more unpredictable with my movements. Come back early from work when you can, or go on a girls' night, but come back way earlier than usual. If he is cheating, chances are you will catch him. Like, I'm just trying to think of, like, if you're getting cheated on, how did this tampon end up in your sock drawer? People might be like, oh, like the woman is trying to tell her, but you think the woman would just go outright and tell her. You know what I'm saying? Send her one of those, hey girly, like Instagram DMs. There's a better way to tell the person, like, hey, yo, you're getting cheated on, by like dropping a tampon in the sock drawer. I do think it is possible that this same tampon is the one, because like she didn't use it, so like it had to go somewhere unless she threw it away. Like maybe there's a possibility that that same tampon is the one that ended up into her sock drawer. I have never had an orgasm. Was Mormon and married way too young, knowing nothing about sex. Wedding night was my first time. I've been married about 15 years. If I didn't fake an orgasm, my husband would get upset, like I was doing something wrong or I didn't find him attractive. I had to tell him how great he was in bed. It felt like it lasted forever and he would just keep going until I faked one. It was miserable. He wanted sex at least once a day, but usually I could only do it 3 times per week. He acted like I was depriving him if I wasn't in the mood. My idea was we both should be in the mood to have sex. Yeah. You know, that thing, consent. I know Mormonism didn't really start off with consent, but we should prioritize that. He disagreed and would bother me incessantly until we had sex. He wasn't forceful, just annoying. My divorce will be final this month. I love having the bed to myself. I love that I have a bedroom to myself. I love waking up with no one there and no expectation of sex every time we are in the bedroom together. I didn't divorce him over sex. It's because he's a controlling a-hole. Him not touching me is the cherry on top. See, that's why I don't fuck with religion right there. Especially Mormonism, bro. Seeing the dudes, the Mormon dudes that I went to school with in high school, getting married, I'm like, that girl is never gonna have an orgasm.
My boyfriend gave me a pros and cons list about me as part of our anniversary present. Original post, October 15th, 2023. I met my boyfriend on Tinder in the beginning of my freshman year of college. I was a very naive 18-year-old. I've been on dates, but I'd never been in a relationship, and I hadn't even had my first kiss yet. I was pretty miserable my first couple weeks after moving, and so I got on Tinder. And there I matched with a bunch of guys who went to my school. One of them I thought was pretty attractive. He was a junior and a brother in a good but notorious frat. He told me to come to his frat's party, so I went with some girls I'd met at orientation. There, he took me upstairs and we made out. But I think he could tell I was very inexperienced, so nothing more happened. I pretty much fell in love with him, even though we'd said about 3 words to each other. I didn't see him until a couple weeks later when he invited me to a party he was throwing. I was expecting us to at least hook up, but when we got there, he was clearly with another girl, and there were tons of other random girls who I assume he was also hooking up with. I was naive, but not an idiot, so I forced myself to get over it, and I didn't see him until my spring semester when I drank too much and he ended up at my dorm and I lost my virginity to him. I didn't see him again until fall semester of my sophomore year. We hooked up the first week we were back on campus. I still didn't catch feelings again though until we started to hook up regularly every week. At that point, I was again pretty much in love with him, although this time I did have reasons beyond just him being a large, attractive, popular man. We weren't dating, but we got to know each other and I saw his many virtues. However, it was still clear to me that he wasn't into me in that way, and that I was one of a number of women he was sleeping with, so I didn't say anything and I kept it casual. He also had a pretty terrible reputation as a fuckboy, even amongst his frat brothers. His Instagram comments were usually filled with them saying things like horniest man alive, and all 2,500 of his followers are his girlfriends. He graduated at the end of that spring semester and we saw each other one last time before. It was incredibly intimate and really cemented everything I felt for him. So after we both left campus, I confessed to him that I really liked him and that I wasn't okay with just hooking up with him anymore for my own sanity. Miraculously, he said he also had feelings for me and he asked me out on a real date. We started dating and have been together since, and the whole time has been healthy and happy for us. Last Thursday was our 1-year anniversary of becoming official. He got me an incredibly thoughtful gift basket, including some jewelry, a painting, and a card. In the card, though, was a printed picture of a pros and cons list on a whiteboard. He explained to me that he saw my confessional message when he was hanging out with his brother. My boyfriend said he really didn't know what what to do and wasn't sure if he wanted anything more with me, but he was tired of sleeping around and wanted a stable relationship. So his brother said he should make a pros and cons list of me, and he did. Here's a paraphrase of the list. Pros: cute, great ass, good in bed, horny, likes me a lot, sweet, lots of friends, doesn't go out much, close to her family, really smart and academically successful, good future ahead of her, and definitely not a gold digger, would do wifely duties. Cons: kind of a slut, met on Tinder, frat rack, blacks out a lot, doesn't care a lot about her appearance, kind of nerdy. Based off that, he apparently decided to ask me out to dinner and then decide what to do based on how it went, and it went well enough that we started dating. He showed it to me with nothing but good intentions, but I was absolutely floored for obvious reasons. I've been pretending to be sick since then as I figured out what to do. On the one hand, he is my dream man and I am so glad to be with him. He has been nothing but incredible to me and we have a great relationship. And logically, I know that he wasn't in love with me or anything when he asked me out, as I'm sure he had some idea of how I felt and he never did anything about it. But it still hurts to think that his feelings toward me were so ambivalent that he needed a goddamn pros and cons list to just ask me out. I can't really talk about this to anyone in my life as a lot of them already dislike him and I don't want to bias them anymore. Wee woo, red flag, wee woo. So I thought I would ask here, what can I possibly do? I like to think that I have more self-respect than this, but I really do love him and don't want to cause a conflict in our relationship over something he definitely didn't think would hurt me. Relevant comments. When asked about receiving a degrading list for her anniversary gift, he can definitely be kind of an idiot at times. From his explanation, it seemed that he wanted to show how far we've come from just drunkenly hooking up to being in both of our first serious relationships and planning for a long-term future together. This was the only picture he had, and also it showed how much we've both grown. He also thought it was funny that he needed to make a pros and cons list, and now we are so committed to each other. Also, I didn't mention his virtues because it didn't seem that relevant to the issue at hand, but he has legitimately been a great boyfriend, and he is a great man in general. He's very supportive of everyone around him. He always compliments me and buys me flowers and gifts, and he's never hesitated to drop everything to help me out, even when we were just hooking up. And he's been receptive to any of my concerns about our past. He has never been bothered by blocking or unadding other girls. We also have similar values and goals, and both of our paths are aligning very closely. And thank you, you are right that I need to at least talk to him, as I don't think he's ever realized that it bothered me. On why people don't like him. My friends don't really like him, partially because they saw me pine over him for a year, and also because I kept our relationship secret when it started, and they were angry about that. They also think he is stupid and is a fuckboy. Some of my friends outside of my main group also don't like him because his frat had a really bad reputation. For what it's worth though, my family is fine with him. I just don't really speak to them about this kind of stuff. I don't think this is breakup worthy. I think your boyfriend's just kind of an idiot. As long as OP doesn't think like he's cheating or like doing anything in his fuckboy ways, he is in a committed relationship that he cares about and he loves this girl. I think this is definitely, hey, boyfriend, just so you know, that was kind of hurtful for you to show me that. I know you meant it in this way, but here's the way that I took it. When OP said that her friends didn't like them, that was a huge red flag to me, but after reading why, I think it's stupid. It sounds like OP's friends are judging him based off of what he did before the relationship, which if you're in college, just going through like a fuckboy phase is kind of normal. So it sounds like they're judging him for his past, not for his present. They saw OP pine over him for a year, and also because she kept their relationship a secret when they started. So that's on OP. They also think that he is stupid and a fuckboy. Well, if he's been in a relationship for a year, he's obviously not a fuckboy anymore. Maybe he's stupid, but I don't really think that's a reason to hate someone. You know, you can just be like, oh, you're a little not there, as long as he's a nice person. Personally, I'm someone that if I see someone has genuinely changed to a good person, I wouldn't be too bothered by some shit behavior in the past, so long as it's not too bad, you know? The only part that I'm like, hey, yo, you should check him is when he called her a slut. It's like, dude, if I was OP, I'd go up to the guy and be like, oh, I was a slut? What about you, bro? Like, you were a slut. I'm going with the, hey, definitely have a talk with your boyfriend, but I don't think this is worth breaking up with him for. If he's really into the relationship, then you're fine. October 16th, 2023. This is literally the day after they posted this. First off, I just wanted to clear up a couple things. One, no, he isn't the only man I've ever been with. I did lose my virginity to him, but I've been with plenty of men other than him after that. Two, no, he didn't R-word me the first time we slept together. I was drunk but not blacked out, and I'm the one who told him to come over. I consented and I enjoyed it and continued talking to him afterwards. Three, no, I don't have any STDs. I get regularly tested and he's never given me anything, even though we often didn't use protection when we were just hooking up, including the first time. What a crazy thing to have to clarify though. I hate when people are like, oh, you must have so many STDs. Bro, just say you don't have sex. Now for the actual update. Everyone's comments were a real wake-up call. I did already realize realize at least somewhat that the entire time we'd known each other before dating, he had treated me like crap. But I justified being with him by saying that he'd changed because I'd won him. But the pros and cons list made me realize just how little he thought of me, and giving it to me made me think that he still felt the same way towards me. It also made me realize that in his mind, he was settling for me and that he probably only really liked me for the things I did for him. I also realized that although it was fine for a little while, he really was hot, to be honest. I definitely didn't want to have kids or spend the rest of my life with a man who didn't actually like or respect me. I also did make my own list, as some of the comments said, which made me realize how much I was willing to overlook for an attractive man. I would never give it to him because even though a lot of people seem to think I don't really love him, I do care about him a lot for some reason. I would never do anything to hurt him, but here's the list. Pros: 6'2", big, attractive, popular, good job, and makes a lot of money, close to family, can be sweet, pays for things, submissive. But is he breedable? Cons: NPC, has no hobbies or interests, drinks a lot, clearly doesn't respect me, kind of stupid, not interesting, hardly an intellectual, not well read, don't have a lot to talk about together, friends don't like him, not good in bed. Ooh, that's tough. That last one's tough, you guys. That last one's real tough, I'm not gonna lie. My list made me realize that not only does he kind of have nothing going for him, but being with him also reflects pretty terribly on myself and my values. I'm not really ashamed of myself because I met him when I was 18, but I hope I will not be this shallow of a person for my whole life. So I broke up with him this morning over coffee. He wasn't really upset and was kind of like, damn, okay. He did try to convince me to stay, but I was firm and we are officially broken up. I blocked him on everything because I have no self-respect when it comes to him, and I have no doubt he would try to booty call me soon if I didn't. My friends are all actually thrilled and are hosting a party for me tonight. My family was also pretty relieved. They didn't hate him, but they thought he was really stupid, and I think they're happy I won't be polluting the family lineage with idiocy on that level. That second part gave me a lot more perspective. In the first part, I thought she was like, oh, none of this is true. I don't believe it. He's really sweet to me, da-da-da-da-da. But seeing her pros and cons list was like, oh yeah, okay. Clearly you just like this man because he's 6 foot tall. My husband wants me to be a mother to his affair child. Original post, February 21st, 2023. I, 29 female, and my husband, 44 male. Hey, yo, wee woo, that's the sound of the police. I've been together for 5 years and married for 2. I met him. Wait, you're telling me you were 22 and he was 37? That's disgusting. I met him at the church I started going to when I moved cities to start my career. I work for an insurance company and he's a pastor. Of course he's a pastor. Why wouldn't he be a pastor? I know that we have a notable age gap, but he was always kind to me and made me feel special. Oh, well, if he made you feel special, then it's fine. You know, I really had a problem with the 15-year age gap, but hey, he's nice to you and makes you feel special. You know, I'm sure there are some serial killers that were really nice to their victims and yeah, made them feel special, so it's fine. Anyhow, a week ago, he came home and told me we needed to talk. He told me through tears that he had been having an affair with one of our community members, 34 female, and that she had been pregnant with twins. She had gone into labor. Wait a damn minute. So this man didn't come to you when it was like, oh yeah, we've just figured out that she's 9 weeks pregnant and I should tell you this. She has gone into labor. She had gone into labor. She and one of the twins died and the other one is in the NICU. Oh, that's pretty sad. I'm not gonna lie. He said we need to step up and that he wants me to turn my office into a nursery and set up a cot in the room so we can take turns. I became distressed and told him I wanted to take some time to think, that I was not sure I wanted to do this. He told me that I made a vow to him in a marriage and that God has blessed us with a child, that this is our cross to bear and that God will never give us something we cannot handle. Yeah, no, I know I just cheated on you, but this is God's will. God wanted me to cheat on you so that you could have this burden of a child that isn't yours. I told him that it seemed God had given her more than she could. Oh, no. No. because she had died. I know I should not have, but I was not thinking correctly. He slapped me and told me that I needed to serve my husband, that God has chosen me as this child's mother and I needed to be his humble servant. I just feel so strange. Yesterday, I cried so hard I threw up. This woman died, yet I feel bad for myself. As you should. Look, man, shoot me. Her dying, not your problem. Feel bad for yourself. You have been cheated on, hit by your husband, low-key groomed, and now this man is making an insane request of you. I think you're allowed to feel bad for yourself. I feel so ugly. I wanted children and was saving for IVF because I am infertile, but now that I have a chance to have a child and I do not want it, I feel like I'd be robbing its mother's grave. I pray to God, but if I'm being honest, it's never felt like anyone was ever listening. I feel like I have truly seen my husband and he no longer looks kind. He looks his age and very tired. I want to abandon him and the child. I'm only 29. I can start over. I have a remote job. I can take a day off when he goes to the NICU, pack my essentials, and leave. Neither him nor the child deserve this, and although this is my circus, that is not my monkey. I mean, honestly, good on her. It sounds like she's starting to see through the BS. What kind of monstrosity did I just read? I need therapy after reading that, and it didn't even happen to me. Relevant comments. Someone said, love yourself and leave. That's the hard part. I always have felt like I was never on anyone's radar and just their back burner. He made me feel special and loved, but this last week, I feel like I've seen past that. Although I was old enough to decide to be in an age gap relationship, I feel like he had no business being with someone my age. Disagree. If you are fresh out of college, you are not old enough to be able to decide to be in an age gap relationship. At least an age gap relationship, that's 15 years. I'm 29 now and I would feel wrong being with someone 24. I spent my whole life accepting second best, and now that the one person who put me first has now put me last, I feel like I just see it all now. I feel used. I'm a Christian and preacher's kid. He's full of shit. He made vows too. This is not your cross to bear. OP said, I've been kind of thinking about that recently. I still love him because that doesn't leave overnight as much as I want it to. This last week, I've just been thinking about what it would look like when the baby comes home. The arguments we'd inevitably have in front of the child. The way he'll use the fear of God to make them behave, and I can't accept that. I was willing to accept that when it was just me, and I'm not sure why, but I just can no longer accept this behavior. He said that she had come to his office several times to seek spiritual counseling, and the affair just happened after many emotional sessions. The assistant pastor is aware of things according to my husband's version of events and has called me twice this week to offer help converting my office into a nursery. He said that forgiveness is a virtue and this is part of God's plan. Someone commented, don't let him use God to manipulate you. He doesn't care about you. That's just it though. Looking past the situation itself, he doesn't care about me and only pretended to. I finally found someone who put me first and it was a lie. I feel like such a gullible idiot. A 39-year-old man was interested in a 24-year-old woman because they had the same interests? Really? I feel so stupid for not seeing it when I can so clearly see it now. Small update in the comments, February 23rd, 2023. I'm still processing this all and I just need a little time. I don't feel unsafe, just unloved, just not enough. My husband did apologize for slapping me and continues to express regret, but he can't take it back. Just as he cannot take back impregnating another woman, which ultimately killed her. I'm just feeling so disillusioned with my whole life right now. I know I should leave. I know that there is a world out there that will not treat me like this, but I am scared of change. I am working on a plan to leave and getting my ducks in a row for when I'm ready to go, but I am not sure when I would leave if I chose to. Many expressed that I should make a report to the police about him slapping me, and they're probably right, but that would likely cause me more problems than it would be worth. If I leave, it might make him want to contest the divorce more, and if I stay, it would cause more tension. I've been working on my left hook though, because I won't let him get away with it again. Damn, OP really said, these hands rated E for everyone. I'm not violent myself, but I'm down for a tussle because although I'm hurt, I am angry. I'm not sure if there will be an update because I'm still unsure. I can make all the plans in the world, but the change scares me almost as much as bending to his will. I've been praying about it, but I see no clear answers or guidance. I don't know. Funny thing, I'm jealous of the people saying that this is fake. It's like I want my life to be like it was 2 weeks ago. I could read a crazy story on the internet and think, wow, that's crazy. Seems kind of fake, and keep scrolling and go about my life. Only I can't scroll away in real life because that's just not how life works. I don't owe anyone proof of my life tragedies, least of all strangers on the internet whom I will never meet. I do thank all of you who have given support. I wish I could tell you I packed my bags and left his sorry ass, but I'm not strong enough to yet. It's not that easy to do in real life as it turns out. Odd. Updated post, October 17th, 2023, 8 months later. I left. If that's all you wanted to know, there it is. Let's go. For those of you who asking how the other woman died, I get it. I invited you into my business. It was an amniotic fluid embolism. I don't know much about those, but I guess when they happen, things go wrong really, really fast. We lived in a more rural area, so they just weren't ready for something like that to happen. I didn't leave right away, as I know now that I should have. It just wasn't that easy. I stayed for 2 more months. I knew if I did not at least try to make it work, I would not be able to live with it. Not because I wanted to save my marriage, but because what ifs keep me up at night enough as it is. I went to marriage counseling with my husband, but it was ultimately fruitless. Of course, it was Christian counseling. I felt like their goal was for me to forgive him rather than actually trying to help me. I was so utterly alone during that time. My parents and brother are also very religious, so even though they weren't happy with my husband, they kept urging me to do what a good Christian wife would do. Go no contact with that family. That is unacceptable. That is so disgusting. I spent so much time suffering in my own head that I began to realize that I was just going through the motions, doing what I thought people expected of me. I entered a state of derealization for a time, and that was an absolute mind fuck. The feeling of nothing being real, not even myself, was horrible. During this period, my husband brought his baby home, and while we tried to split the cares 50-50 at first, he ultimately didn't trust me to look after the baby because I was lost in space. So he ended up being the primary provider. When I was with the baby, all I could think about was how its existence ruined my life. It'd look at me with big blue eyes, and I would just wish it would disappear. I would actively spend time resenting a baby. There was a time when I was thinking to myself, and I wished it would stop breathing. That was when I knew that I needed to leave. I was blaming a baby and wishing ill upon it, and that was not okay to do. I don't remember much about this time besides that. It's mostly a blur otherwise. I sought services through my work to talk to a therapist, and I eventually came back to earth. She helped me make a plan. At no point did I fear my husband. I truly believe the slap was a one-off event. However, screw him. He doesn't deserve closure. On a night he had a long Bible study, he always took his baby with him because he didn't trust me. I packed my essentials and dipped. I met him pretty quickly after college, so I did not have much to take as far as furnishings. I fit everything I wanted into 3 suitcases and 4 moving boxes. It all fit into my SUV. After some mediocre Tetris skills, I was able to change my phone number online before I left, but I did leave the divorce papers under his pillow with my lawyer's contact info. Kind of like the Tooth Fairy, but for a-holes. I was the breadwinner. In my state, we were not married long enough for me to have to pay spousal maintenance. At least that is what my lawyer said. I owned my vehicle outright. We had our own bank accounts and a shared expenses account. We filed taxes separately, and the church owns the house. He's being an ass about it all, but I'm hoping it should be done soon. I got a decent apartment in a city a few hundred miles away. I've never lived in a city this big before. Everything is so expensive, but besides that, I like it. I found a new therapist, met some new friends, and found a new church with loving people. I still have my days, but for the most part, I'm content. I think it will always hurt on some level, but I'm working on taking my power back. I turn 30 next month, and I'm hopeful it will be the start of my best decade yet. I'm just glad OP ended up leaving. Nobody should have to ever put up with that stuff. That Christian or religious guilt is unacceptable in my opinion. I think my roommate may be poisoning me. Original post, October 12th, 2023. I'm 25 female and I live in Seattle. I just moved here a few months ago from New York City because of my dream job and I was so excited. I work as a data analyst and I make a very comfortable living. It felt like my life was finally all starting to fall into place. The only thing I needed was a place to live. I took to Facebook because I figured that might be the best place to find a roommate. I found this girl, let's call her Kate, 26 female, and she seemed perfect. She said that her and her boyfriend, 29 male, were in a 2-bedroom apartment that was very spacious, in a great location, and were looking for someone to rent the room. She said she was a 7th grade English teacher and her boyfriend was a physical therapist. All her interests and hobbies seemed to align perfectly with mine, so I agreed to live with them. I moved in 1 month after initially finding each other and everything started off great. Kate and I were friendly and had good conversations when we would interact. One day, however, I get home and she seemed to be in a very bad mood. I asked her about it and she ignored me and walked into her room. I didn't think anything of it, but then I received a text from her that read, "I know you want to F my boyfriend," and that's all she wrote. I was very confused because that was completely untrue. I have been cheated on in the past and know how devastating it is, so I would never want to inflict that pain onto someone else. There were more text exchanges and everything seemed to be good, but when I saw her in person, she continued to act weird, but I brushed it off. The next day, however, she began to act very nice and sweet, even offering me a smoothie because she knew I was too busy in the mornings to make breakfast. I accepted and went about my day. The smoothies continued every morning and I just thought she was being nice. Now I am experiencing some symptoms and I'm a bit scared. My hair has started to fall out and my hormones have been all over the place. I have developed some weird stomach issues and I get headaches all the time time now. This is all new to me. It may be that the move and all this change is affecting my health, but it does seem to have started around when the smoothies did. I don't know how to catch her and see if I'm right, and I don't want to seem rude and stop accepting the smoothies if I'm wrong. I don't know what to do. I need some advice. Someone said, see a doctor ASAP and take the smoothie with you so they can test it. OP said, wow, I didn't realize they would be able to test it at the hospital. That is 100% what I will do. I also do not want to be on a true crime podcast. Thank you very much. This is beyond helpful for me. How are your nails? Have they developed ridges? I always have my nails manicured, so I don't really know if they look abnormal. Someone said, I hope it's something like a bad blender and not something malicious, but also get allergy tested. I'm also hoping it's not malicious, but I definitely will be doing all that has been suggested. Rent an Airbnb and move now. I have been looking for a new place. I'd rather live alone at this point. No matter what, I don't think homegirl should be poisoning her roommate. She definitely glossed over the whole you want to sleep with my boyfriend thing way quicker than I thought she should have. Like, she kind of was like, yeah, she accused me of it, and then we texted and that was it. Why? Like, what is the reason? You know what I'm saying? Never accept smoothies or drinks from anybody unless you see them make it in front of your eyes. I would try to like watch her make it. I think it's weird that she's like, it's rude to say no to a smoothie. Like, why don't you just say yes and like take it with you and then dump it out? We got an update 6 days later, October 18th, 2023. I took the advice to go to the hospital and did just that. I went to the hospital the day after posting and brought along the smoothie. They told me that they were unable to test the smoothie at this time, but they did give me a blood test as everything would still show up there. This would also indicate what is happening in my body and why I might be experiencing these symptoms. To make a long story short, turns out my roommate was adding some sort of creatine or protein powder into the smoothies because she wanted me to bulk up so I was no longer seen as desirable to her boyfriend. I told her about what happened at the hospital and she told me everything. That is what was causing my headaches, stomach issues, and potentially the hair loss because I'm apparently allergic to it. So technically she was not poisoning me, just trying to make me bulky. This, however, is not the traumatic part. While the doctors were giving me all the blood tests, they found that I have leukemia. Hey, yo! This news has been hard for me to deal with. Now, because of my new circumstances, I will be moving back home to be around my family as I go through treatment. No, this was not at all how I expected this to turn out, but maybe in a way it's a good thing. I'm not really sure, but I know I am going to be okay in the end. Thank you to everyone again for this. Okay, so like, wait. Hold on. So you're telling me, don't get me wrong, still bad that she was getting poisoned, but also kind of a good thing now, you know? The sooner, it would have been worse if she waited like a couple of months and then figured out she had leukemia, you know? My dad's friend at church wears a dance belt to control himself at his daughter's dance class, but dad doesn't want me to tell anyone. October 20th, 2023, original post. My dad often asks me to go to something our church calls a men's fellowship once a month, and they basically serve food and have worship and a sermon. It's in a conference room where men are seated together by table, and some dads bring their sons too. My dad started taking me when I was 13-ish. We usually sit with some guys he knows, and I've grown farther from the religion as I've aged. But since it's something that we used to always do, I go for the free food and mostly remain silent, and I will stop attending church upon going to college. I sparingly attend Sundays now. But something happened last Saturday that's bothered me and caused a rift between us. During the time where each table is given time to pray for each other's prayer requests, one guy mentioned a porn addiction at our table when we went around. However, when talking about how he tries to fight temptation, he said he purchased a dance belt, something I never heard of until he explained how it worked when someone asked, to wear at his daughter's dance recitals / practices because he struggles with the sexual nature of the costumes. But he didn't tell his wife because he didn't want to ruin dance for his daughter. He also said he used to masturbate to young female dancers and gymnasts growing up because he thought it was better than porn because they were clothed, and he said his parents raised him on purity too. He also said he sometimes still masturbates to underage dancers / gymnasts as an adult, but that he couldn't go to a therapist because of the subject matter and he had wanted prayer for a while. However, it really bothered me that he had to wear a dance belt and it led to an argument with dad on the ride home. I honestly have no clue what a dance belt is, you guys. Dance belt is a kind of specialized undergarment commonly worn by male ballet dancers to support their genitals. Most are similar in design to thong underwear. From the sound of it, a dance belt is literally like a man thong that is just used to like cover up dudes' genitals when they're wearing like tight leggings. It looks like it would be incredibly uncomfortable to get a boner in one of these. So I think that's what he's saying is why he's wearing it, is because it'll either hide that or prevent him from getting one. Dad disagreed when I said something like that should be mentioned to his wife and possibly the police because it reeks of pedophilia. But he disagreed and said it was confidential to the table because it was a prayer request. And he said that prayer was the only action needed. He also said it'd be out of place for someone my age to bring it up and that I'd be punished if I did when I said I was considering it. Mom also agreed with Dad and told me to mind my own business too, but I'm bothered by the thought of someone like him around kids and his own child who's in middle school with temptation that requires him to wear a dance belt. And I'm strongly considering taking action about it. I just want to ask what's the most effective way to deal with something like this? Like if it'd be best to go to the police or another source to report it. I also considered telling his wife, but I'm not sure if that's the best course because it'd most likely be at church. I could also try to find out what studio his daughter attends to warn them, but I'm open to any suggestions from those who might have dealt with something similar. First off, it's extremely sad that it sounds like this whole thing stemmed from a family that was pushing purity. That is so unbelievably sad that like this guy probably in like the most formative years of his life was jerking off to, you know, videos of girls his age in the, I guess, quote unquote, most revealing clothes that he could find at the time, which was like gymnasts and dancers. And because it was so in his formative years, he has kept that attraction to a younger demographic. That is so sad. I think it's so normal nowadays for kids to be watching porn. I don't want to be the parent that's like, you can never do this and it's wrong, because that's so unbelievably unrealistic, but more like trying to like moderate it, like make sure like, hey, you're not watching like really fucked up shit. Talk to them about sex and like the proper way, tell them that consent is important. All this purity shit is just leading to stuff like this. It sounds like he knows that it's bad, but praying isn't gonna do it. I think OP needs to go to this guy specifically and be like, hey man, I gotta break it to you. Prayer isn't gonna do it. You gotta find help, whether it be therapy, whether it be a support group. It's gotta be something that is more than just asking people to pray for you. The hard part is that OP is a kid, but if he can figure out if this guy is doing some sketchy shit on the side, I think that is super important, because it's one thing if this guy identifies that he has a problem and actively wants to like fix it. Unfortunately, the way that he thinks it's gonna get fixed is prayer. It's another thing if he's actually giving into that temptation and then going to these sessions for forgiveness. I think he needs to disobey everything his mom's saying, everything his dad's saying, because this is an incident waiting to happen and it's gonna weigh very heavily on OP's conscience if something does happen in the future. Also, just don't want stuff like that to happen. A lot of advice I received recommended going to the FBI over the police in case any cops happen to attend our church. And some also suggested contacting CPS since the man, who we'll call Greg from now on, has an underage daughter. Some also said to not expect CPS to do much because they often don't do much in cases with little proof, but that it was good to get a paper trail in case things escalated. Some also suggested calling a relative to get some real life advice from an adult, and I decided to do so on Saturday after getting a lot of advice from my post on Friday. I decided on calling my grandpa, and we ended up talking for well over an hour as he had a lot to say, including things I hadn't thought of. He also laid out a plan of what he would have done if he were at that table, and I'll explain what that was too. I kind of like that because I actually don't know what I would have done at that table. Like, first and foremost, he said he was very disappointed in my dad after hearing everything, and I want to add that my grandpa isn't religious and didn't raise my dad religious. My dad became a Christian as an adult, and we go to a Pentecostal church. Grandpa said that dad was setting a terrible example what a responsible man should be, and when I told him that dad said it was none of our business besides to pray, he said it became his business when Greg admitted to pedophilia, which he said was described as sexual attraction directed towards children, that he admitted by disclosing how he masturbates to underage dancers slash gymnasts. He also said that dad, along with the other men, but he doesn't know them, had an obligation to be the adult that Greg refused to be for the sake of his wife and especially his daughter, because Greg was being immature and selfish by refusing to get therapy and asking the table to not tell his wife. He also said he didn't believe Greg was serious about changing because he refused therapy and didn't remove himself from the situation, dance studio, and he thinks he brought it up to rationalize continuing in his brain. Along with the dance belt Greg stated he wore to his daughter's dance recitals slash practices, which he might have rationalized was his change. When I asked what he meant by rationalizing, he said that Greg rationalized that masturbating to underage dancers slash gymnasts was better than porn, as he stated at the table, and Grandpa said that purity culture was partly to blame, though not completely to absolve Greg from his ways. He said purity culture suppressed a lot of natural slash healthy sexual growth for teens, and in Greg's case, guilted him / taught that porn was bad, which made Greg look to non-sexual sources to find sexual gratification. And that's how he probably began masturbating to underage dancers / gymnasts in his teens and never stopped upon becoming an adult. He also said that men are often overlooked when discussing the harms of purity culture, but that it, in this case, helped direct Greg towards non-sexual sources, dance / gymnastics, to lust after instead of porn that is often done by consenting actors / actresses. So when it came to what dad should have done, he laid out a plan of what he thought was best. First, he said that pedophiles work in secrecy. So the first thing he would have done was tell Greg, if Grandpa was at the table, that he was obligated as a father to tell his wife for his own good and the safety of his family / daughter, regardless of if it made him upset because his daughter participated in the sport that made him wear a dance belt because he struggles to control himself. Second, he would talk to his wife, with Greg hopefully present, about arranging a network of other women, including dad's wife and potentially, but unlikely, wives of other men at the table to drive his daughter to dance in the event Greg's wife couldn't take her because Greg shouldn't be there under any circumstances currently. Third, he would have told him that he has limited time, maybe 2-ish weeks as someone suggested, to find a therapist after previously disclosing everything to his wife in step 1, and if need be, to ask for assistance in finding one. But if he refused, he would take it to the authorities because he wasn't serious about change. And fourth, he would have gone with Greg to tell the pastor to prevent Greg from being around other kids in the church, even if it meant not attending for some time. However, he was also hesitant of the last step due to the nature of churches covering for their own and trying to convince my dad of not going to the authorities, so he was a bit torn on the last one. When we were almost done with our call, Grandpa said he was hesitant to try and talk sense into dad because he knew how he was and didn't think he would listen due to previous disagreements. But when he said that he could also get me into trouble for telling him, I suggested that he try to give dad a chance, even though it seemed slim, because I had no pull to enact Grandpa's plan as a kid to hold him accountable. However, in the event that dad refused, Grandpa said I could drive to his place to send a report to the FBI along with CPS with his help, and we picked a day for next week on the phone. So Grandpa called dad shortly after we spoke, and long story short, dad was upset that I vented to Grandpa and said that Grandpa didn't understand. He also said it's disrespectful to go to another parent / adult when you already spoke to one. So after dad finished talking to me, I called Grandpa back to basically confirm going to his place because I wouldn't be able to convince Greg myself as a kid, along with not having any pull with dad's other friends at the table. And Grandpa said he lost a lot of respect for dad because dad yelled at Grandpa about providing wordly advice and going over dad's head. I really appreciate all the advice and links to CPS / FBI that I'll use in person with Grandpa, and I'm sorry that this post came out so long too. Edit, also the people at the table were generally dad's friends, so Greg is one of dad's friends at church. Yikes. Okay, we got a couple additional comments here. You have no ethical duty to keep what is discussed in this setting private. You are not his therapist, his doctor, or his lawyer. If people say they have pedophile problems, you don't owe them secrecy. On the other hand, you don't have reportable actions. What if you wrote down what you remembered and reported it? How's your dad going to know it was you? You don't owe your dad information about whether you report. Also, if pedo guy cared about his kids being safe, he would get help. He cares more about keeping himself safe. Not only does he have no ethical duty to keep what was said private, but I think he also has an ethical duty to report it or do something about it, even if it amounts to nothing, because our legal system sucks actual dick. I googled it, and apparently dance belts not only flatten bulges but also help in preventing erections because the tightness can make it hard for the penis to get properly erect. I don't have a dick, so no idea how true that info is, but still, really fucked up that the father feels the need to wear one of those belts to be able to attend middle school recitals. You did the right thing. This internet stranger is so proud of your integrity. It may not be apparent right now, but you putting yourself at odds with your parents to protect others from a predator reveals your strong and good heart. It's going to be hard and you're going to get pushback, but you are absolutely doing the right thing by talking to your grandfather, and I'm glad he has your back. A word of advice: when someone shows you who they are, believe them. Your father had just revealed who he is, and that is someone who is willing to allow children to be put in harm's way for the sake of his comfort. Others' health, safety, and security don't matter as much to him as his comfort. That's very telling. Additionally, the fact that he's trying to shut you down means potentially two things. One, that he is not a safe person for you to be yourself with, as he wants blind obedience, not genuine connection. And two, ask yourself why your father is staunchly defending a stranger's pedophilic nature. I'm not sure it proves anything, but ask yourself why you and your grandfather and grandmother were instantly able to recognize how wrong this is and how disgusted you were, and how your father wasn't. Food for thought. Hang in there and stay strong. You've got this. Your grandpa is completely right. He is also someone you should continue to go to for things like this because clearly he can be trusted, especially because he gave your dad a chance to tell his side and attempt to be fair to you both. As a parent, I find it disturbing as hell that your dad said not to go to another trusted adult because he already spoken on the matter. That's exactly how sexual abuse run rampant in these cultures. I would at this point be very concerned that my dad shared Greg's appetite for illegal and immoral sexual fantasies. It sounds like he's protecting his own interest rather than his children. I have a backup plan. Before my boyfriend started dating me seriously, he knew this. Now that he is my fiance, he wants me to get rid of it. I'm not doing it, and I don't understand why I should. Original post October 8th, 2023. I have always had a backup plan. My backup plan includes a place to live, money for general expenses, and a rainy day fund. It's more complicated than that, but that's the gist of it. I like having it, and I have explained to previous partners that I have one, and I let them decide if they're okay with it. My fiance knew this before he started dating me exclusively. He knew that if we ever got married, I would require a prenuptial agreement and a request that this backup plan stays intact. A couple days ago, he told me he wasn't okay with this plan any longer. I don't think that's fair. He comes from a wealthy family and the prenuptial agreement protects him, and I should have something that protects me. I'm actually finding myself really angry about this because I was an open book about this every step of the way, and now I feel like he's changed his mind. He says that having this plan makes it seem like I will leave him while I think it protects me. I'm annoyed because it's not fair to me to change your mind when you know my expectations from the beginning. Edit, I put this post up because I was annoyed that he essentially told me this on Friday, minutes before our meeting with the lawyers. I was and am annoyed, but he follows my Reddit account, so throw away. I don't tell everyone about this plan, only ones that I've gotten serious with, which is a grand total of 2. The backup plan is complicated, but it doesn't screw him over in any way. It protects me, and I would be paying for the property and still contributing the same amount that he would be to our household expenses and savings. Now that he knows what the plan entails in depth, he wants to just not sign anything on both sides. This is a bad idea. I would be unprotected, but so would he, and he has way more than I do. He feels like I have one foot out the door. I don't. I love him, but my dad is a divorce lawyer, and from what I've heard and seen, better to protect yourself and not need it than no protection and then have to pick up the pieces. Both of our parents agree that a prenuptial is needed. I'm not getting rid of this plan. There's not anything that would make me compromise about this. I told him he has a decision to make because I'm not changing my mind. Yes, I told him about this post as more people have seen it. Rather, he finds out about it from me than someone else or just being on Reddit. I'm very confused. Is OP just basically saying I have my own assets in case we get divorced? I feel like they haven't explained this backup plan very well, but from the sounds of it, it's really not a big deal. A separate bank account and their own piece of property. If for some reason they separated, OP has something to fall back on, which that sounds fair. Why are you making such a big deal out of it? Unless the boyfriend is completely unreasonable, there has to be something in there that makes the boyfriend uncomfortable. October 18th, 2022, 10 days after the original post. When I made the first post, I was angry because I felt like I had been deceived. I was honest with my fiance from the start, and I felt like he had pulled the wool over my eyes. But I understand his perspective now, and he understands mine. It never crossed our minds to break up, and I think we both needed some time to think. I understand this is Reddit, but please don't bash my partner. I understand I was vague, but to call him names and try to tear down his character when you don't know him is not okay. I also don't know why I am clarifying things. It's honestly a little therapeutic. To clarify some things about my backup plan, I called it that because I started it at 25. I have had it for about 10 years now. I'm in my mid-30s. It is an emergency savings account, another savings account, and a property I own. I use my main job to pay for my household expenses with my fiance and also to fill my main savings. I have a trust, but also investments as well, but my dad helps me handle those. The emergency savings is only money from additional contract jobs I take on in my profession. The other savings account is only money from rental income, some of which I use to maintain the property and pay my dad back. The property is a multi-family home and I rent out all the units but one. The property was bought by my dad when I was 24, and I've been paying him back the purchase price with no interest for a couple of years now. The property is worth a great amount now, but my dad would only accept what he paid for it from me. He took out a loan for me because he wanted me to be set up financially. I'm paying him back even though he already paid the loan off a long time ago. There's no way I would be able to buy that property now, or even 5 years ago, since the house prices have skyrocketed where I live, and I am grateful that my dad did that for me. I will finally pay off the loan in about 8 months and before I get married. It's taken me so long to pay my dad back because he insisted that I prioritize setting myself up financially rather than paying him back. The property is also a 15-minute walk to the nearest hospital and close to the city center, so it is easy to rent out to medical students. I keep one unit open because of events. I make a killing when there are events or when a big artist tours, and 2 examples are the recent Beyonce and Taylor Swift tours where I made a lot on the days they were in my city. If there are no events where I think I can make a good amount, I rent it out to travel nurses in 3 to 4 months periods, once or twice a year, but real realistically, there could be a couple weeks or 2 to 3 continuous months during the year where it sits empty. Overall though, I make a substantial amount from this property. I can't take credit for the strategy because my dad is the one who helped me set up the apartments and manage it. My partner and I come from vastly different economic backgrounds. His family has generational wealth and he can't remember a time they didn't. I grew up firmly middle class until my parents divorced, and then it was a struggle for a while. His home life was relatively stable with a mom and dad. On the other hand, my dad tried his best, but my birth mom made my childhood tumultuous both emotionally and mentally. The difference with how we think about money became very noticeable when we were planning our wedding. We had been discussing what type of flowers we would like, and then I started talking about the budget and stated that I thought 30 to 40K was good overall to pay for a wedding and an amount where we could easily afford it. He thought I meant 30 to 40K for flowers. No fucking way you can spend 30 to 40K on flowers. Those flowers better cure fucking cancer if you're spending 30 to 40K on them. He thought I meant 30 to 40K for flowers, and he and his parents didn't budge at the amount and just said, okay. I clarified what I meant, and I would never ever pay that amount just for flowers. When it comes to the plan, my fiance knew about it as soon as we were exclusive. I don't agree with people saying I shouldn't have told him. To protect my assets in the prenuptial agreement, I had to. I also told him because I felt he deserved to know. As we got more serious, especially with marriage, I told him more after talking to my dad and finding out what was okay to say so that he understood the extent of the plan. The reason I kept saying the backup plan was complicated was due to the prenup my dad had come up with. It is very long and protects me very well, and my fiance was, in his view, not prepared for the extent of it. My dad and I went to this extent due to what he had seen people do in divorces, but also mainly due to his divorce that affected us both. It didn't help that I further joked that my dad tried to cover for any loopholes, including asking his associates to look over the document and revising it if one was found. What I saw as protection, my fiance saw as me having an out since my dad went to such an extent. The short part of it is that my fiance was insecure about it. He grew up with a dad as the breadwinner, and he was raised with this idea that he should be a provider, and my plan rattled him because it showed him that financially I didn't really need him. He told me he didn't realize how much of himself he had tied into this provider role and felt extremely insecure because he didn't know what he now brought to the relationship. When he found out about the sometimes empty unit, he felt more uneasy because he, even though I have and will always have a job, wanted and planned to take care of me. His idea of scrapping both prenups was his way of trying to say that he trusted me and that I should trust him. If he was willing to go without a prenup, knowing I could get a substantial amount of his assets, then it would show me that he would never try to hurt me financially or otherwise. I told him I saw it at the time as extremely manipulative due to him doing it before we met with the lawyers, and he apologized because he honestly just panicked. I explained the reasons I wanted a prenup. The first was because I was with him when his brother got a divorce, and to put it nicely, the brother's ex-wife financially got eviscerated. I'm not going to talk about their relationship, but financially, she just kept being taken back to court over and over until she said she couldn't afford a lawyer anymore. From the way his brother bragged about it, she wasn't left destitute, but paid a significant amount in legal fees and left with a far smaller settlement. His family would have bankrupted her because they had the wealth to wait her out. They could have gone to court forever and they had a prenup. His brother's divorce was never on his radar as a reason why I was so persistent about the prenup. Basically, what I said was there was a disparity in wealth here, and I know he would never do this to me, but I would feel better protected with one. The second reason is that though my dad is a divorce lawyer and upper middle class now, he went through a pretty bad divorce with my birth mom, and I witnessed it for 3 years. My dad is a first generation, married young, and had no prenup. What I saw from 9 to 12 was my birth mom, I no longer consider her a parent, completely try to annihilate my dad, and she didn't care that her child's well-being was on the line. She didn't care what financial damage she did even to herself as long as my dad suffered. I'm talking wiping out savings, taking loans and maxing out credit cards, getting tickets and getting the car towed by parking in an incorrect place and leaving the car to accumulate fees. She called CPS, said my dad was a pedophile, and turned on me when I wouldn't back up her lies. And all of this financially devastated my dad for years during and after the divorce. We were struggling for years, and I think people don't realize how quickly you can go from stable, even upper class, to nearly homeless or homeless. People don't realize, if you have never been in that position before, how an ugly divorce not only devastates people financially, but also socially and professionally. My dad lost clients and lost income, and it took many years to rebuild it back. We only survived because my grandmother, dad's side, sold her home. I told my fiance that I basically went from having a parent who showed me love for 9 years to a person who hated me and decided to destroy 2 people, my dad and me, because a marriage ended. There was no way to stop her, and a prenup could have stopped a lot of financial damage. I again told him I knew he wouldn't do this to me, but I needed him to understand understand where I was coming from. Also, if anyone reading this says I'm damaged from this and should have been in therapy from age 9, I know, but it's hard to pay for therapy when you're poor. It is the last priority over having a roof over your head and food and basic necessities. I did get into therapy when I was 19. My fiance and I talked over several days, and anytime he had a question or needed clarification, I answered it. I didn't realize how much seeing the extensive prenup affected him, and he didn't realize why I was so insistent on it. Overall, he knows that though I love and trust him, that I have to protect myself, and he should too. He knows why I'm insistent on signing a prenup, but also knows that I'm choosing to be with him based on who he is as a person and not what he can provide for me. I now understand why he felt insecure, and I have tried to alleviate that, and I'm constantly reassuring him of the reasons I'm with him. I also asked him to come see the property and unit with me, and he was really excited about that. I told him that I don't plan on us breaking up ever, and I have a plan for leaving the assets to our future children. Finally, I really see how, when it comes to people he loves, he leads with emotion while I'm more logical, so we both are going to try to be more mindful of that as we move forward. We both finally signed the prenups, and his only stipulation was to stop calling mine a backup plan and instead call it a I'm never going to need this plan. We are good, and I'm glad this happened because it showed both of us that we need to work on our communication more outside of our counseling. We are going to keep planning our wedding, and I'm excited to begin this next part of our lives together. I will say it is frightening that they missed on such a big issue due to a communication error and they're about to get married. I do not want to get married to somebody who I don't feel like I can communicate effectively with. And this is really big proof on them not being able to effectively communicate with one another. Not saying they shouldn't get married, not saying that they're not meant for each other, but this just sounds like they both could not communicate how they were feeling and like why they were doing the things that they were doing, which is just dumb, especially if you're A, about to get married, and B, together for as long as they've been together. It surprises me that OP never told their partner about like how awful the divorce was, and because of that, that's why they want the prenup. Like that shocks me. That's like a huge factor to who OP is as a person. So like the fact that they didn't communicate that and they're getting married to this person is like, dude. So they're wealthy and in love. I hate them. Jade. Jade, that's the comment of the night. My 36 female, daughter's 18 female, friend 18 female, stole a $4,900 watch from my husband, 56 male, and we don't know how to tell her parents. Original post, October 16th, 2023. Our daughter has been friends with this girl for about 8 or 9 months, and in the last few months, she has been starting to invite her to our house more often because they are classmates, and sometimes they have projects to do together. Well, last week she came to our house, and my husband was helping them with a project, since they are studying the same thing he studied, and at one point, my youngest daughter came home with her friends, so my eldest daughter and her friend went to my husband's office. And according to him, he had taken off his watch and left it on his desk, and our daughter saw it, so he was right. But when her friend left, the watch was gone, and after searching for it throughout the house, I decided to check the security cameras, and she took it when she was left alone in the office for less than 5 seconds. To my surprise, my daughter wasn't surprised because according to her, this is the third time that valuable things have disappeared from our house. The first 2 times she stole a pair of gold earrings and a gold necklace from my daughter, and she thought she lost them because honestly, she loses her things all the time. But my daughter is sure that her necklace and earrings were in her jewelry box and that her friend took them. And now my husband and I don't know if we should tell her parents, since she has stolen a significant sum of money from our house, and the last thing we want is to get the police involved. We just want to get our stuff back and help her get help because she clearly has a problem. How can you talk to parents about this without them feeling offended? In total, she stole almost $6,000 from our house, and that's not right. But she's young and we want to give her another chance. That's why we're not going to involve the police, and that's why we also want to talk to her parents. What would be the correct way to face the situation? Just to clarify, they are in college, and this decision not to involve the police has to do with that. We don't want to affect her academically, and I say that we want to talk to her parents because she still lives with them and they are the ones who pay everything for her. I think this is an invite them over type of conversation, and obviously make sure that you have the videos on hand. I think you should also start off the conversation by being like, hey, we don't want to go to the police. We have this evidence, but we want to make sure that you're aware of it. October 21st, 2023. My husband and I decided to talk to her parents because she lives with them and we thought telling them was the best thing. Well, according to them, they suspected that she was doing something wrong because she was receiving more and more gifts from my daughter every day because that's what she said they were. We told them that our daughter only gave her a bracelet that was a birthday gift, but that the rest of the things were never gifted. And fortunately, they weren't offended and even promised to check her room to see see if they could find our things. When they checked her room and her electronics, they found even more things than we thought. She has been stealing things from our house for months to sell them online on a secondhand clothing sales app. At home, we live with 4 teenagers, 18, 16, 14, and 12, who are constantly exchanging clothes, shoes, and jewelry, and often have arguments because one of them takes something from the other without permission. So when she stole several of my daughter's clothes, they never suspected it was her. She sold all the clothes she stole from them and only had my daughter's earrings and necklace and a ring for my youngest daughter and my husband's watch in her house. According to her, she did that because she wanted to help her father with some debts that he has because she didn't want to have to sacrifice college to reduce expenses. She works as a nanny, and sometimes that money wasn't enough to help her family, and she noticed that since my daughter wasn't affected by losing jewelry, she thought about taking them because she needed them more. Her parents confirmed that they have a debt, but they would never have thought she would do something like this to help. They apologized and promised to return every penny of the things that were already sold, but my husband told them that it was not necessary, that her giving us back the jewelry and the watch was enough. She gave us everything back and also apologized. We told her that this time we were not going to involve the police, but that not everyone would do the same if they caught her stealing again. We also made it clear to her that she's no longer welcome in our home and that my daughter will finish the project for both of them because we don't want her to be involved with her either. Wow, tough on the daughter, man. Hey, yo, I know you just got your shit stolen, but also you have to finish this 2-person project by yourself. And that was it, and we haven't heard from her since. A lot of people said we were idiots for not getting the police involved, and the truth is we might be, but we weren't going to ruin an entire family's life over a watch and some earrings. I also read comments saying that my daughter knew that she stole, but that is not the case. She loses things all the time, or sometimes her sisters take her things without permission, so she never suspects that her friend was the one stealing from her. That's why she kept inviting her over. That's a stupid thing to believe. Like, why would she bring it up if she was like enabling this woman to steal stuff? Honestly, like, W parents, it's hard because when you're like 17 to even 20, I'd say 20 is a stretch, but definitely like 19, you're in this like transition period from kid to adult. You should be a little bit more lenient. Like, I definitely did stupid things when I was 18 for sure. It sucks that the daughter's intentions were good. Like, she's like, I want to help my family, but just the execution was wrong. I found tickets for a cruise that my boyfriend got me. This gift has cemented for me that this relationship is over. October 16th, 2023. My birthday is coming up in a few months, and 3 days ago, I found out what my birthday present was, which is tickets to a cruise. His sister spilled the news thinking I would be excited, and I'm not. We live together, and I found the gift and know it's for me. I sound so ungrateful, but I'm not. This gift just proves to me that things will never change. The first thing is, this gift isn't for me. I do not like cruises because I get really bad seasickness, and nothing I do helps. I also told him what I wanted to do for my birthday, which was go to a Ren Fair festival on my birthday. I have already taken the week off from work for it in preparation to go to this fair. I have purchased tickets and I'm saving month to month so that I have spending money without it affecting finances at home. Why would he book tickets the same time as the time I took off to go to this festival? Also, this cruise wasn't cheap at all, so it's basically wasted money because I'm not going. I'm so annoyed. I've told him time and time again that I don't feel like he listens to me, that I feel like he just gets me things by thinking about what's best for him or what he would like. It's not only gifts. He makes decisions based on what he thinks is best, and I just can't deal with it anymore. I love him, but I'm so done. And before anyone says I didn't talk to him or talk to him about this, I have repeatedly. This has been a recurring conversation in our 2.5-year relationship. The next thing to do is talk this out and end things. Edit, I appreciate the comments and concern about cheating, but I know the gift is for me because it was in really nice packaging that said, "Happy birthday, my name." And the bag had like cruise ship related items and possible excursions. The effort he went to, it made me sad because that means he could have put in a little effort about the things I like. If he had even just gotten me a ticket for the Ren Fair Festival or accessories from online or even a piece of an outfit that had to do with Ren Fair, it would have made my entire month. It would have meant that he listened and got me something that interested me. I'm talking to him tonight and I'm not even annoyed anymore. I feel nothing about this. I think these types of relationships are very common. At least in the beginning, they're willing to overlook their flaws, but then after they've wasted like 3 or 4 years with them, they come out of it and they're like, oh my God, that was garbage. So I love the internet because I think this can like help raise awareness around this is not okay. Update October 19th, 2023. The day I wrote my post is the day I ended things with my ex. When he came home, I basically said I found the tickets for the cruise and I asked him who they were for. He said they were for me for my birthday and I ruined the surprise. I asked him why did he get me tickets for a cruise when he knew that I got seasick and also when he knew that I have been preparing for for a Ren Fair festival for a couple of months. He said that he always liked cruises when he went on them, and he thought that I could push through it with patches or some other remedy because it was a really expensive cruise. He continued talking, but to be honest, I spaced out because I realized just how much this man didn't care about me. He bought cruise tickets completely disregarding what I had planned, how I would feel, and what I wanted to do, all because he liked them. Like, F my birthday, F what I want, F how sick I got. He likes cruises, so we should do that. I think he realized I wasn't speaking or excited because he asked me what was wrong, and I broke up with him. He was shocked and angry, and he asked why. This isn't the exact wording, but I said something like, it's because I have realized how much you really don't care about me, and that you're always willing to put your wants over mine every time it suits you, even on my birthday. He started to argue and wanted to talk about it, but I was just numb and went to bed on the couch. After 2 hours of trying to speak to me, he left me alone. I woke up the next day and got ready for work. I oddly felt fine, and he wanted to talk, but I just said I'm done, and if he wanted to talk about the apartment or whatever we would do about the lease or anything regarding the end of the relationship, I'm okay with that. I told him I'm not changing my mind about this, and for me, this relationship is done, and I just want to split amicably. While I was at work that day, I had free time, and I wrote down every instance I could remember just in the last 6 months of him choosing his wants / needs over mine. It was nearly 3 pages front to back, and I didn't even realize how much I let go off because he didn't want to do it. When I went home and he tried to talk again, I gave him the list and I explained what it was. He left me alone the rest of the second night. He's still not accepting the breakup. He wants to do couples therapy now and even go on a break because he realizes how much he has done, but nope. I'm not doing it. I'm not trying to be mean or harsh to him, but I don't want to give him false hope. I also feel weirdly okay, but also numb at the same time. What I have to deal with now is breaking the lease, which he isn't willing to do because he thinks we can move past this. So I'm going to talk to the leasing office and see my options. At least I have my birthday to look forward to as I deal with a relationship ending and having to find a new place to live. Juicy, but it sounds like everything's gonna go well for her, and she handled it very, very well. Really standing your ground, not giving in, but I mean, that also probably shows that she was sick of it.
Am I the a-hole because I don't emotionally support my wife's obsession with Taylor Swift? My wife is fully obsessed with Taylor Swift. For the last year plus, that's all she listens to. Every Taylor Swift album on one continuous loop when she's working out or even just walking around the house doing stuff. Spent $2,000 to go see her recently at the Eras tour. Probably spent another $200 on merch. She filmed the show on her phone and will regularly put it on the TV and just watch for hours. We'll also watch the live streams of her performance on TikTok or whatever streaming platforms those are on. Is now going to see the concert movie. I mean, it's just been non-stop Taylor Swift in our house for a long time now. She continually refers to the live concert as the best experience of my life. She says Taylor Swift is a lifestyle. I personally don't really get it. I've never been obsessed with anything to that point. I love soccer and would love to watch Messi play, but I can't bring myself to spend $900 for a ticket to his upcoming match. It's just too much. I'm also really passionate about things my wife has no interest in, but I'm also not looking for her emotional support with those. Those are just things that are important to me and will remain important to me regardless. I have for sure made comments to my wife implying that this whole Taylor Swift thing is getting out of hand. I also was not super stoked that she was spending that much on one ticket to go see one concert, but ultimately it's what she really wanted and we had the money, so I said yes. And I am happy that she got to go. Recently, she blew up on me about how I don't support her as much as she thinks I should with her Taylor Swift lifestyle. She cites comments I make implying it's a cult and the only one winning here is Taylor Swift raking in the dough. And maybe it's time to focus on other things. She wants me to stop making comments like that and stop rolling my eyes and be supportive of her and her interests. But from my perspective, it's really taking over her life, and that just can't be healthy to obsess over something like that. People need balance. I also thought one of the benefits of marriage was to have someone tell you this kind of stuff, and it shouldn't be an argument. I'm very much leaning towards you're the a-hole. I do think your wife is a way overboard, but like, bro, you married into that. That was you. You said I do. You said forever and always. Don't forever and always if you can't forever and always no matter what. You know what I'm saying? What is it? Till death do us part? What about till Taylor Swift do us part? I feel like I have to go with you're the a-hole. That might be a lot, but there's nothing wrong with it. Like, it'd be one thing if she was not able to work Taylor Swift role play in bed, or like she was like trying to stalk her, but it just sounds like she spent a lot of money to go see her on tour, which you had the money for, as well as for the merch, and she just wants to consume as much of her content as possible, whether it's live streams, her her own video, her music, like referring to the wife. If you're gonna act like this, that's fine. But don't expect people not to be like, that's kind of weird. If I was married to someone like this, I'd probably be saying the same thing. I'm like, yo, this is some weird ass cult over here. I love you. You do you, but like, leave me the fuck out of that. He's not lying. Y'all Taylor Swift fans, you're making her really rich. And like, yeah, you're getting some good music out of it. At the end of the day, she is raking in the dough. Yeah, I'm gonna go with you're the a-hole here. I think they just need to be more accepting. Like, I don't think it's a really bad a-hole. I think it's just like, bro, get over it. Like, as long as she's not putting anybody's life in danger, her job's not in danger, you guys aren't about to go into financial ruin, like, bro, let her be. Couples therapy could probably help with this. That'd be crazy. Can you imagine being that therapist? And they're like, so what are you in here today? Did someone cheat? Is the love gone? Are you guys not having sex anymore? And this dude's like, she's obsessed with Taylor Swift, bro. I can't do it anymore. And she's just like, shut up and let me listen to Taylor Swift in my headphones. I, 22 female, found out my boyfriend, 22 male, had sex with his dying friend. I wouldn't have found out if one of our mutual friends didn't slip. My boyfriend and the girl did it when they were on vacation with other friends. She had a terminal illness and is dead now. I'm confident that he was never attracted to her. They never had a relationship beyond that. She did have a secret crush on him though. She was the little sister of their friend group. This incident happened late November or December 2021. She died in March 2022. He was visiting the hospital when she died. He's never had a death in his life before, so it really shook him. For the past year, his mental health has been very unwell. I don't know if I'm allowed to specify in this sub. It's not solely because of her death, but it was the catalyst. He rarely, if ever, talks about his feelings except with me. I hate myself because I get angry inside whenever he mentions her. I can't express my jealousy because she's dead anyway. This jealousy is eating me up. I just know that it wasn't fucking. They totally had emotional sex because of her condition. I don't even know who initiated it. It was probably something like how she didn't want to die a virgin. My boyfriend and I had never had sex all the way then. To clarify, he didn't lose his virginity to her, but she did lose her virginity to him. But he had sex with her before he had sex with OP? We have an otherwise perfect relationship. He's always been a good boyfriend, even when he's at his lowest. I had bad episodes before and the lowest of low points. He was the first one who stood by me. My family is strict and didn't approve of us, but he tried hard to win even my extended family over. We've been together for more than 3 years and have known each other since high school. No history of infidelity from both parties. I don't know if I can talk to him about this. I don't want to push him to the brink, but I'm also afraid that he might be dismissive of my feelings. I'm ready for the downvotes with this edit. I really mean it when I said that he stood by me. He practically fought to get me to keep living more than once. His poor mental health, to put it mildly, is the first time this happened. We were also best friends before we ended up together. I think it's unfair to be so black and white about this. Out of everybody, only one Redditor brought up that sex might not be consensual. That crossed my mind too, which is part of why I feel bad about being jealous / angry about this. More info about the vacation I didn't get to post. Other friends planned it with some other help from the girl. She wanted to go to that place for a long time. There were 7 of them, including my boyfriend and the girl. It lasted for 3 days and 2 nights. He asked me to come with when he was invited, but I declined. Beach getaways aren't my thing. I know it was supposed to be a getaway trip for the girl. I was only acquaintances with the rest, and I didn't want to intrude on her final trip with her friends, and this bit me in the ass later, lol. I mean, was there nobody else there to, like, this is a terrible thing to say, but like take one for the team? I think the biggest problem is like she doesn't know details. Like, if she knew details of whether it was consensual, was he doing it because she was dying and she didn't want to die a virgin? Like, there's too many question marks here. I still think he like shouldn't have done it. Like, at the end of the day, that is cheating. I hate to break it to you, but just because they help you get out of a couple like mental illness ruts, that's not a good reason to keep them around, at least in my opinion. I would still count it as cheating, number 1. Number 2, the only way that it maybe would have been okay is if he told her that it had happened, or if he had asked if it was allowed to happen. Like, it just seems really sneaky that she didn't find out from her boyfriend. He was still trying to hide it, clearly. I think they should break up with them. Like, I get it, they've helped you through a lot of stuff, but like, that's not, you can't be dependent on someone for that. Like, as much as you can have help, you can't be dependent on them. If I was OP, I would feel worse about the fact that he cheated on her, didn't tell her, tried to keep it a secret, and also doesn't have the balls to tell her exactly what happened. Let's read the update. I couldn't take it anymore, so I talked to him immediately. It's not an angry or accusatory conversation, just very emotionally draining for both parties, lol. I asked him as many questions as I could. So he said that he regretted it immediately, but he can't fault his friend much more out of compassion for her illness. He didn't tell me because he didn't know how I'd react and was afraid that I'd dump him. He didn't want to hurt me, but he did anyway because he didn't talk until now. The guilt is part of why his mental health is awful. He said he keeps feeling more guilty, especially every time we're together, when he talks about his mental health, and I support him. him, etc. It is true that he is mourning her, but at this point, it's more that he is distraught over betraying the one he wants to spend his life with. His words, we sound like we're on a soap opera or a Wattpad story, WTH. He didn't know how to talk about the latter, so he covered it up with mourning her when we talked back then. My BF said that if he could, he would have asked me for permission then. He would have respected my decision and wouldn't have done it. Though part of him would also feel guilty about not fulfilling his friend's wish when she dies. He added that he believes that it would be later outweighed by our relationship / feelings for me though. When I asked him if the sex was emotional for him, he admitted that it was because they were close friends and she was dying. He only did it because of their platonic relationship and her impending death. He wouldn't have done it in other circumstances. It wasn't romantic for him. As for who initiated it, was the girl. He was tipsy but not drunk. She kissed him and made the first move. He knew that she had a crush on him. He was never in love with her, never attracted, never saw her as a partner, even after what happened, etc. It was spur of the moment because of strong emotions. He didn't get to ask me for permission because it happened exactly at that moment. She didn't directly tell him to F her, but she confessed her feelings for him after kissing him and touching him. I don't like that. I have a problem with that, but we'll come back to that. He confessed to me that he felt kind of awkward around her afterwards, but he tried to move past that because they were friends and she was literally dying, LOL. I think it's so messed up that sleeping with him specifically was one of the dying girl's dreams. Maybe she just didn't care anymore because she was going to leave us anyway. I'm still conflicted. She wasn't even a bitch when she was alive. The girl is dead. I'm alive and with my boyfriend. What more could I do to her? Piss on her grave? I'm so sorry. That was the most like intrusive thought ever, but tell me where I'm wrong. Honestly, I feel like I tainted his memories of her too. What? There's no way he cheated on her and she feels bad. They were good friends then, and now she would be remembered as that girl who ruined our relationship. I feel bad about that too. I asked him if he would have told me what happened, and he said he didn't know. He might have taken it to the grave because he wants to forget it even happened, but he also said he might have told me when he felt confident enough to do so. Either way, he regrets not telling me immediately what happened. Yeah, no shit. Now that you know, of course he immediately regrets it. I tried to ask him if he thinks she planned the trip or planned to be alone with him to get him to sleep with her, but he didn't let me finish. Unlike with other questions, he got angry. I think he doesn't want to face that he might have been assaulted, especially by a friend who died. His mental health is awful already, and this is a heavy subject, so I didn't ask more about that angle yet. I'm not sure how I feel about the assaulted thing. Does not really feel like that to me. I asked him if he slept with her again after that or with other people. He said no. I asked what if he had another dying friend after this. He said he won't do it again given how much it affected us and our relationship, especially because he didn't want me to be this hurt again. He said it's not worth it, etc. Another thing I asked him was what would have happened if the girl got cured after they did it. He said that it would have ruined their friendship or it would take a lot of time for him to forgive her. He said she shouldn't have brought that up in the first place. I asked him if he would have dumped me for her. He said never, even if she was dying already. I don't know why I ever thought that he'd be dismissive of my feelings. He's always been supportive of me before this. I feel bad for doubting him, LOL. In our talk, my boyfriend said he'd do anything to gain my trust back again. He kept apologizing and asking me to stay with him. At the same time, he said that he understands my point of view. He wouldn't blame me if I left him and never forgave him because he's aware of his betrayal. He said that it still counted as cheating and it was wrong, etc. When I say in this post that I feel bad about feeling certain things, he didn't gaslight or manipulate me into it. He was reassuring me that what I feel is valid. I also talked to the two friends who know about this issue. Apparently, our mutual friend didn't tell my boyfriend that I found out. He said he didn't want to get involved but would support both of us either way. I asked him if their friend group was drinking on the trip. He said the group did on various degrees and times, like even when just playing chess or watching a movie. Our friend didn't drink except once because he's a lightweight. The girl didn't drink too because she's sick. I asked him if he thought it was possible that my boyfriend was drunk when it happened. I think this is the first time our friend considered that because he stopped for a bit then said probably. The one I'm not close with didn't know a lot of details, but she gave him an earful when he told her that he slept with the girl during the trip. She just didn't ask for more details because she didn't want to get very involved too. My boyfriend didn't explicitly ask them to hide this from me, nor did he ask them to tell me. At least I know my boyfriend's side now. I think a cool off is the middle point of the dump him / reconsider advice I got. I can feel how contrite it is and the scenario was too sketchy. Anyway, I'm inclined to believe that yes, this was cheating, but I doubt it was enthusiastic consent. Yes, he put the girl's feelings over mine, but again, that's a girl who's facing her impending death. He genuinely thought he was doing his friend a favor. We're experiencing the consequences of that action now, but I know that it didn't come from a place of malice. To people saying I'm making out the girl to be or that I completely hate her, her, then you're completely wrong. It's not exactly the same, but due to past experiences, I know how precious life is. I understand where she's coming from. She was a nice girl in times I've met her, most of which happened before she diagnosed. You all have no idea how traumatizing it was for her, and everyone around her sees such a vibrant girl with so much potential wither before your eyes. Call me a cuck, but I actually would have said yes if both of them talked to me. I still think this whole thing's super messed up. And even though she's like, I wasn't gaslighted or manipulated, I think you were. My boyfriend said that if he could, he would have asked me for permission then. Here's a breakthrough idea. How about instead of just hooking up with her immediately, you tell her, hey, I get where you're coming from. Let's call my girlfriend first. Boom. Odds are she wasn't gonna die that day. You had time to ask your girlfriend for permission. You could have easily stopped it, been like, whoa, my girlfriend might not be cool with this, but it's something that I would like to give to you as a friend. Let's put a pause on this and I will call my girlfriend. There you go. So right there, I already have no sympathy for the boyfriend. Okay, so this paragraph, the initiation. Let's go over this. She kissed him and made the first move. She didn't directly tell him to F her, but she confessed her feelings for him after kissing him and touching him. I think the boyfriend's lying, because the only conceivable way that I can imagine that this would go down and the boyfriend is telling the truth is if the girl comes up to him and is like, let's call him Tom. Hey, Tom, I haven't had sex yet. I'm gonna die. I would like you to do this with me. And then he was like, okay, sure. But she went up and kissed him, and then he was completely cool with that. Odds are he probably kissed her back. So whether she's dying or not, big red flag. I think homeboy's horny brain just turned on. Honestly, I feel like I tainted his memories of her too. That is not the conclusion that you come out with on this. This person sounds like a very nice person, don't get me wrong, but he cheated on you. Like, I feel like I tainted his memories of her. How about your relationship? Last thing I will say, I think this is the last point I had. Drop these two friends. Awful friends. If they both knew what was happening and didn't say something to you when it happened, terrible friends. He truly went booga booga caveman brain after she kissed him. I hate to break it to you, Izzy, that's like how a majority of dudes are. I don't know, I think the whole assault thing is like I'm not trying to belittle assault or like non-consensual things. That just doesn't sound like it. Like, it sounds like he was all there and he remembered and he actively chose to do it. I just feel like that not belittles, but it just like diminishes like people who have actually been assaulted, both male and female. Dude, what? I would do a lot of things for a dying friend's last request, but disrespecting my relationship and cheating to give them one last thrill is out of the question. Would he be so forgiving if you had done that? I don't think so. Good luck in this relationship, because I truly don't think this will be the last time you have an issue with him stepping out. She confessed her feelings for him, but didn't ask him to F her, so he made the decision to F her because she had feelings for him. Did I get that right? I don't think he's as innocent as you're attempting to brainwash yourself into thinking. He had an opportunity, took it, then regretted it, as most cheaters do. She did not have a dying wish to F him. She had a crush and he took advantage of the opportunity. If you can forgive cheating, that's on you. Am I the a-hole for leaving my own wedding because my husband embarrassed me? I, female 27, and my husband, male 29, have been together for 3 years. In those 3 years, I have never known him to be selfish, occasionally immature, yes, but even that was rare. These problems arose when those stupid cake smashing videos got popular and my husband thought they were hilarious. I've never thought they were funny and he knows that, yet he always shows me the videos of those poor wives getting the happiest day of their life ruined by their a-hole partner for some cheap laughs. He also knows I have a history with cake smashing. My family does the cake smashing thing. I remember it was my 17th birthday and I pleaded with my mom not to do it. She promised and I trusted her. I had my hair and makeup done up all nice and right as I blew out my candles, and my mom pushed my head into the cake, and one of the decorations on the cake ended up slicing my forehead. Not enough to go to the hospital, but enough for some substantial bleeding. My birthday was ruined, and after, I wouldn't come out my room. My mom still calls me a brat for that. I told him if he ever did something like that to me, I'd leave him. He started laughing, but I was being for real, though he really was not taking me seriously. Now skip to a few days ago when my wedding happened. Everything was perfect. I was happy. He was happy. I was excited for our new lives as newlyweds. I felt like a princess in my poofy white dress and done up hair with perfect makeup. All very expensive things I would like to mention. We get to the cake cutting part, and as I turn to him, he scoops up a huge chunk of our wedding cake and smashes it all over my face. Everything seemed to go in slow motion for a few moments. He's just laughing at me and then says, "You should see your face," and continues to laugh. Other people in the crowd, mostly my family, is also laughing at me. Then I just start walking away. He realizes that I'm leaving and tries to catch up with me and says I'm being extra. I push him away and order an Uber. As I got outside, most of the crowd is following me, telling me to come back. I get into the Uber and drive away. I drove to our apartment and packed most of my things and went to stay at a hotel, though I am currently staying at a friend's house. My family and his family have been blowing up my phone for days, saying I'm being childish and my husband is a good man and it was just a joke. My husband has been calling me off the hook, telling me to please come home and that he wants to talk, that he's sorry and he didn't think it'd get that emotional. This was supposed to be the happiest day of our lives, and he embarrassed me in front of everyone for some prank that he knew I hated. Not only that, he ruined a $500 cake. He ruined my makeup, my hair, and the top of my dress. The cake got all over. Though I still do love him, and I'm wondering if I really was too hard on him. That seems to be everyone else's opinion. I'm sorry if someone in here who sees this likes those videos, but if you enjoy those prank videos, you are like lowest tier level human in terms of what you find funny. Like, people who find that funny, I think, are also racist. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's so if you sit there and you're like, whoa, that's so cool. On the happiest day of her life, her husband decided it was a great idea to scoop up a bunch of cake and smash it in her face, even though the dress is thousands of dollars, her makeup probably costed $100, her hair probably costed hundreds of dollars. Oh, and this fucking cake was expensive as shit. If you not only do that, but have the mental capacity to think that's really funny, you're just stupid. I can imagine it at a birthday party. Birthday party makes sense. Wedding, bro, are you like, you have to be stupid. Even further, him just disregarding her trauma around it. I'm not a huge fan of those cake smashing things, and I would be severely pissed if someone did it to me, because I saw a video, like, it didn't show anything graphic, but there was a girl who had her face smashed into a cake, and the people who had made the cake left like a wooden thing in the middle of it, and it went through her eye. Nuh-uh, I don't fuck with that. Not the a-hole, never the a-hole. Drop that husband, drop his family, drop your family, and like cut your losses, because this is ugh. So not only did he disregard her feelings, but on their wedding, it's 1,000 times worse if that's the way you're starting a marriage. Good luck keeping it together. Yeah, unless your guys' whole shtick is like pranks or something. For me, I want to ice my wife. If you guys don't know what that is, it's like where you give them a Smirnoff Ice and they have to chug it. Like, that's what I want. Like, that's a great prank because it doesn't ruin anybody's day. If you have a prank that like literally ruins someone's day or like capitalizes off of somebody else's embarrassment, it's like, I just think you're so like low tier brain if those types of pranks are what entertain you. My girlfriend got sexually assaulted and it's her fault. About 5 months ago, my girlfriend started doing some questionable things like drinking / going to parties without telling me and going while knowing I wasn't comfortable with it, doing drugs even when she said she'd quit, pretty much wasting her life away either drinking or smoking. Dude, you are 18 and 19. Oh my God, this is the time to do it. One night while we were having a pretty intense argument about how her addiction's been affecting our relationship, she stopped replying. I checked her location and saw that she was walking somewhere. Oddly enough, this guy, we'll call him Derek, was also walking towards her direction. It was on Snapchat, so I could see where everyone was. Eventually, their bitmojis met, meaning they were together. Keep in mind, this is at like 3 in the morning. Derek was a handsome guy, and the fact that they were alone together led me to believe that she was cheating on me with him. Meanwhile, I'm blowing up her phone, texting and calling every 2 minutes. None of my calls were returned, and she did not answer me till the morning. When she finally did text me back, obviously I was furious. I called her every name in the book. We stayed together after that, but we were fighting about that night and her addiction every day. About 4 months after that night, she informed me that she was sexually assaulted by Derek. Of course, that part is horrible and this guy should rot in jail for what he did, but I still feel angry about that night. Yes, it was horrible that she was sexually assaulted that night, but she went out there on her own. She was meeting this guy behind my back. Derek was someone she used to have a crush on too. I don't like feeling such an ugly emotion about this situation, but I can't help it. I feel like a douchebag, but I got really insecure about her meeting up with this guy. And my anger towards this situation brewed for 4 months before I finally found out the truth about what happened that night. Her ghosting me in the midst of our argument, me begging for her to stop treating me the way that she was, to meet up with some guy she used to be attracted to that really hurt me deeply. After she told me about that, I stopped talking about my feelings regarding that situation, which I feel is unfair because I was hurt too. It's been some time now since then, and I still think about that night. Should I leave her since it's eating me up? Not easy since we've been together almost 4 years. I don't think you should leave her. I think she should leave you because you are a bitch. I can already tell this is just like the most toxic male. She's doing drugs and she's not going out with me, and like, she has to have my permission. I can't believe someone typed this whole thing out and was like, yeah, bro, they're gonna be on my side. She was sexually assaulted. That was her fault for sure, brother. Like, what? Was it probably a little sketchy for her to go talk to Derek? Maybe a little bit, but I think you can overlook that for the fact that your girlfriend, who you apparently care about, allegedly was sexually assaulted. You know, I'm gonna take a really wild stance here and say that takes precedence over whatever the hell bitch boy feelings that you're having about this. This just like scares me for like a dude like this to be dating one of my sisters. Further, if I ever have a daughter, therapy is calling this guy and he is not picking up. Here's the thing, this is the type type of dude that goes through a breakup and then he falls down the Andrew Tate hole. My son's like this. I'm just gonna throw away that whole son. Put him up for adoption, bro. Am I the a-hole for punching my ex's husband after he made a hurtful sexual comment about my daughter? My ex and I split up when my daughter, Sarah, 14, was 4. My ex has been married to her husband, Sean, for almost 3 years. I have my daughter 4 days out of the week due to her mother's work schedule. I don't like Sean. He always gave me a weird vibe. My daughter and I are very close. Sarah wanted to go to the movies with some friends, then to a friend's house. Boys were going to be there. I told her to be on the lookout and to call me if she got uncomfortable. This conversation went on while we were at her mom's. I was picking her up. Sean was in the room and said, "Why are you worried? She don't even have boobs yet." My daughter is already self-conscious and has asked me to buy her padded bras to fit in with her friends. Sarah went mute and ran upstairs. I asked him why he would say that about a 14-year-old. He said he was saying the truth and that she was safe from the boys. I just got filled with rage and my hands moved before I had a thought process and punched him. My ex kicked me out, made me wait in the car for Sarah. Later that night, my ex texted me saying I need to apologize to Sean. He may have to go to the hospital because his nose is bruised pretty bad. Pussy. And that Sean was only joking around and I let my temper get out of control. Bruh, that mom, you're gonna let your husband talk about your daughter like that? Red flag, bro. I just felt as though he was sexualizing my daughter and also put her down too because it is something she is very self-conscious about it. What a double whammy. 2 birds with 1 stone. Let's say something really sexual and fucked up. Oh, but also let's put her down and make her mentally ill. Boom. Like, that's crazy. Not the a-hole. He's a skeezy scumbag and your ex is a sorry excuse for a mother letting her husband sexualize and insult her daughter and expecting you to be the one apologizing. Please have a long talk with your daughter. Who knows what else this asshole has said to her. That's true. What is he saying the other 3 days of the week, bro? Am I the a-hole for bringing a condom on the first date? I, 28 male, recently went on a date. I met Sally, fake name, 25 female, on Hinge, connected well, and we both decided to meet for drinks. I don't go to Hinge for hookups, but sex does happen when you connect with someone, and I like to be prepared, so I will bring protection. The night goes well, great conversation, great chemistry, and she invites me back to her place. We talk a little longer, and we get to her bedroom, and as things get hot and heavy, I pull out a condom. And then the room dynamic changes. She questions why I brought a condom and then politely asks me to leave. As I get home, apologizing in the process, she states that she doesn't like the idea that I was potentially expecting to get lucky, understandable, and doesn't think it will work. After bringing this back to the friend, male and female group, it has mixed feedback. On one hand, it is responsible to bring your own protection. On the other, it is kind of a weird move to do that early in the dating process. Wanting to hear the thoughts from the general population, especially as it is pretty common for me to bring a condom on the first date. Am I the a-hole for wanting to be safe if a situation happens, but also expecting a situation to potentially happen early on the date? E, explaining hot and heavy, making out with physical touch and clothes being removed. Intercourse was next. I just didn't want this process to focus on erotica / sex, but rather the idea of the presumption of sex. People are adding, was it a consent? I had her consent. We were transitioning into sex. Again, I don't want this to be an erotica. I want the focus to be on the notion of, is it bad to be carrying protection on the first date? I want to say not the a-hole because like I do that. Rather safe than sorry. And also like I've had sex after the first date on a lot of my dates. So like, yo, not to suck my own dick or anything, but no, I think it's smart. Like, I think you can go into it being like, hey, I'm not expecting this to happen, but I'm gonna bring it just in case. Like, I'm not gonna say no if it's going to happen. And it sounded like it was going to happen. I feel like if I were in that situation, I would let it get to the point where she asks if you have a condom. But for you to like pull it out, it is like, I don't know why, but that's rubbing me the wrong way. It does seem like a little douchey. Maybe all she wanted to do was like some hand and mouth stuff. It is a little presumptuous to just be like, whoopah, you know, like came ready for this gunfight, you know? Even when I have girls over at my place, I like do most of the foreplay stuff and kind of just wait for them to be like, do you have a condom? Because that's when you're like, you're not just asking me, do you have a condom? Oh, you do? Cool. Let's not have sex. I mean, that's probably happened, but odds are that's probably not why they're asking. Am I the a-hole for coping with no sex life in marriage? Wife and I have been together for 10 years, married for 4, and we have no sex life. Nothing much else to it other than we just have different libidos. And that's something I've had to do a lot of work to come to terms with. This is something I had brought to her attention for quite some time, and even something we exclusively went to couples therapy for, but ultimately came to the conclusion that there's nothing much to do about it because she can't really force herself to want sex. And I'm not going to initiate if I feel like that desire and attention isn't going to be reciprocated. We have intimate touches like hugs and kisses, no problem, but lust and excitement that was once there just isn't anymore. She never really had the craziest serious libido before, but once we had our kid, it was nuked, which I've been told is a pretty normal thing for some women. Fast forward 3 years and we're happy as ever. Kiddo's bouncing off the walls, work and personal lives are great. She goes out with her coworkers whenever she wants. We share chores, we're both in shape, and I really couldn't ask for a better marriage and partner. And then there was this morning. I guess one of her friends sent her one of those couple meme videos on Instagram and she showed me. Typical boyfriend randomly spanks you meme. Haha, I laughed and said it was funny and didn't think much else of it. About an hour later, she came and asked me why I never do that to her anymore. I didn't think much of the question and casually explained to her why. That when I do things like that, it arouses me and I will want to have sex. But I know she likely won't want to, so I stick to hugging / kissing / holding hands, the kind of intimacy she personally likes, to show her I love her. She seemed pretty annoyed and walked off. I asked if she was okay and she said, it's like you're not even sexually attracted to me anymore, which I was confused about and asked her what made her think that. I guess my not really having initiated anything with her for the better part of 2 years outside a handful of times has made her start to question whether I find her sexually attractive or not. To which I said jokingly that she doesn't initiate anything either, and the only reason I don't really initiate anymore is that I'm tired of being rejected and had to learn how to cope with it post-therapy. She then accused me of watching porn, to which I swiftly shot down. I have no password on my phone or laptop and handed my phone to her and told her to feel free to look through everything. She indeed checked both my phone and my laptop and asked me, so what do you do when you get horny because I know you still masturbate? I told her I handle myself with the old photos she had blessed me with. She didn't have anything else to say and stormed off. She sent me a text about 30 minutes later apologizing for accusing me of watching porn, but is still upset that I stopped showing her sexual attention, which is confusing to me given she shows zero sexual interest in me, but I can 110% empathize with the idea of not feeling desire. I told her that if she would like, I can start doing those things, which she responded, don't bother. I got mad and said, whatever man, and went about my day. She's been in the room all day and hasn't bothered to come out except for food and water. This whole situation has thrown me for a loop. The work we did in counseling taught me to be okay with it and taught me to love and be intimate in other ways. I just don't really know how to wrap my head around this situation. It seems so silly and frankly pretty damn unfair. Am I the a-hole for adapting to a life with no sex with my wife? I mean, I think it's even crazier that he doesn't watch porn. Even just for the fact of that, I want to be like, OP is not the a-hole. Not only has homeboy figured out a way to like live with you even though his sexual desires aren't being met, good on him. He's like, yo, I love my family, I love my wife, I like the life that we live together. You know what? If that is sacrificing sex, I will live with that. And honestly, what a great man. What a fantastic human being. It sounds like, at least after the couples therapy, the husband was the only, like, they didn't meet in the middle, which I guess for sex kind of makes sense, right? Like, it's not like she can just be like, yep, have sex with me, even though I don't want to. So, like, the husband didn't meet her in the middle. He, like, met her on her side of the turf. So because of that, I just feel like the wife can't be like, well, this is how I am. You should be just getting yourself horny all the time, even though I won't reciprocate it. You know what I'm saying? Like, dudes want to feel sexually desired too. Like, a lot of the times, like, I bet he doesn't feel sexually attractive either. Like, oh man, I just love blue balling myself. Said no dude ever. I'm gonna go with not the a-hole. What are you guys saying? What are y'all saying over there in chat? He's probably leaving stuff out. Surely if she isn't initiating, then he could step up and at least try. No, I don't agree with that, Izzy. That's like not along the equality thing. Like, in my opinion, a girl should initiate as much as a guy initiates. Also, if it's not about like sexual desire and it's more about her wanting to feel like she's wanted sexually, I don't know, that's not fair. Like, he's like, oh, you love me, but you don't want to have sex with me. So if I know that if I get myself all riled up, it's a losing battle. I feel like I would also be like, okay, well, if that's the case, like, I'm not going to do things that are going to get me all riled up. To me, it's like, why can't the wife make a sacrifice? Like, why can't the wife understand, like, hey, I don't do this because you've made me like sacrifice a part of a relationship that would normally be important, but because I love you and I love our life together, I've decided I'm going to find a way to live with it. And this is how I live with it. And now you have a problem with that? Like, yo, wife, you got to meet him in the middle at some point. I don't think she should meet him in the middle when it comes to like sex. Like, that should always be consensual, but she can at least meet him in the middle of like, hey, I don't grab your butt because you're not like that with me. And that just makes me upset. To me, that would lead to OP doing something bad down the line if he was just always getting himself horny and eventually he was like, you know what? Screw this. I'm gonna cheat on my wife. Not the a-hole, but this is a shit ton to unpack. She wants to feel sexually desired but not actually have sex. She wants to be chased but never caught, which isn't fun for you being stuck in a Wile E. Coyote roll to her Roadrunner. Not only that, but she wants to have veto powers over how you take care of your sexual urges solo. Like, from the sound of it, unless it's her, you aren't allowed to get off. And when you brought up that just as equally you'd like to feel sexy and having her decide when and where to make advances could solve that problem, she gave you a whatever. Am I the a-hole for laughing at my housemate when he suggested I not shower on my period? I, 31 female, live in a share house. One of my housemates, Jack, male 30, has never lived with a woman outside of his mother, but likes to say he is is aware of women's issues and calls himself a feminist. I have something against dudes who are like, yeah, I'm a feminist. Haha. Yeah, girl, I know all your issues more than you know your issues because I'm a feminist. Like, I don't know why that just rubs me the absolute wrong way. For instance, he doesn't agree with saying no uterus, no opinion because it's my job to be informed about any issues that could affect me if I become a father or husband, which is fine until it came to this issue. So like most biological women, I have periods. I, however, cannot use tampons or cups due to a condition called vaginismus. It's like Christmas, but with vaginas. I'm gonna put myself in timeout for that one. I'm gonna go. Called vaginismus. It's pads all the time for me. Yay. I know the shock, shower during this time. Wow. I prepared a new pad onto a clean pair of undies, showers normal, dry myself off in the shower, and then step straight into the undies. And obviously check the bathroom for mess. Jack's never complained, nor has anyone else, so I figured my system was working. Cue today. I can't shower for 48 hours due to a heart monitor test. I was jokingly complaining about how I was going to survive without my nightly shower, and Jack looked up confused and said, how is this any different to when you're on your period? I asked him what he meant, and he said, well, you can't shower on your period unless you use a tampon. And I laughed because I thought he was joking. He has shown before that he was at least semi-educated on women, which he got angry at. Jack said, wait, well, what do you do? And I said slowly, I shower? I wasn't getting it, I'm afraid. Jack said, without protecting my bathroom, he does not own the house, and went off. Apparently, my blood is unhygienic. It can cause infection if left on the shower floor, and he was under the impression I hadn't been showering for a week when I had my period or using tampons. What a pussy. I said that due to reasons I can't use tampons, and he told me I'm banned from showering when I'm on my period, which I laughed again, at which I did apologize for and say, I'm sorry for laughing, but the audacity of that statement. I told Jack he has no way of enforcing this, nor would I be sticking to this, and he said, fine. Then every time you shower, you need to bleach the bathroom afterwards, to which I couldn't help but laugh again, apologizing, but saying, we're in a share house. That's not reasonable when other people need to shower / use the toilet, and considering I'm sure at least somebody else pees in the shower is ridiculous to only enforce on me. I brought that up and he said, nobody does that. I've never heard that in my life. So I just had to walk away. Jack's been complaining to other housemates about this and saying we need to watch out for me, and we all think he's absurd for banning me. But a couple think that I should just at least try and compromise, so I'm confused. No, absolutely not. Jack is a coward and you should definitely not compromise. Biggest not the a-hole I've ever read in my entire life. Don't even need to look at the comments because I know exactly what they're gonna say.
Am I the a-hole for breaking up with my girlfriend because she changed her looks to resemble my dead wife? I, 35 male, was married to Laura for 7 years. We have a son who is 10 now. She was the light of my life. When we were both 28, we found out she had a rare form of cancer. She passed away 5 months later. This crushed me, and I was left drowning in my grief for a long time afterwards. My son and I have been attending therapy weekly ever since. It's been rough, but I feel like we've made a lot of progress. I didn't feel up to another relationship for a while. I filled my time with hobbies, friends, and spending time with my son and family. Then a little over a year ago, I met Kayla, 33 female, at a work event. We share a hobby that's pretty niche where I live, so we had a great time chatting about it. Eventually, we began to go out together. She's great, but differing from my wife. I love her for who she is as an individual. I was hesitant at first, but after speaking with my therapist, I decided to try for a committed relationship if we took it slow. At first, she was amazing. I told her about my past and that my son comes first, even before our first official date. She was very compassionate and understanding about everything. After a few months of smooth sailing, I decided to introduce her to my son, and they got along great as well. For the first time after Laura's death, I could start to see a possible future with somebody else. Everything started to go downhill around 4 months ago. She seemed to be a little bit more distant than usual, so I sat down with her one night to ask her what was wrong. She teared up a bit and confessed that she felt I had been neglecting her lately. She then said she feels like I'm using her as some replacement for my dead wife. This came as a total shock. A part of me will always love Laura, but I didn't feel like I was ignoring Kayla or anything. I asked for some specific examples, but she didn't say much afterwards. I felt guilty that I had made her upset, so I ended up apologizing and arranged for us to have a few more date nights, and she seemed happy again. Then a couple weeks later, she had to go to a cousin's wedding. I couldn't attend because because of work, but she was only gone for a day. When she got back, I asked for some pictures, but she just said there hadn't been any of her. I thought it was a bit strange, but I didn't pry. Then the next day, a coworker of mine showed me one off of a private page on Facebook. I was shocked to see an expensive pair of my wife's earrings on Kayla. In my son's room, there is a small cupboard with pictures of him and his mom, letters from her, and some of her prized jewelry. I checked it as soon as I came home, and the earrings were returned to the cupboard, but in a different spot. I confronted her and she got mad, yelling at me for assuming she'd be so careless as to lose or damage the earrings. I told her I was just hurt she'd go behind my back and take something with sentimental value, even if they were beautiful. She eventually broke down and apologized, and after a serious talk about boundaries, we moved on. Things improved for a while before her strange behavior started. It began with her changing her hair color to match my wife's. My wife had naturally light blonde hair that a lot of women dye their hair to today, so while I thought it was strange, I wrote it off as a beauty choice. Then she began regularly straightening her hair. She has wavy hair and my wife's hair was pin straight. She also started to change her clothes to be more like my wife's, or at least the one she's seen in the pictures. She also had her ears double pierced and got a cartilage piercing like my wife. This was all incredibly unnerving, but she just said I was crazy. I'd ask my family and they said I was nuts too, so I ignored it. Then she brought up having my son call her mama. I said I wasn't a huge fan of the idea, but if my son wanted it, I suppose it'd be fine. She went on a whole rant about how it was different because he called my wife mommy, so it's not like she's stealing a title. He said no, and she was a bit cold to both of us for days. She seemed like a totally different woman than the one I fell in love with. Everyone around me just said I was probably nervous since it's my first relationship after Laura's death. The final straw was when she got a tattoo that was almost the exact same as my wife's. It was in the same spot, same color, just with slightly different design. This was my final straw. I sat her down and confronted her a week ago with everything. At first, she denied it all, but then broke down into tears and said I never loved her. She said she felt like she had to live up to the memory of a ghost. This upset me because I asked her before what I did specifically and she wouldn't discuss it. Plus, she was the one being weird and copying Laura. She kept sobbing and saying I didn't love her. I got so sick of it, I yelled at her saying if she felt so unloved, we should just break up. I honestly do like her, but I've seen how miserable she has been lately and I don't think this relationship is good for her mental health. She got dead silent and just left and drove away. I was just so tired of everything. Later that night, she tried to take her life with pills and barely survived. She has no living family, so I was listed as her emergency contact. She wrote a long letter to me saying she loves me so much, but obviously I don't feel the same, and that maybe if she was dead too, I'd love her even a fraction of how much I loved my dead wife. I'm distraught over this. She's been so strange lately, but before all of this, I really did love her. My mom and siblings keep on saying that I'm awful for pushing her to this point and that instead of ending it, I should have doubled down in reassuring my love for her. They all got along great with her and had been hinting that they wanted us to get married so my son would have a mother again and possibly some siblings. I didn't think I was the a-hole, but my whole family is being cold to me and I have no idea what to do. They're saying I should go visit as soon as possible and support her with this to rekindle our relationship. I'm not sure if I want to do that. She's so unhappy with me and seems obsessed over my dead wife. I keep on thinking over this and wondering if I should have reassured her of my love again or broken up with her in a more tactful way. OP literally just did what was in his head good for her and good for him. You shouldn't do that to her. What about OP? This is probably opening some wounds for OP that OP does not want to deal with. And honestly, it sounds like this girl needs severe mental help. If this is what OP thought was best for not only him, but for her, not the a-hole. He can't control the fact that like she's in a bad place. I wouldn't put this on OP's shoulders. I think OP's family is so fraud for even letting it get to this. If my sisters came up to me and they're like, yeah, my partner's doing this thing, I would be like, that's so weird. I think some people can be manipulative with this stuff, doing these types of things to manipulate OP into getting back together with her. Even the fact that she didn't have answers to OP being like, give me specific examples, big red flag for me. Am I the a-hole for canceling my brother's baby shower after he made a hurtful joke about my miscarriage? I am the oldest sibling out of 4, and my brothers have always been rough on me because I'm a girl. By the way, I'm the only girl my parents had, and all of my brothers are 1 year younger than me. They were triplets. Oh, damn. Poor woman. I've always been the one to be a second mom to my brothers because whenever our parents couldn't get it, I would. One of my brothers had found a wife, they've had a baby girl. I am very close to my brother and his wife, and even his wife was excited to have me as the baby's aunt. I love this baby with all of my heart, being that this is my first niece, and I plan on spoiling her because I'm financially stable, and even though I'm not wealthy, I still have a good amount of spending money. I also had a miscarriage about 2 years ago that was really hard on me, so having a baby that I would be close with was extremely emotional and exciting for me. On the other hand, my brother is not. He's very traditional and wants to be the breadwinner slash provider of his family. He and his wife want to have a baby shower, but it would mean they would lose a great sum of money they can't afford. I've offered to pay for the whole thing because I love them and the baby. Plus, it would be a beautiful moment for both sides of our family. My husband and I coordinated with them and paid for anything they wanted for the baby shower. A few weeks before the baby shower, my brother, his wife, my husband, and my brothers were at our parents' house for a football game. The topic of babies and the baby shower they planned came up, and my brother made a joke saying, "I'm glad my wife is in working condition so we could be the first ones to have a baby. It feels good to be the first sibling for something." That really hurt because I was so excited to be having a baby, but when me and my husband got the news, it devastated us, and it took us a while to become better. I went home crying, and I blocked my brother on everything. I couldn't believe how inconsiderate and insensitive he was, especially after I gave him everything. I texted him one time saying, "We won't be paying for your baby shower anymore. What you did was horrible, and I don't want to speak to you again." He told our family, and now they're trying to contact me, but I don't want to hear it. So, am I the a-hole? I mean, no, absolutely not. Going out of your way to pay for a whole baby shower is a huge gift, and what your brother said is absolutely unacceptable. I will say I don't like her reaction. OP never really went into what she said to the brother afterwards. It's very unclear if she just got up and left right there, or if she actually like said something and chewed out her brother and then left. I'm not sure. Either way, she needs to have a conversation with her brother because it's not okay to say something like this. Not excusing the brother's actions at all, but number one, I think she should give her brother, you know, as long as they've had a good relationship up to this point, she should give her brother the opportunity to apologize and show that he's remorseful for what he said. Because I could totally see a situation where the brother didn't think through it and thought it was a tasteful joke when it's clearly not. But people are stupid. People do stupid things. I'm not saying OP shouldn't feel hurt. I'm not saying that what the brother said was right. But after she kind of has a wind down, she should talk to her brother. I still don't think she should pay for the baby shower though. That's his punishment. I think for the ongoing relationship between you and your brother, also the future relationship with this baby, get back in contact, make amends. So, update on this. I've been reading a lot of the comments. I would like to thank everyone who gave their support and opinion. I will be answering some common questions I've been hearing. 1. What was the sister-in-law and family's reaction? Everyone did not agree with this comment, and the sister-in-law was pissed he even said something so rude. She texted me how sorry she was on his behalf, and she says she totally understands why I made my decision. Did he apologize? He believes he did nothing wrong, so he's standing on his action. While I am upset by his blindness to how this could be hurtful, I'm not the kind to argue until I get an apology. I have made the decision to try to still give my sister-in-law a baby shower because she deserves it. I don't want to ruin my relationship with her or my niece, so I'm trying to figure out a way to give her a baby shower and still hold my grounds with my brother. Now that we know that the brother is a shitty person, we can comfortably say definitely not the a-hole, and even further, the brother is clearly the a-hole in this situation. Like, if everybody's telling you you're wrong, you're probably wrong, especially your own wife. Am I the a-hole for telling my friend it's her fault for getting married and having kids late because the world won't wait on her now? I, 39 female, have a 6-person girl group since college, 37 to 39 female, and that includes Mary, 38 female. We've been close throughout the years and have been at milestone events for each other. Mary just had a baby and is completely fitting the crazy new mother stereotype. In college, Mary has always been someone who had to make it known that she was unique slash different from the rest of us, which wasn't as draining then as it has become now. For starters, all other women in our circle got married between the ages of 22 to 27, and we all have multiple kids. So the 5 of us were able to experience these milestones alongside one another and got closer as we shared similar lifestyles. Mary was very adamant on not settling until her 30s because she wanted to travel and have different experiences, which we all supported. Regardless, she would continue to make comments about how she's so lucky, unlike unlike us because we're tied down with husbands and babies. I think this is where she grew resentment towards us because we were in different places in life and she was upset we couldn't have our group be similar to how it was in college. Then into our mid-30s, it became a whole saga of she's getting older and can't find a husband because all the good men are married or divorced with kids. When she finally got married, many could not attend because it was a destination event and child-free during COVID. This caused a fight because she said how she was there for us during our weddings, but we couldn't put aside a week for her. We had all told her how we wished we could, but it simply was not financially feasible and didn't logistically work with our kids. But she just refused to hear us out and was simply so inconsiderate about our lives and families, saying we were horrible friends. Now, Mary just gave birth to her first child, and I was very excited for her. The only issue is that she moved from our state to a very remote place that's only accessible by a 6-hour car ride. Her baby is 6 months old, and none of us have been able to get up to go visit her. I think she's been having a wrong idea of what a village is and has essentially demanded in our group chat that we come up for the holidays and help her out because she's having a hard time adjusting to mom life. But this would entail we all take the week off, arrange childcare, figure out transportation, and book hotels during the holidays. It's gotten to the point where she's posting cryptic messages on Facebook bashing fake friends who won't be there for her. As much as I wish I could, I cannot physically support her in the way she needs me to do in this stage of life. It would have been completely different if she still lived in our city, and this was earlier in life when we had less commitments / priorities. So I told her this, and that if she was hoping for this big village and constant support, she should have thought about that when planning out her life because we can't all just pause our lives for her. Personally, I'm getting a more everyone sucks here vibe. Just from reading this, it sounds like this group of friends is extremely toxic. They should have disbanded a while ago. I just am a firm believer, if you have a kid, that is solely your responsibility. Yeah, I get it. Back in the day, it used to be like, it takes a village. But that's when we were severely under-resourced, and you can't expect these people that live 6 hours away from you to drop everything for that village. If you want to create your own village in your own area, that's fine. Don't disrupt other people's lives so that it makes your life easier. I think that's selfish. I think that's rude. Prismatic Ranch said, no, not the a-hole. Everyone sucks. They've all outgrown each other. Yeah, I think that's a good way to put it. They're ready to go their separate ways. AK said, friend groups take different paths in life. It may suck, but that's how life is. Some start families early, some start families late. To me, it's no one's fault. Yeah, but I mean, I think the fault here, number one, it's fine to take different paths, but it's not okay to like actively talk shit about one person's path or the other. On top of that, Mary is asking too much. Don't get me wrong, I also think the friend group is wrong for not making a trip to go see your supposed friend's new baby. In 6 months, you can find even a weekend to make a 6-hour trip to go and see her. Yes, you're probably busy and there's things going on, but it's not impossible to make it happen. So the fact that none of you have seen her is pretty bad friend etiquette, in my opinion, if you truly are their friend and want them in your life. But on the flip side, she can't get upset that like you're not willing to drop everything and anything in your life to go and cater to her new life. Am I the a-hole for taking my daughter on a backstage visit that excluded her friends? I'm 34 female, a retired trapeze artist, and my daughter, 6 female, is enrolled in a circus school. She loves it so much that she asked to see a Cirque du Soleil show as a birthday present. My husband, 37 male, and I managed to get discount tickets to take her and 3 of her friends from circus school on a 2-hour drive to catch the nearest show. When I got there, I checked the company credits and I noticed a friend of mine, an acrobat from Belgium, was one of the performers. I hadn't seen him in years and sent him a message on Instagram just to say I was in the audience with my daughter and excited to see him. He replied almost immediately and told me to look for a stage manager after the show so we could say hi and I could take my daughter backstage. So I did. Since he only invited my daughter and I didn't mention in my short message that there were 3 other girls plus my husband, and I couldn't impose taking a small party backstage. My husband waited with the girls for about 20 minutes after the show was over while we toured backstage. My daughter was so happy, yet she kept talking about it on the way home, and that's when I realized the other girls could be feeling left out. What do you know? The same night, one of the girls' mothers called me to say her daughter came home crying because she didn't get to go backstage and that it was very poor form on my part to invite them to a party and to exclude them from one of the experiences. I tried to explain how things played out, but she kept getting aggressive until I finally lost it and told her she had no right to call me and try to reprimand me and should instead have a talk to her daughter about how to deal with such frustrations. My husband said I should not have instigated and that in hindsight, I shouldn't have split the party. Am I the a-hole? I'm more leaning towards everyone sucks here, but like everyone sucks here a little bit. I do think OP is a little bit in the wrong for not figuring out a way to get all of them backstage. They should have responded with, I didn't expect this. I would love to, but we also have my daughter's 3 friends and my husband here. Is that still manageable? Totally understandable if it's not, because odds are it probably would have been manageable. You just need to have the awareness to be like, everybody should be included in this. So for that, I think OP does suck here, but also this mom getting aggressive. I don't think it's that big of a deal on either side, but I think they both just handled it very poorly, and that's why I'm going with everyone sucks here. Am I the a-hole? Girl I was dating dumped me because she said I was cheap. I've been dating a girl for about 3 months. We live about an hour away from each other. I thought it was going to be great, but today she ended it. She said that she didn't want to be in a relationship where she never gets treated fairly or where it's 100% reciprocal. She said I came across as cheap and she felt now was a good time to end it. I've never considered myself cheap, so I was quite surprised by this. She never came across as wanting to take advantage of me. We split every dinner and every drink date. When we got a takeaway meal, I got it one week and she got it another. When we did activities such as bowling or the cinema, she paid for those things because I drove her to town. I did most of the driving because I live in a small town with no real fun activities, whereas her town has loads. I didn't ask her to pay, she offered, and it seemed fair because I drove the hour and back. She mentioned that I never brought her anything, but we've been dating for 3 months. Why would I? It's not like she got me stuff, just treats for my dog once. So it doesn't seem fair she's calling me cheap. When I pointed this out, she said that I earn more than her and she doesn't have the money to treat me, but that she did things like cook me dinner and drive to mine when she can. I asked my friends about this and it's pretty evenly split that I was the a-hole or that she was trying to take advantage. Some said that she was being a hypocrite and some said I should be trying to make a good impression. One said that I came across as an a-hole. They all seemed surprised that I never took her out for dinner and paid for us both. But I'm surprised about that because why should I pay for both our dinners just because I'm a man? I'm pretty gutted as I really liked her, so was I the a-hole in this situation? I honestly want to go with need more information on this one. From everything he's saying, it doesn't sound like he's being cheap. If this is the way that the relationship is going, that probably means that this was set up to be this way. At some point when they started dating, they were like, hey, let's split meals halvesies. There's not this expectation that the dude has to pay for everything. My big question mark is, was it communicated well? I don't know, maybe she watched too many like Andrew Tate videos where it's like the woman is supposed to be the blah 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 house and a man has to spoil her and impress her with his money. Like, I mean, to me it doesn't sound like am I the a-hole? It's like, did I get lucky and get out of a shitty situation? Because me personally, I wouldn't want to be in a relationship with someone who's like, you need to treat me. I don't have to treat you. You need to buy all my dinners. I don't need to buy you dinners at all. I think that's so absolutely stupid. I'm curious to see what the comments say. Bowling is expensive and there's nothing to do in your town, which makes the gas expenditure less generous. Kind of cheap, bro. Oh, interesting. Yeah, so if he lives an hour away, he's driving maybe 50 miles, so maybe 2 gallons of gas. So round trip, maybe $15 of gas, and she's paying for all the activities. Yeah, not even close. I don't know though, like if somebody has those flaws, they should communicate it. I don't know. If the woman broke up with him over this, I think there was probably more than just the fact that he was cheap. This is a simple conversation that you have with the person that you're dating, and if they don't fix it, then yeah, you end it. I traveled to Japan with my boyfriend's mom and it became a nightmare. Should I break up with him? I went on a 12-day Japan trip with my boyfriend and his mom. We've been together for less than 2 years. I already told my boyfriend from the beginning that I wasn't comfortable traveling with his mom as she had a strong attitude and I knew we would clash. He bought my ticket anyways and told me he wanted me to experience Japan as well and that his mom would most likely do her own thing. This is my first out of the country trip and it was going to be my birthday. When we get on our bus to our hotel, it's common manners to be quiet and no one was talking. When we ask her to politely lower her voice, she's like, why do I have to follow the rules? So what? This irritated me as this isn't our country and we should be respectful. We go to a fancy mall where my boyfriend and I have no interest in anything here since we couldn't afford it. So we tell her to take her time looking around and shop for whatever she wants. So we leave her, but we're in the same vicinity and my back's killing me due to all the standing and walking we've done. So we go to a cafe and buy a small peach juice. She sees we're at the cafe and gets mad that we didn't ask her if she wanted anything when we were only there to sit down. So she storms off and goes back to the hotel on her own. At this point, I don't talk to her anymore unless she talks to me. I leave her alone and let her talk to her son and give them space whenever I can. I finish cleaning my laundry in the bathroom and lay down on my bed. Out of nowhere, she starts screaming in Tagalog. Turns out my boyfriend let her know that his luggage space won't be able to fit her stuff and that she she needs to be careful of how much she buys so that it'll all fit. Mind you, we all have our own carry-on and large check-in bag because we all wanted to buy stuff in Japan. She goes off on him and tells him he's going to have bad karma, but it's literally his own luggage and she could buy more luggage or ship it off if she needs to. I felt bad because my boyfriend started buying less and I offered to put his stuff in mine as well. She also said that we've been selfish for not going where she wants to go, except we've been going to the secondhand store she wants, and I always ask my boyfriend if they want to leave me while I go shopping / have their own time together to do whatever they want. Also, the fact that we didn't go to Universal, but we planned this trip 3 months in advance with a whole itinerary and let her know we were doing Disney Sea over Universal. The screaming was just so unnecessary, and this is where she continues to act like a child for the rest of the trip, where she'll just take off with no communication, huffs at us, mutters stuff under her breath. I found out that she usually travels with my boyfriend, her other son, and her husband, but is divorced. My boyfriend has told me that he places his mom first before me. He does treat me like a princess, carrying my bags, going where I want to if I ask, doing all the navigation. So I see where she's used to being the main princess, and with me around, she didn't get her usual treatment. So she ended up throwing a fit. As people are getting seated in the airplane, she gets in my face in front of everyone, angrily points at me and says if I want my boyfriend, I can have him. That it's a competition between me and her for her son. That I've been hogging him this whole trip. I don't say anything back because I'm literally in shock and I don't want to rile her up more. I broke down crying the whole 5 hours back to LAX. My boyfriend didn't defend me, didn't comfort me. I was supposed to go back home with them, but I'm so thankful that my friend was able to come pick me up instead because she was still mad after the plane ride. I wasn't able to fully enjoy my Japan trip as I was always walking on eggshells and didn't get to celebrate my birthday. Should I break up with my boyfriend because of his mom? I think I need more information. What is the boyfriend's reaction in all of this? From the sounds of it, the boyfriend hasn't stood up to the mother. It did say that the boyfriend prioritizes the mom over the girlfriend, and I think that's, at least in this case where you definitely have a toxic mom, that's too much. If it were different, like if the girlfriend, I just want his attention all the time and like he's trying to hang out with his mom, but I don't want him to, then it would be different. But I think in this case, like you are definitely prioritizing the mom way too much. As sad as it is, I do think they should break up, but I think they should make it clear, like you're not breaking up with them because of the mom. You're breaking up with them because of their relationship with their mom and their lack of ability to stand up to their mom to at least respect the girlfriend that supposedly this boyfriend loves. I've seen stories like this before, especially in divorced parents, where the parent is putting all the emotional aspects of a partner onto their child as a pseudo replacement. It's complex trauma. I didn't even think about that, but yeah, you're probably right. That's kind of weird, honestly. I, 38 female, went out for a Halloween event last night and found out I have to divorce my 39 male husband. He did something pretty unforgivable. It happened 4 years ago, but I just found out about it. We've been together for 12 years, married 2. Well, I happened to see my niece at this event and of course stopped and chit-chatted with her. It somehow led to a whole thing to where she finally told me later on the phone about something from a few years back. Apparently, my husband made sexual advances towards her, a young adult at the time, and received oral favors from those advances at least twice. Apparently, he tried for more and was turned down. Looking back, it was a very hypersexual time for him for some reason. He was also smoking a lot, which is probably related since that was part of him coercing oral from her. We have 3 young children. I haven't told him I know yet. He is at work until this evening. My world is about to implode and I have to keep it together for my kids. I'm a stay-at-home mom. I don't know how to have this conversation. The housing market is upside down and our rental is the last affordable one in the state, to be honest. I can't move out into anything better with my kids and I'm obviously not moving out without them. Honestly, if it were just a random person, I could probably find it in me to move past it. But this betrayal isn't random. He has known her since she was 15. What do? I wish I knew about it then because it would be so much easier to leave over something recent and so much harder for him to deny, like I know he will. He tells me all the time, I don't deserve you. How do I tell him he's right? I'm trying to do the math here, guys. He's known her since she's 15 and they've been together 12 years. So there's probably like a 9-year gap between them. Here's the one thing I will say. I'm not trying to like defend the husband, but I am a sucker for the truth. She's only heard one side. And has that side really provided evidence? Could there be a potential reason why the niece is lying about this? Not give your husband the benefit of the doubt, but like at least hear his side out before you decide what to do. Go verify this. And also, if he's done it once, he's probably done it again. If I were OP, I would go through his phone, find evidence, get the receipts first, then make your your decision. My 26 male fiance, 27 female, wants a hall pass before marrying in a month. We've dated for 5 years and we'll be married next month. She's truly a sweetheart and we both support each other on everything. We've both had our occasional arguments, but we always overcome them. A month before our marriage though, she said she wants to know if it would be okay with her celebrating her last days before marriage, having sex with others. I had suspicions of her wanting to have sex with her coworker in the past, and I'm worried she will use it to do so. I told her no, but she was upset and she said that relationships are only locked down after marriage. Not true. I again told her the hall pass isn't happening, but then she slammed the door in my face and went to her room. How do I get her to not use a hall pass? Update, I confronted her. She tries to convince me to let her use the hall pass and then we can discuss in therapy. Ended breaking up and I told our families. They were shocked and disappointed in her. I think if my fiance came up to me and asked me that, I'd be like, hell the fucking no. Something about that is like, am I not enough for you? If you even give me suspicion that the answer to that is no, then I don't want to be with you forever. That's like unattractive. That's disgusting. My soon-to-be sister-in-law said something about my 3-month-old that made me really uncomfortable. My soon-to-be sister-in-law, let's refer to her as Helen from now on, was over visiting today. Helen loves our 3-month-old and loves being around her. A little info on Helen. She's young, kind of immature, and has terrible anxiety. She's babysat our daughter once, and my husband's father was there. I was a little nervous to let Helen do it herself because I haven't known her super long, around 1 to 2 years, I think. So it was a good trial run with Grandpa there. Totally trust him. Anyways, we were talking about babies crying and how it can really cause your blood pressure to rise and be a sensory overload. Well, at one point, Helen said something along the lines of, she's so precious, but sometimes when she cries, it makes me want to just put a pillow over her face. Wee woo! What the hell? I was shocked. In the moment, I didn't really know what to do or say. I just laughed it off, but now I'm completely uncomfortable with Helen ever watching our daughter alone. My husband agrees. Now here's where it gets tricky. Helen is marrying my husband's brother. Helen currently lives with my husband's sister. Let's call her Lily. We totally trust Lily with our daughter. When we were looking for a sitter, the first time we texted Grandma, Grandpa, and Lily, purposely leaving Helen out because I wasn't too sure I wanted her to babysit. Lily couldn't babysit, but since her and Helen lived together, Lily asked Helen, and then we felt like it would be rude to say no, and since Grandpa was going to be there, we were okay with it. Now, how do we go about talking to Lily so we can still have her babysit, but let her know not to ask Helen if she's available? Should we even do that, or just forgo asking either of them? Is that too much to put on Lily? I get that people have intrusive thoughts that cross their minds, and that just because someone thinks something, they never actually do it. But to verbalize it about my child to me just really made me uncomfortable. I think this is a very immature way to go about this situation. What you have to do is sit down just Helen and explain to her that that's not okay. Maybe she was joking or maybe she was actually serious. Either way, somebody needs to go to her and be like, hey, that is not okay to say about my child. That's super irresponsible for OP to like dance around it, especially if she's going to be in the family. You have to be able to have in the family conversations with her. It's not something that you just like, oh, well, how do we navigate the situation and be really passive aggressive and sneaky about it? No, sit her down and be like, hey, you said this thing and that's not okay. And because you said it, whether you were joking or not, I don't want you taking care of our kid. So we're going to ask Lily, we're going to ask Grandpa, we're going to ask Grandma to come and take care of our baby. But at no point are you allowed to take care of our baby. And it's nothing personal. It's that what you said is not okay. Why would I let you take care of my kid? Some of y'all really know how to make a first-time mom feel like shit. On the other hand, some of you have been really great. I'm a giant baby when it comes to confrontation. I tend to have a flight/freeze reaction versus a fight. I so desperately wanted to be that badass that doesn't balk at confrontation, especially regarding my child. I know I'll continue to learn and grow with my child and learn how to be her best and most fierce defender. We did talk to Helen, we set a boundary, and she was super apologetic, but I made it known that while I don't hate her or anything, this isn't going away overnight. It's going to take time to get through this. That's all I'm going to say as an update. Husband has me pay for everyday tasks. My husband is a good man, but whenever he does the dishes, folds laundry, or goes to the store, he says I have to pay for that with sexual favors, i.e. blowjobs or sex in general. If I don't, he gets all pouty and sulks for a bit. Today we were attending our nephew's birthday party and we needed to get a gift. I was more than willing to go to the store, but my husband said, I'll go get it. No worries. So he goes and comes back and tells me, now you gotta pay up, while grabbing himself. Ugh. Ew, this isn't normal, right? I know I'm probably not making things better by just doing it because he gets all bent out of shape if I don't, and I do it to shut him up. It's not like we don't do sexual things normally, like this isn't the only time he gets some, but I'm tired of him using this as a tactic to just perform basic functions around the house or tasks that needed to be done anyways. I'm beginning to think this is borderline abuse. I mean, it's weird. Like, it's just weird. I think you should go to couples therapy because I think someone from the outside needs to tell him like, hey man, this isn't fucking normal. Here's my big question is like, did he just start randomly doing this one day? Did he like do it once as a joke and then like you actually did it and he was like man brain like, oh, well, if I keep doing little favors, she'll give me a blowjob. Like, what the hell? Or has he been doing this since they were like boyfriend and girlfriend? Either way, not okay, but like, how did OP let this go this far? I also think OP enabling it isn't good. It's like, I'm about to compare this husband to my cat. If I take him in the car, he'll whine the entire car ride. And if I acknowledge him, like if I pet him, he'll keep whining. But if I just ignore him for long enough, he eventually just stops whining. So I think this is like one of those situations where you almost Pavlov dogged him, but like the opposite way. You showed him that he do something, he get treat, and now he just expect to get treat whenever he do something. Yeah, guys, I am a scientist. That was the most scientific. That is the most scientifically explained explanation that I will ever give ever. That you will ever hear from a real actual scientist, not someone who got a marketing degree and has a YouTube channel. Ivana said boy maths. Literally, that is boy maths. Boy maths is thinking with this head, not this head. Update, I appreciate all the comments and advice. I'm going to clarify a few things. Note, I'm not defending or condoning his behavior. 1, I should have been more specific. This does not happen every time he does a task or chore. It does happen pretty regularly, but I definitely do not help the situation by giving in. 2, this is not a turn on. To be honest, I'm not really attracted to his advanced tactics usually. When we first started dating / got married, yes, I was attracted to him, but it had gone down in recent years. 3, I recognize this now as coercion, so I will be having a long chat with him. However, he doesn't respond very well to criticism. I'm not stupid, people. I just don't know how to handle this, and I appreciate all the comments and messages reaching out. I've been becoming more confident and vocal about what I want and expect from him. Granted, it usually turns into a fight because he claims I'm being selfish and dramatic. Gaslighting, I know. I'm working on a plan. I'm not in the best place financially. We keep our finances separate, so I want to make sure I have that figured out before I get me and my son out. I do know I'm being gaslit. He doesn't seem to think so. Can someone gaslight you without realizing it? This is not normal. In fact, my wife would probably tell me to fuck off in a variety of different languages if I try to bullshit like this, which is how it should be. Here's the thing. I could totally see the joke where you're like, haha, I did something for you. Baby, trying to do something for me. You know, like as a joke. But if you're like genuinely getting upset about it, dude, grow the fuck up. From the sounds of it now, it sounds like OP doesn't even really love their husband. So if that's the case, bro, just like cut your losses, get a divorce. It's one thing if they have a healthy relationship other than this thing. He's just stupid, idiot, dumb boy braining. But if he's gaslighting you, the marriage isn't healthy, cut your losses. Get you and your son out of there. My girlfriend and I had a fight so bad we decided to break up. She doesn't remember it. Last night, my girlfriend and I had a pretty nasty argument, which culminated in us deciding we need to break up. Afterwards, she cried for a while. After which, I came in and apologized, then wished her luck and told her I'll always care about her, even when we're living separate lives. I cried too. She ended up having a panic attack, hyperventilating, and asking me if she can breathe. I kept reassuring her it's okay and trying to comfort her even when she wouldn't let me touch her. Afterwards, she was almost non-responsive, only answering with occasional nods. Then she had a second panic attack. This time, she kept asking me to shut the lights off, even though it was pitch black. She was also asking me why it's so noisy, even though it was quiet and 3 a.m. She was begging the noise to stop and eventually started begging for me to end her there. I didn't know what to do, so I let her go through the motions while making sure she didn't hurt herself. Eventually, she calmed down, so I left her there as I was probably the trigger. She fell asleep, and I stuck around for a few hours. When I woke her up later, she was as happy as she usually is the first thing in the morning. A little bit confused, but otherwise wanting hugs and kisses and attention and whatnot. At first, I thought she was faking it in a desperate last-bid attempt, but after asking her about it, it really seems like she has absolutely no memory of last night. She was just my girlfriend again, like nothing happened. I told her everything that happened, I told her why it happened, and I told her how I feel now. She doesn't remember and is assuring me she loves me and never wants to break up. To be honest, I don't really either, but our fight just got unhealthy. There's a lot of details I left out, but that's what I see as the most important parts. Thanks for reading. What will you guys do about this? Just leave it, seek professional help, pick up a crocheting habit. I would appreciate any help you guys got. If you're gonna post an r/relationship advice, don't leave shit out. Like, I think the big question for me is what the hell happened in this fight? I had a pretty nasty argument which culminated in us deciding we need to break up. And they mentioned a lot of the things that happened were extremely unhealthy. What does it mean? That could encompass a lot. I would strongly encourage medical or professional help. Not addressing this is begging for it to repeat, and she needs to understand the underlying issues that caused this episode of her own safety and for your mental well-being as well. And if she refuses, maybe get her family involved to help her, as she can't be relying on you to solely be there through this if it were to happen again. OP failed to mention she has a bipolar disorder. Does your girlfriend have any mental health issues? It could have been a psychosis triggered by the intense stress/emotions. My partner has bipolar and twice has gone into psychosis where they remembered nothing from the episode or even the event that triggered it. Yes, she has bipolar are good to know. Panic attacks don't usually come with hallucination, but it sounds like he didn't know that. I wouldn't have known that. A psychotic break caused by bipolar can quickly end with someone dead. You can never predict how it's going to turn out. If your partner has a serious condition like that, you have to know how to act. Like Ninja said, like it sounded like he had no idea what was really happening. I didn't really see that as malicious, but yeah, a takeaway from this is like, hey, if you have mental health issues, you should communicate with your partner how to properly act and what those look like so that they know what's going on, which could be an underlying issue as to like if the relationship works or not. But he could see something so insanely wrong going on, plus clear signs of hallucination / disconnect from reality. That alone should have been enough to push OP to seek some help. She kept asking me to shut the lights off even though it was pitch black. She kept asking me why it was so noisy even though it was quiet at 3 a.m. She was begging the noise to stop and eventually started bargaining for me. Okay, actually, you know what? This right here, bargaining for me to end her there. All right, Alucard, I forgot about that part. I agree with you on that. Probably with that, probably should have done something further. My partner went to sleep crying on her birthday, and I don't know how to make it up to her. A little background of the title. My partner had her birthday the other day. I baked her a cake. We had a romantic evening with wine and cheese, and her friends came over and surprised her. All in all, she was happy and just kept telling me what a fun day she had. When we went to bed, trouble came. She asked me for some tinglies. Basically, she likes it when I run my fingers through her hair or whisper in her ear or just draw on her back. I told her I was too tired as we stayed up later than usual with her friends and I was not up for it. This turned into a small argument where she said that it's the only thing she wanted and that I haven't been doing it for her lately and that she thought that at least on her birthday I could do it for her, etc., etc. Then it turned to tears. Please note that after offering to do it for her anyway, she said no because she was too upset. Now she's barely spoken to me the last few days. She said she feels like I need to make it up to her somehow and the fact that I haven't done so yet and just said I was sorry wasn't good enough. Is there anything I can do to remedy this? We have been together for 5 years and this is the first time I'm feeling lost as to how I can make it up to her. Side note, we live in Israel where there's currently a war going on, so going out to eat is out of the question. As much as like, yes, it's her birthday, you could do this one thing for her. I think it's very childish to get upset over something like this. If you had a busy day where you stayed up late and you just want to go to sleep, like that's a boundary for you. I'm tired, I can't do that, but like tomorrow in the morning or whatever, I'll give you tinglies or whatever. For her to cry over that is a little childish in my opinion. Like it's one thing if it was like her birthday fell apart and was just in shambles and they did nothing for her. The only other thing that I can see, this is coming from something else. Like the girlfriend is feeling neglected by her boyfriend. It's like one of those like, I don't want to tell you that you're neglecting me. I want you to come to that conclusion yourself and be better. I baked her a cake. We had a romantic evening with wine and cheese and her friends came over and surprised her. So obviously they coordinated with the friends. To me, I'm not seeing anything where this is something that has been building and there's more going on. Either your girlfriend's being immature, she has to respect like, hey, I just don't really want to do this right now. Like, can we do it tomorrow? Or there is something else going on that either the partner isn't that great of a partner and we just don't know because this is a Reddit post. It also could be like, maybe they're scared about the war that's going on literally in their country. And because of that, this is how they're reacting. They want you to do these things to help them feel safe. And because you won't do that, they don't feel safe. And now it's all like snowballing. That's all conjecture. That's all just me, I guess, like making stuff up. But I could also see that being a potential. Sounds like tinglies are more than just a simple gesture for her. Probably makes her feel loved and cared for. If going out isn't an option, maybe create a cozy date night in with a focus on giving her those tinglies she missed out on. If I had a girlfriend and they're like, hey, the one thing, the only stipulation in our relationship is when I ask you for tinglies, I need them because that's how I feel loved, then I would be like, okay, no matter what situation I'm in, I have to give her these tinglies. It's weird, whatever, but like this is my partner, I care about her. If it's not like, I don't know. You can't have whatever you want all the time. I love getting my back rubbed when I'm with girls that I'm dating. Nobody owes me that. You know what I'm saying? Like nobody owes me a back massage. I can't go about my life being like every girl I date has to give me a massage no matter what because it's important to me and I'll cry if they don't. That just seems really weird to me. What about this partner who just did a ton to make sure you had a great day and is just tired and needs to go to sleep? OP can't go through his whole life catering to his girlfriend's every need. My sister-in-law to be is sabotaging my wedding. So coincidentally, my sister-in-law to be is also an event planner, which only adds steroids to this situation. We've been engaged for almost a year. We've only really been planning the wedding for about 6 months, but we've talked and discussed what we wanted. First, she hijacked the entertainment. We wanted a DJ, but she went ahead and booked a band. It's a local band that's apparently hard to book. This wasn't a horrible gesture or anything, but it was over the line not considering asking us first. We wanted the food served to be Southern food, as is our location, and she ordered catering from a fancier upscale place. I'm not trying to sound unappreciative or anything, but it isn't what we wanted. My fiance got his groomsmen each a hunting jacket as a gift. I got my bridesmaids novelty rapier swords. Wow, this is so South. This is like Confederate flag South, bro. Yeah, I'm that kind of girl. She, who is a bridesmaid, told me that the gift was stupid. My maid of honor, bless her heart, took the sword from her and said if she didn't appreciate it, then she couldn't have it. The final straw for me was when she told her boyfriend that he could serve in our wedding. Her excuse being that they were practically married and she wanted him to be a part of the experience. This is probably the 80th guy she's dated since I've known her, so I know he's going to be gone soon. I very politely informed her that if she didn't leave my house, there would be slapping involved. On the previous note, she recommended me that I take my own brother out of the ceremony to accommodate for her boyfriend. It seems like a personal vendetta against me now. My fiance ended up getting into an argument with his family over this, and they defended his sister. He told them if they didn't respect our wishes, then they could stay at home. The threat worked, but not for so long. When we were discussing at my engagement party where we were going for our honeymoon, we said we were going to Scotland. She said that sounded dumb and that we should go somewhere nicer. Little girl, I have a prehistoric lake monster to find, and I'm not letting you get in the way of that. I very sweetly told her we made sure to get a nice king-size bed so the three of us can all have fun together. After all, it's all of our wedding. I had to sit down with her later and told her that she was getting under my skin with everything. She told me it wasn't personal, and I assured her that it seemed that way. I told her that we were going to be family soon, and I wanted her at my wedding, a half-truth, but she needed to mellow out. She left without saying much, but she made a group chat today with everybody in the wedding party in it, assigning everybody specific tasks based off their strengths and weaknesses. What should I do about her? She's taking the fun out of my wedding, and common sense won't stick with her for more than a few hours. How should I handle this? I mean, stop handling her with the kitty gloves. This is your wedding. Go find somebody else who will handle the wedding planning, who will actually listen to you. Lay your whole dick on the table and be like, you're fired. Can't wait to be family with you, but it was a big mistake letting you be the event planner. Bring out the big boy pants. My 24 female husband, 25 male, asked for a divorce on my birthday. Me and my husband have been married for almost 4 years when he asked for a divorce on my birthday. There was no warnings or talks about even being unhappy. I was completely gutted and he seemed to be fine. He told me he'd been thinking about it for 2 weeks. I tried everything to try and fix our marriage. He refused everything. I finally came to terms and said we should split for a couple of months and see how we feel then. He was so against it. He wanted a divorce right away, but since the state requires a separation before they will grant a divorce, he agreed. I asked my family to help me move home, who live 8 hours away. As soon as my bags were packed, he changed his mind, promising to work on our marriage. He did absolutely nothing. He went out all the time, did not communicate with me or even try to have conversations, so he decided to call it quits again, breaking my heart all over again. What do you know? He does it again. Begs for me not to leave and that he's sorry for everything. He said he realizes he was projecting his issues onto me and I was never the issue. Now he expects everything to go back to normal. He gets upset and says that I am mean now and I never have time for him. I've tried to explain that he literally ruined the trust we had and how I have changed since everything. And it's gonna be a while before everything is okay. Now that things have settled, I'm upset now. I don't get how someone can give up so easily without even trying to fix things. I gave up everything for him. I moved away from my family so that we could live close to his, gave up jobs and friends I loved. We got into a fight again about how I am not as nice as I used to be and I never included him in things. I told him how much I felt betrayed that he would give up so easily, considering he chose to marry me and say the vows. Instead, he says that I'm blaming him and we both felt the same amount of hurt during that time, which I guess brings me to this post. Is it wrong that I'm bitter? He treated me like shit for months when my heart was shattering and I had absolutely nobody, considering I live 8 hours away from my family. Anybody else go through a similar situation? I'm going to take don't get married before you're the age of like 27 for 600 please, because what the hell? If you guys were following along, had been married for almost 4 years. So I think they got married at the latest when OP was 20 and the husband was 21. Just cut your losses and leave, bro. Like if you're already having these problems, they are probably not going to get better, especially when it sounds like your husband is extremely immature. He can treat you like shit, but the moment that you treat him like shit, he thinks it's unacceptable. Someone like that isn't gonna change. Someone like that is delusional and immature. You just have to go. Boyfriend of 3 years tells me my private area is ugly post-coitus. After having sex with my boyfriend of 3 years, he started to run his finger around my thigh area, his head on my tummy. Obviously, we are naked and been so many times before, I've never felt judged and always felt like I was in a safe space to be naked. That is, until he one day stared at my vaginal area for a straight minute to the point that I asked, what, is there something? And he proceeds to say, you're her vagine is pretty ugly. Mind you, I'm a brown girl, so I don't know if he meant because it's discolored. To be honest, I thought I had a pretty vagine area. I've never felt more embarrassed. My heart sunk. I thought my boyfriend didn't mind how I looked since he's seen me 10,000 times before. He says he doesn't support porn because of the negative things he's heard about it, but I feel like maybe he's still used to seeing that, or he's subconsciously projecting those standards. I tried to play it off as it didn't bug me until now. I'm super self-conscious. I don't want to have sex with the lights on / daylight. Maybe it is ugly, lol. But what does this mean? Should I forgive and forget? What the hell? Who the hell says that, dude? You shouldn't say that, but I also just think like if you're gonna be with a partner, you should also be attracted to that. So it's like really weird to me that he said that. Not saying that that's like the foundation of a relationship, but that just seems so weird to me. I mean, I guess the homeboy's a truthful dude, but damn, bro, you a little too truthful on that one. Tell him, okay, you will not show it to him again. Update is thank you all for the advice. I've read like 500 of them. It was definitely much needed, and I have talked to my partner about it and how it made me feel. Yet to resolve, but at least it's brought up. Thanks again. My husband asked for a paternity test. It came back positive, but our relationship was never the same. My husband and I have 3 children. Oh my God. 3 kids at the age of 24. My husband and I have 3 children. Our sons look exactly like him, dark skin and dark eyes and hair, but our daughter doesn't. She looks exactly like my great grandparents, really pale, blonde, and green-eyed. But apparently he didn't think it was possible that our daughter could look like my great grandparents. And from the moment he saw her, he told me he wanted a paternity test. At first, I refused because I felt like it was humiliating and because I didn't think it was necessary because I never cheated on him and I hoped he would trust me, but he didn't. And for the first 2 months of our daughter's life, he made my life hell. He didn't want to hold her, even if she cried desperately while I was doing something else. He never woke up at night to help me with her. He never helped me with anything, and that hurt me so much because with our boys, he was completely different. He helped me all the time with absolutely everything, and he was always there for me after giving birth. But this time, he left me alone, and it was the worst experience of my life. I have no family here, and his entire family, from the moment they saw my daughter, turned their backs on me. I don't have any friends here either, so it was just my daughter and me. She is a colicky baby, so it was very difficult for me to do everything alone, and on top of that, help with our sons. I decided to do the paternity test because one day, his entire family came to our house to celebrate my son's birthday, and no one spoke to me, and they didn't want to include my daughter in the photos that my in-laws took of all the grandchildren. So I knew it was stupid to keep waiting for them to come to their senses. Well, the paternity test came back positive, and everyone was shocked, and of course, they felt guilty for not having believed in me. Everyone apologized, and my husband even cried when he held our daughter in his arms for the first time, and I know that his apologies were genuine, and that's why I forgave him, but I don't know if I can forgive his family. They treated me really badly and said horrible things about me just a few days after giving birth, and I can't forget their insults or violence. My husband knows that I don't want to see his family, nor do I want them near any of our children, and he told his family. So these last 3 months, it has been just the 5 of us, but it doesn't feel as good as I expected. My husband is constantly apologizing and crying every time he holds our daughter, and I am getting tired of this situation. I want us to be happy as we were before, so how can we move on? My husband suggested that we start couples therapy. How much can therapy help? I'm a big fan of like, don't jump to conclusions unless you have all the answers. If I were the husband, I would have acted like it was my kid. I would have not told any of the family and acted like everything was okay. But then on the side, just been like, it's making me very insecure and doubt our marriage. And a simple way that we could fix that is if you took this paternity test. I could see why the husband would have a reaction if something as easy as a paternity test is getting rejected. If the husband would have been like, I would really like you to take this paternity test, or I'm going to seriously consider a divorce because this is giving me anxiety. I trust you, but I just need that extra reassurance so I'm not up at night thinking about it. Can't you just go and get a paternity test on your own? Why didn't the dad just run his own DNA test? Now I'm like, you're a fucking idiot. Like, the kid was there. Just get the kid's DNA, get your own DNA, and then pay someone to do it. Yeah, honestly, what an idiot husband, bro.
Bully made fun of me for pooping my pants. Pooped on her porch weekly 20 years later. This girl was a relentless bully at a private Catholic school where I didn't fit in. Granted, I did have some bowel issues and pooped my pants semi-regularly, but she was one of those bitches that was just born to be a mean girl. Her brother even made fun of my brother for being overweight. When I first moved into my first apartment when I was 19, it so happened that her brother and her both lived together with their sorority sisters and frat brothers a mere block away. way. My roommates and I drank heavily at the time, and upon finding out that they lived there, decided it would be hilarious if we pooped on her porch. Well, it was so fun that it became a drunken tradition with 10 plus people. Oh my, one person who is accustomed to pooping on your porch. Okay, bad. 10 people who at any given time are like, I'm drunk, I'm gonna go shit on your porch is crazy. That is so fucking Why didn't I think of this? In my head, I know like 4 people I would have done this to in college. Well, it was so fun, it became a drunken tradition with 10 plus people off and on for the next 5 years, at least once a week. Dude, can you imagine your porch is getting shit on at least once a week? How did they live in the same place for 5 years too? Like, you think after the first year, they'd be like, our porch is getting shit on a lot. Maybe we should move or like set up a camera or something. That's crazy. Getting to tell her years later is a whole nother story, which was its own petty revenge in itself. I tell the story to my daughter and her friends as an anti-bullying cautionary tale. And then their top edit was, while I was a full-blown adult when I purposefully shit on this girl's porch, I was in 1st grade when I unintentionally shit my pants in after school. Not sure where you all are getting high school thing from. That's funny. I think it's more funny that they just kept doing it. For them to be like, yo, 2 a.m. after the bars, let's go back to my place for afties. But before that, we're shitting on Jennifer's porch. You guys, I gotta have respect for that type of dedication. I want to know if they ever got caught. There has to be components to the story that they exaggerated. For 5 years without them moving out is crazy. Either they're stupid and couldn't figure out, maybe if we move to a different place, this will stop. And once a week with 10 people is crazy and not getting caught. I guess they didn't put like a year on this, so maybe there weren't video cameras like Ring doorbells and stuff. Cause no way this would happen nowadays. You would get caught like after the 2nd time. I effed up and told my fiance I don't want to sleep with her as much now that she's pregnant, please help. I want to start off by saying I do not understand lying. Like, the skill needed to know when to lie or know how to tell good lies is lost on me. Since I was a kid, I have been very honest, and I can probably count on one hand the times I've lied to others. It's just not something I'm good at. This especially becomes an issue when it comes to tactfulness. My partner has, on multiple occasions, cut me off when speaking to others when she knows I'll say something bad. It's just not a thing I'm good at. My fiance is 7 months pregnant. We are both very excited to be parents. The pregnancy has put a strain on certain aspects of our relationship, primarily sexually. We used to have sex at least thrice a week. Since she's begun showing, we've gone down to maybe once every other week. I'm not overly bothered by it and thought she wasn't either. I rationalized the decrease to her being more tired now that she's growing a person in her and things becoming more sensitive. So it turns out this wasn't the case. She recently told me that she wants to have sex more than we used to before pregnancy. I've done my best to oblige, but we haven't been doing it as much as she wants, and now it's clearly on me. Yesterday, I rejected her advances and she got upset and told me that she doesn't feel beautiful anymore since I won't touch her. I told her that I still, of course, think she's beautiful. She then asked me if I thought she was still sexy. I told her she was indeed sexy, but then she asked me if I want her physically less now than when she was pregnant. So as the title implies, I didn't tell her that I did want to have sex with her as much as now, but I assumed this was a normal feeling. Pregnant women are built for function. So I told her I found her more sexually attractive before she was pregnant. She cries, calls me every name she can think of, gets out of bed and throws some clothes on, and goes to her parents' place. She's now not returning my texts or calls. I want to apologize and assure her that it's not her fault, and how she looks now has no bearing on my love for her. What should I do? It's hard because I don't want to blame the pregnant lady. Pregnancy hormones go crazy. Like, that could be definitely a contributing factor, making them extremely emotional. And that with them already feeling not pretty and then hearing the truth is just like salt in the wound. The pregnant fiance, we can't expect them to be more understanding, but that's kind of what needs to happen, because I think it's really healthy that the person communicated like, hey, I'm currently not as sexually attracted to you, and that's why I can't keep up this pace that you're requiring. I don't want to blame OP for telling the truth, but I don't know, do you guys think they should have lied? The a-hole 100%. Pregnant women are built for function. Are you mad? I don't understand this line. When I read this, I don't think that English is OP's main language. I don't know, Izzy. I feel like it's not that he doesn't love them. It's like, oh, I'm just not in the mood as much. I'm not pregnant, and if I didn't feel beautiful, I would want to be reassured. Yeah, I'd be a little mad if they lied and found out, but please be nice. So are you guys saying that OP should have had sex with the wife even though he didn't want to? Because now we're getting into consent. Yes, the wife should be sexually supported, but in a way way that's comfortable for her husband. I want to be sympathetic to a pregnant woman and the issues that pregnant women go through, but also if OP doesn't want to have sex, that can't be ignored. If this were for some reason the opposite way around, where like the girl wasn't in the mood as much as the guy is, I feel like we would be backing the girl. We would 100% be backing the girl because that's what's expected. So like here, the genders are reversed and I want to back the dude a little bit. Consent is important on both ends. This is a really hard scenario. Like, I don't really think anyone's in the wrong. I think it's a complex situation that requires conversation that keeps emotions in mind, but tries to be more logical. Pregnant lady is hormonal. That's affecting her emotions, and she clearly is having a body image issue that is very tied with sex. I think what's important is OP was saying, like, it's not that I don't love her anymore. It's not that I don't think it's her fault by any means. It's just like, I'm not in the mood. I'm not sexually attracted right now. I don't think OP should be in trouble for that. Just want him to reassure her that his love for her hasn't changed. I think he did. Hold on. She doesn't feel beautiful anymore since I won't touch her. I told her that I still, of course, think she's beautiful. Then she asked me, I thought she was sexy. I told her she was indeed sexy. So yeah, you're okay. Izzy, I agree with you. This seems like somebody who's like a horse that needs to get led to water. As soon as they get to the water, they're gonna drink all that damn water. But this doesn't sound like the person, like he sounds very like, honestly, they seem a little bit on the spectrum. Can't read social cues. That's what I'm picking up on this. Just this end line, like clearly they have love for them. They just haven't been able to communicate that yet. So I agree. I think he should communicate that. Whenever you have a tough conversation, you want to lead with something nice first to basically see like, hey, I'm on your team, right? You could be like, I think you're beautiful. I can't wait to marry you and you to be the mother of my children and we raise these kids together. However, at this time, this is how I feel. Nothing to do with you and how you look. I think you're beautiful. I think you're sexy, but this is just how I feel with you being pregnant, and maybe like diving more into those feelings. Like maybe I know this is actually a big issue for guys. Some guys don't like having sex with their pregnant wife, not because they think they're less attractive, but because the thought of like a baby in there while they're having sex, like keeps them from wanting to do it. Consent 100% needed, but just how the situation played out, it no doubt was worded terribly. Absolutely. I don't disagree with that. I just think that to just go straight to OP is the a-hole. I like to think I'm very emotional IQ is pretty high. And just from what I'm picking up from this, it just sounds like a very delicate situation that both parties were not in the right state to have the correct conversation around it. I would literally bet money that this person is probably on the spectrum, especially with what they said about lying and how they don't get it. Like, so I think those things together and then this delicate situation is an atomic bomb made straight from Oppenheimer. Like, I think he needs to rephrase himself, and communication is key in the situation. Absolutely. If my partner told me they were less attracted to me because of X, I'd be mad upset. Would you prefer if your significant other didn't communicate to you why they weren't attracted to you? Because maybe it's like, hey, I've been less attracted to you because you've been not keeping up on your hygiene. If they're feeling like that, wouldn't you rather them address it and be like, hey, I still love you? Obviously, in a loving relationship, being attracted to someone is important. And if there's something diminishing that, addressing it and seeing if there's a solution to that problem is way better than that person just ignoring it or like not addressing it until maybe it completely diminishes their attraction to you and ends the relationship. Like, it's short term versus long term. Like, in the short term, it is a hard conversation to have, but in the long term, it could save the relationship. I think they need to sit down and talk things out. It seems like miscommunication issues, and he needs to be more understanding to her. Absolutely. I also think the pregnant wife there's some understanding on her side too. I don't think one side is more wrong than the other. I think, like you said, it's just sitting down, identifying like, hey, this is how you are, this is how I am. How can we work together so that we both are happy, or we both are at least on an understanding with each other? I don't think it's okay for OP's consent to not be considered. I'm very curious what the comments say. We're gonna definitely dive in the comments. Please help. What do you want me to do? Build you a time machine? And do not tell her pregnant women are built for function. Okay, yeah, that part probably wasn't the best thing that they could have said. Time to grovel and finally figure out how to be more tactful. You knew it was a problem, but you did nothing to fix it. Like, fix what? I mean, other than communicating and talking about it, which is what they were doing. I guess it probably was not the right situation to be doing it in. I guess the built for function thing is really grinding people's gears here, which I don't blame them, but damn. Well, you've screwed up, unfortunately. I can promise you that will stick with her. When she's given birth, her body body will never be quite the same, and it'll stick in her mind as to what version of her you prefer. I say this because as a woman, I know how hard it is to go through pregnancy and have the body you used to feel good in feel completely different and look completely different. Then coming out the other side with a C-section scar, etc., nothing quite looks as it did. That's okay in a you made a beautiful person, look how amazing they are, and you grew them sort of way. But everyone wants to feel sexy and wanted. If my partner rejected me and said he felt more sexually attracted to me pre-pregnancy, that would have absolutely devastated me. It's fine to not want sex, that's your right, and no one can force you equally. Don't hurt her feelings because right now she can't do anything about being pregnant and her body is changing, so may not reach your standard again and she will know. I feel like rejected is not the right word. Like he was like, I'm not in the mood, which is an okay thing in any relationship, I feel like. I mean, obviously I've never gone through it, but I would think that this is kind of probably a shared sentiment for a lot of people. I don't know, is that kind of a messed up thing to say? Like, I'm sure there are a lot of dudes out there who think along this line. He felt more sexually attracted to me pre-pregnancy. And I'm not saying like that's a justification, but going into it logically, it's like, hey, my body won't be the same as it was before. And yeah, maybe he was more sexually attracted to it. As long as the guy's still sexually attracted to you and is like, hey, I know it's different, but I still love you and I still want to do the act with you. I don't know. This is a hard one. This is a really hard one. I don't know. Maybe I'm in the wrong here, but I think the consent part is important. Like clearly there's something non-consensual here. Is OP completely out of the water? Absolutely not. But I don't think they're 110% in the wrong like everyone's shitting on them. Am I the a-hole for yelling at my wife on our wedding night? I, 32 male, have a best friend, 30 female. Me and my best friend have been friends for almost 20 years and she's almost like a sister to me. Me and her are completely platonic and have never even thought of the idea that we would hook up or date. I met my wife, 31 female, in a bar about 3 years ago. Immediately, I told my best friend all about her and she gave me tips on what to say and how to ask her out. When I knew me and my wife were getting more serious, I introduced my best friend to her and they seemed to get along great. They would talk about makeup and pretty much anything girly. They seemed to be really getting along, which made me more than happy. A little while later, I proposed to her and it was a memory I could never forget. Her family was there, my family was there, and of course, all of our friends. While preparing for the wedding, my wife gave me the shock of a lifetime and told me she didn't want me to talk to my best friend anymore. She told me it seems as if she has a crush on me and she doesn't want to feel insecure about her big day. I told my wife I would talk to her and that's exactly what I did. I talked to my best friend and told her what my wife had said. She told me that she didn't want to mess up my happy relationship and that if my wife wanted her to be out of my life, she understood but was heartbroken since I have always been a brother to her. She left and I was devastated. On the day of the wedding, what was supposed to be the happiest day of my life, I was miserable that my best friend wasn't there to see me and celebrate with me. That night, I got so fed up and ended up telling my wife that it's her fault I had the most horrible wedding day. She started to cry, but I was too angry and stormed out. I still haven't contacted my best friend or my wife, so am I the a-hole for yelling at my wife on our wedding day? Edit, a little more info for you all. I could understand how my wife would be insecure since my best friend is tall, skinny, and the definition of a model, and my wife is short and has many insecurities. I still love her nonetheless, but I can see how that affected her. Also, for those of you saying I didn't fight back, I feel as if I explained the situation wrongly. When my wife told me about the crush my friend had on me, I didn't know what to think. I went to go talk to my friend to see the truth if she liked me or not, and she assured me she didn't. Surprisingly, my friend was the one who suggested she stay out of my life. I didn't tell her anything about her not being able to speak to me. I think OP up to about here was not the a-hole. I think this is where OP becomes a-hole. I want to go with everyone sucks here. OP sucks because of this second half. That night I got so fed up and ended up telling my wife it was her fault. Like on the wedding day, no matter how terrible it was for you, like it doesn't make it right for you to ruin it for her. I think they handled it wrong. She started to cry, but I was too angry and stormed out. That's not what you do in a marriage. And then this one, still haven't contacted my best friend or my wife. That should have been, I still haven't contacted my best friend, but I've tried contacting my wife. That's the right sentence that's supposed to go. I do think the wife sucks for being like, hey, I don't want your best friend there. To me, that's more of a I don't trust you more than a I don't trust them type of thing. I think the wife could have talked to the best friend and been like, I want to make sure, like, you need to tell me the truth because I'm gonna always be stressed about this, to get that validation, that support, or maybe have the conversation, all three of them there. I also want to add, if he knew this was going to ruin his wedding day, he should have communicated that earlier. Instead of this scenario, it should have been a, how do we end this so everyone's happy? Like, how do we reassure the wife, ease her thoughts that like this is just a brother-sister relationship? How do we make this so that the best friend can attend the wedding? Gender aside, like if my best friend wasn't at my wedding, yeah, that would suck. I was about to defend him until he described his best friend as a model and then his wife is short and insecure. I don't think that explanation is bad because it gives more context. This is how she looks. As someone who's also short, I could see that being an insecurity. Saying they have many other insecurities is just like being aware of it. But like at the end of the day, they're choosing this person to marry. I think that's just giving context to like, she feels this way because of this. This is not the best way to start a marriage. Nope, not at all. Fix the problem before the wedding to see if you were compatible. Exactly. That was the main point I was trying to get at, was like, OP should have stood up and been like, hey, this is gonna make my wedding day terrible, so we got to figure out a way for this to work. How do we make sure that they're both happy and they both get something that they want, or at least be able to compromise, right? Everyone sucks here except for the best friend. Like, the best friend was like, you know what? I see where she's coming from. I'll take it to the chest. I'll be out of your life. Like, that is literally the perfect reaction. If I were the wife, I would feel bad. Like, if OP came back and was like, she literally was like, okay, I'll leave you alone. Like, I'm sorry, that's how your wife feels. I would feel like a shit person. That is a crazy, healthy response that deserves respect. Am I the a-hole for implying to my coworker that I please myself when my husband is away? I have been at this company for about 2 years now, and one of my coworkers, John, and I have become pretty good friends and get along well. We are both happily married, just friends, though we do catch up on life during work hours. My husband has been away on a business trip for 2 weeks now. John and I were chatting in the office this morning, and I mentioned to him that I've been at my house alone for the past week and pretty bored without my husband. He asked me what I do to pass the time and that I must be a bit pent up with my husband gone for that long. I was surprised he said that, but I felt comfortable enough around him that it didn't bother me, and I chalked it up to playful banter. I jokingly told him that I know exactly how to please myself when my husband is away. He got really awkward and uncomfortable, and we've been distanced since. I just checked my inbox and there was a meeting on my calendar from HR. I tried to message John, but he's not responding, and my manager came by my desk and told me that my behavior is ridiculous and to not speak to John until I'm told otherwise. Pent up is like a weird, like, yes, it can be like sexually pent up, but I could also see how they were like, you're pent up with your husband gone, like meaning like you're just like antsy to have somebody to do things with. I could definitely see this being more of like a misunderstanding between coworkers, and like that's what I would tell HR, that's what I would tell John. I will say I think John is being a little bitch about this. Like, I get it, it's kind of weird with like a guy-girl situation, but he just sounds like a pussy. Like, oh, hey man, newsflash, girls also masturbate, get over it. And like, for a girl to share that to you, that's like kind of a privilege. Like, that means that they trust you on a very high level. I love talking with girls I'm dating, my gal friends, like whatever, about like, yo bro, you jerking off or what? Like, to ghost them and to go to HR like, whoa, they said this. It's just like, bro, get over it. Update, I just got off my meeting with HR. I was able to convince everyone that it was just a misunderstanding and that I meant I can entertain myself while my husband is away. It's interesting though, John didn't bring up his comment in the HR complaint. I brought that up myself and he got scared and began to say that he meant it, that I must be bored in the house all alone with nothing to do. I let him have it. They won't be pursuing a formal investigation because they're chalking it up to a misunderstanding, but they are keeping everything on a record in case anything happens again. They are moving John to a different team temporarily, and my manager apologized to me for being harsh with me earlier. I will not be speaking to or interacting with John going forward. My coworker tickled another coworker, and now there's chaos. My company had a relatively informal, somewhat relaxed working environment in the past where colleagues generally got along well and we had a decent time together even while working hard. Unfortunately, that balance has been upended in a department I work in. 2 weeks ago, my coworker Rachel kicked the power strip under the desk in her cubicle, so she slipped off her heels and crawled under to pop it back in. The young woman in the cubicle behind her, Monica, had a serious lapse in judgment at this point. She knelt down and slipped an arm around Rachel's ankle, and she was vulnerable and began tickling her feet. It was an unusual moment to say the least, and reactions ranged from amusement to mild horror. If you asked Monica, she would say she only had a light hold to avoid getting kicked during a playful moment that went too far. If you asked Rachel, she'd say she was rendered largely immobile and humiliated. I didn't have the best view, but it looked to me as though reality was closer to Rachel's side. Our manager Phoebe rushed in after several seconds of laughing / shouting to break it up. It was a good thing she was there because I thought for sure Rachel was going to slug Monica otherwise. Phoebe walked Monica to HR and we wondered if Monica was done for. Apparently they allowed her to remain with the company, but told her she'd be dismissed if she put one toe out of line. Hehe. I don't know the details, but I do know that Rachel was furious that the girl wasn't fired. Since that point, she has done everything she can to make Monica so unhappy that she feels compelled to quit. From passive-aggressive emails to trying to rally coworkers to petition management to let her go, to bringing up the incident, as it comes to be called, at every available opportunity. As a result, Rachel is becoming difficult to work with, and Monica is becoming a basket case. It's gotten to the point where yesterday I talked to Monica because I feel sorry for her. I'd heard her crying in the ladies' room that morning, only to have Rachel snarl at me later for trying to be friendly. I'm fairly certain that Phoebe knows what's happening, but is hesitant to address the issue with Rachel since she was the original victim. Phoebe is also rather hands-off in management style, so that isn't helping the situation. The environment is becoming increasingly uncomfortable, and our department being split on whether Monica should have been let go from the start hasn't helped. And I can sense people are starting to take sides. Any advice would be appreciated. I would chalk this one up to just like a lapse in judgment. It's definitely weird, I feel like, to the normal person, but who knows what what Monica's upbringing was like. Maybe in her head that made sense and she just needed to be like told no, that wasn't. I wouldn't put Monica in the wrong for doing that. It's a little weird, but I could totally see somebody making a mistake, and I don't think they should be fired for that. I think where Monica went wrong is she should have made everything okay with Rachel. Like, she should have gone up to her and been like, hey, I'm so sorry, that was totally out of line, I will not be doing that again, is there any way I can make that up to you? Then if Rachel has this vendetta, then she just looks like an asshole. Monica's able to take like accountability and be like, yeah, that's wrong, I shouldn't have done that, and I apologize to Rachel, who just goes for their coworkers' feet. Yeah, that's also like, I thought it was like, oh, they tickled my sides. Like, that's totally different, but feet is like, ooh. Monica, the tickler, left the company last week. I don't know all the details, but I reached out and she said that she and management came to an understanding but wouldn't say more, and I didn't push. She was a middle child in a large family that showed a lot of physical affection, and tickling wasn't something vicious or mean as far as she was concerned, and it was probably that background that contributed to her lack of judgment. I won't make excuses for her actions, but I really feel bad for her and hope she finds another position and she can learn from her mistake instead of being punished for it further. She's clearly an extrovert, and feeling cut off from people and caught in an atmosphere of hostility and isolation really affected her. Though how much pressure was from Rachel and how much, if any, came from higher ups, I couldn't say. I offered to have coffee and catch up, and if she takes me up on that, I might have more info in the future. As for Rachel, once Monica was gone, some of the coworkers expected her to gloat or strut around, but she's been awfully subdued. She doesn't talk much about anything except work, even inconsequential things. Perhaps that will change, but it's as if she didn't know how to react once she got what she wanted. As far as I know, our manager never confronted her, though I won't swear to that. Things seem to be getting back to normal. Otherwise, our boss brought some treats and we did a couple of fun group exercises and people have relaxed a bit. Still, I am wary about how quickly things can get deeply uncomfortable. That's sad. I don't think Monica should have felt like she needed to leave. Maybe we didn't get the information, but it doesn't sound like Monica took responsibility for her actions, and I think that's the most wrong thing. It's one thing if you do something because it was like normal in your family and you thought like, oh, in a work environment it won't be bad, but it ended up being bad, and are able to be like, oh, that's on me, I'm sorry. Now after it happened and like seeing other people's perspectives, I can see how that was wrong and I apologize. If there had been that, I think I would feel a little bit more bad about Monica having to leave. Am I wrong for throwing my husband out after finding nudes from the nanny? I'm 28 female, my daughter is Cassie, 11 months old, and my husband is 35. So basically it's just what the title says. I had Cassie and then returned to work, psychologist, as I could never be a stay-at-home mom. I'm actually French but live in the US, so when I returned at the 4-month mark as I had a difficult birth, we looked around to find a nanny to look after Cassie whilst myself and Alex were at work. We saw a few girls, but then one of Alex's colleagues suggested his daughter who had dropped out of college. Let's call her Liv, 20 female. Everything went well. Admittedly, I did notice her being quite attached to Cassie, but I brushed it off as a good friendship between the two. She also liked Alex. It was obvious she had a crush on him, always batting her eyelashes and giggling. I actually found it amusing as I'm confident in myself. He always laughed it off with me too. But then on Thursday night, he asked me to do something on his phone whilst he bathed Cassie, and I saw some pictures flash up from Liv. When I looked at them, they were obviously sexy nudes. She was wearing skimpy lingerie and in provocative poses. I looked back at the history and she had been sending these for a while. As far as I can see, Alex has never responded, but obviously texts can be deleted. When I asked him, he got defensive and told me to stop using my psychiatrist's tricks on him. Not the response to that. Not that there really is an appropriate response to that, but definitely not that. I was not happy with his non-answers, and it ended up in a shouting match waking Cassie, so I got him a bag and threw him out. Told him he's not welcome back until I have answers. I'm considering taking Cassie back home to see my family in France for a little bit. His mother and friends have been blowing up my phone saying I'm being too harsh and they were harmless texts. No. Nevertheless, I feel disrespected and that doesn't fly with me. Was I too harsh? Should I accept his claims that he never responded? Edit, not husband, fiance. Also, I'm not taking Cassie to France. We will visit my family for a few weeks and Alex has given consent. This one's easy. Not the a-hole. Am I wrong for throwing out my husband after figuring out he basically cheated on me? No. Like, if this has been going on for a while, there should have been a, hey, our nanny is sending me basically nudes. We should fire her. Anything other than that, you're in the wrong. Here is an update from June 18th, 2023. I'd like to start off this by addressing the comment stating I'm kidnapping my daughter. I'm taking her with me to visit my family back in France for a few weeks. Her father has given his consent. It is non-issue. There was also confusion about my job. I work in the psychology field and I was just using this post as a sounding board, really. The responses from his friends and mother made me question myself, which is crazy. I forgot to address that. That is stupid. As stated, I informed Liv's father of what happened. He was furious both with Alex and Liv. He apologized to me and said he will try to get the truth from her and she rebels any chance she gets, but this was disgusting. I then looked through the camera in my daughter's nursery and I saw a clip of Liv asking if she wanted a sister or brother from Miss Livy and Daddy. That made me feel sick to my stomach. She responded to her dismissal with denials, but I told her that I had footage and that she was to never lay a hand on my baby again. But if she wanted Alex so bad, she could have him. I reminded her that how you get them is how you lose them, and he would soon tire of a 20-something college dropout kid. Alex returned to the house temporarily for us to talk. After me showing him the camera footage and text from Liv, he broke down and said he was really sorry. He admitted that whilst nothing physically happened between them, they had been exchanging photos and messages for a month or two. He showed me the original messages and it was her who had pursued him. She started by saying she felt like a schoolgirl around him. So cringe, bro. And said she needed advice from an important man like him and sent a picture of her in lingerie asking if it was sexy. He started out not really responding, but after a few texts he responded and it started from there. She was saying things about them being a happy family together, but he never responded to those texts. He begged me to forgive him and start fresh. He said we could move and said that we had plenty of money. He will do whatever I want. I told him what I want is to go home for a few weeks, so that is what I'm doing. He honestly looks so pathetic right now. They are welcome to each other. There will be no wedding and I will be consulting with a custody lawyer once I get to France to see my options both in the US and internationally. But as someone in the comments said, I stayed in the US not because I think it's a good place to live, but because that's where Alex was based and wanted to build our family. However, I will always support the daughter-father relationship, but he cannot have our daughter and his nanny. Now that that's not happening, I would like to move home and most certainly away from the slutty nanny. I am not looking for custody advice. Mini update from Liv's father. He has found and sent me some of the deleted messages. Liv talks about wanting me out of the picture so she can be Cassie's mom. WTF. There's another update? Yo! Cassie and I have been in France for 2 days now. It's been so wonderful to be back with my family after missing them for so long. They've been doting on Cassie, especially my mother and father, who even though are divorced, remain very amicable for the sake of my sisters and I. Mama had a whole room set up with toys and blankets for Cassie. I've also been loving the wine and cheese and gossiping with my sisters. It's been very good to let loose after all the stress, honestly, and I've gotten to ride my family's horse and show him to Cassie finally. Someone suggested I meet up with some old friends to go out and let loose, so that's exactly what I did last night. I had a great night meeting back up with some of my old university friends. We went out to the city and had some great food and wine and went dancing. There's this one guy from our group who used to be very flirty with me back in the day. Anyways, one thing or another happened and we ended up going back to his place. It was good actually. He listened to what I wanted and we were both very pleased in the end. Winky face. Cassie's as happy as I am. I'm meeting a lawyer today and my ex has been ringing. I let him talk to Cassie whenever he wants, but I'm refusing to engage whilst I'm on my break. Edit, people need to calm down. I didn't say I had sex with him since people want to... I don't care. I think if she had sex with him, that's fucking sick. I don't think they're at all in the wrong. If I were in the same shoes, bro, I would want a divorce. Or not even a divorce, but like a... See ya. If someone cheated on me, the only way I would potentially think about getting back together with them is if they owned up to it completely. Yeah, you're right. Like we were sexting, like here's all the information right off the bat, not after you kick them out or after you threaten to take the kid or, but that would be a maybe, like a hard maybe. I never get back with a cheater. My trust issues are too low. Absolutely. I agree with that. If you enjoyed, click right here to watch another one of my Reddit videos and hit subscribe so you don't miss out on new messy Reddit threads every week.